Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Not long past, an auntie's bike stopped at a second-grade restaurant. When we went in, we found that there was a mother and daughter pair that was waiting there. I took a quick look, finding that the girl had phoenix eyes and slightly curved brows that gave birth to a natural, even look. Her look seemed like the entire world owed her money. It was just like my old company's manager that only knew how to find fault with people and how to play Farmville at work. Auntie politely went forward and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, we've made you wait. My nephew is bad with time, but he is a fine person." The other side's mother looked me over and said, "Not bad, just don't know how well his teeth are." I was stunned. "Damn, are you looking for a son-in-law or a donkey?" So they began to order the food. When I saw the menu, I was a bit surprised and reached for my pocket. "It's over." I was in a rush to leave and actually forgot to bring money. The mother and daughter did not restrain themselves as they ordered several dishes, costing around 200 yuan. My heart was beating, but it was a good thing Auntie was here, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself. But at this moment, Auntie suddenly looked at her cell phone and said, "I'm sorry, something came up with the company and I need to head over. You can take your time." I was stunned and quickly pulled Auntie before saying, "Don't, you're leaving like this." Auntie turned around and asked in a surprised voice, "You brat, what are you doing? I'm giving you a chance to talk alone." After saying this, Auntie pushed away my hand and quickly disappeared into the distance on her bike. My butt fell back down into the chair. It's over. This kind of meeting always had the man pay, which was fine, but I didn't bring any money with me. However, I calmed myself and spoke naturally. In the end, the girl asked me about my family and my profession. I honestly answered everything and told her everything about myself. I worked at a company and made around 2,000 a month, not having to pay for any benefits. Immediately, that girl's interest clearly diminished. She urged the dishes to come faster, as if she wanted to leave after eating, not wasting any more time with me. I was hungry for a long time and ate in large bites. In an instant, the table filled with dishes was swept clean. When the waiter came with the bill, I also looked for a chance to go to the bathroom. But at that moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. I looked and saw an unfamiliar number. After picking up, the other side's voice was very familiar. It was Ling Shui and she asked, "Little fool, where are you?" I asked, "What's up?" Ling Shui gave no concessions as she said, "Don't ask that much. Tell me where you are and I'll go find you." I thought about it. Having Ling Shui come was fine too, since I could borrow money from her to pay the bill, which would help me avoid being embarrassed. So I told her where I was and Ling Shui immediately hung up. In that instant, I heard the horn of a car sounding outside. In just a few minutes, there was a brand new white BMW parked outside the window, attracting the attention of the customers. It was as if they couldn't believe that someone who could afford a BMW would eat at a place like this. So, the door opened and a beautiful little girl appeared in front of them. Ling Shui was currently wearing a pink coat with a white shirt inside and a red necktie, as well as her long black hair draping over her chest. She was wearing a pale pink skirt underneath that revealed a pair of snow-white legs. Pa. Ling Shui closed the car door and entered the restaurant like a spring breeze. From afar, she saw my red-faced appearance while I was looking for a chance to escape to the bathroom and walked over with a smile. Many people in the restaurant were stunned and most of them rubbed their eyes. They did not dare believe that such a beautiful little girl would drive a BMW to a second-rate restaurant like this. Finally, Ling Shui fixed her skirt and sat down beside me. With a smile, she asked, "Why are you eating here?" I revealed a look of embarrassment as I looked at the mother and daughter in front. That girl immediately revealed a look of disgust and said in a hate-filled voice, "No wonder he was so half-hearted. He had this kind of beauty waiting for him." The mother was also angry and complained in a small voice, "You really aren't sincere. Girl, let's go." I immediately told Ling Shui about the money for the meal in a small voice and Ling Shui looked at me with a look of despise as she said, "It's like this. You still dare to go on a blind date without bringing any money." I was surprised. "How did you know I was on a blind date?" Ling Shui gave a gentle smile. Your elder sister is so smart, how could I not guess this?" At this moment, the mother and daughter turned to leave, but Ling Shui said, "Don't be so anxious to leave. Take out your 2/3 of the money for the meal before leaving." Instantly, the girl's face turned red and she angrily said, "Why is there someone this stingy?" I deliberately looked away from her. Motherfucker, when one didn't have money, one had no choice but to obey those that did. In the end, the girl slapped a 100 yuan bill on the table and said, "Today was truly an experience." Ling Shui played with her hair and said with a faint smile, "3 people cost 200, so should you give 130? The other girl was already gritting her teeth, but she could not deal with Ling Shui, this beautiful girl that was driving a BMW. So, she took out another 3 10 yuan bills and slapped it onto the table before indignantly walking out. Ling Shui giggled and took the money before using her card to pay. When I awkwardly walked out with Ling Shui, all the men in the restaurant were staring right at me, like I was an alien. Ling Shui opened the door and said, "Get it." This was my first time riding this kind of high-class car. After digging my way it was very comfortable. After Ling Shui came in, she started the car and said, "I'll send you home." I nodded and just sat in the car. Thinking of the awkward matter that passed, I did not say a word. Ling Shui turned to the side and looked at me. "Why aren't you talking? Are you angry because of what happened and won't talk now? Are you blaming me for ruining your good thing?" I said, "No, it's because there's nothing to say." Che, how annoying. Ling Shui strangely said this before ignoring him. When the car returned to the little neighborhood, Auntie was already waiting for me down below. It was as if she had received the mother and daughter pair's call and she immediately scolded me. "You brat, you really are good for nothing. I finally found someone willing to meet you. Although that little girl isn't all that pretty, you still can't do that to her. Right now, all my face has been lost by you, you brat." I kept apologizing and at this time, Ling Shui had already parked the car. Holding the keys, she walked over with a smile while playing with them. Seeing my awkward apologizing, she felt very satisfied. However, Auntie's eyes quickly fell onto Ling Shui and instantly, Auntie revealed a wild glow in her eyes. She asked, "Bookworm, this girl, is she your friend?" Before I could answer, Ling Shui had already greeted Auntie with a smile and said, "Yes, Auntie, I am Bookworm's friend." Auntie's face broke into a smile as she said to me, "Good brat, no wonder you're not satisfied with anything. You actually know such a beautiful little girl." I've seen many girls before, but them added together cannot compare to how beautiful she is. When Ling Shui heard Auntie's praise, her smile became even more sweet and her eyes curved like a pair of crescent moons, making her face even more moving. Being in the same place as a beauty like Ling Shui, I think I can live 10 years longer. Auntie began to question her, asking her name and her job. When Ling Shui said that her dad was the boss of a company, Auntie's smile became even wider. I just stood there silently on the side, not understanding what Auntie was thinking. After a while, Auntie finished asking her questions and said to me, "This little girl Ling Shui was even found by you. You really do have skills. I don't have to worry about this kind of thing with you in the future." Ling Shui said, "She's still going out with you, just remember to come back early." I was stunned, but Ling Shui had already pulled me into the car. When the car started, I asked, "Now where are we going?" "We're going to the studio," Ling Shui casually said. I asked in a surprised voice, "The studio? We're not going to the Blue Star Corporation." Ling Shui couldn't help revealing a faint smile. "I'm talking about the new studio location, the house that I already bought. 1 or 2 days ago, Bing Cha and Summer have already moved in. You should prepare yourself to move in. Everyone should be together and take care of each other." I was a bit surprised. "Ah, moving in together?" Ling Shui blinked and said with a smile, "That's right. I'll be moving in during the summer and leveling with everyone. We have to set up our Shui Yu trump card team in spirit of grief." I was feeling very satisfied in my heart. Like this, wouldn't I be the only man in the studio? Then from now on, I would live with a large group of beauties. I really don't know what will happen. Thinking of last year's summer's showy appearance, I couldn't stop my heart from beating fast. But thinking about living together with beauties like Ling Shui and Ling Yu, my heart began to fill with ripples. Like this, I was filled with anticipation towards my future happy life. Ling Shui skillfully drove the car around the city until she finally stopped in a small neighborhood. "Little fool, come with me," Ling Shui called out as she walked up a small set of stairs. The studio was on the 2nd floor and perfectly had 4 different bedrooms. It was much more luxurious compared to the place I was currently living in. We didn't enter long before the door was opened once again. It was Ling Yu bringing in Bing Cha, Ziyu, and the others. After the girls came in, they gave a cheer before going to find a room they were satisfied with. Ling Shui said with a smile from the side, "2 people to a room. Remember, tell me what kind of beds you want and I'll buy them for you." Bing Cha and Rainfall said with smiles, "We'll share a room and we'll be fine with a bunk bed." Ziyu also said, "I'm fine with any kind of assignment." What made me the most worried was Summer. She looked at me and cautiously asked, "Can I share a room with Bookworm?" I did not even have the time to shake my head before Ling Shui firmly declined. "No." Summer was a little disappointed before saying, "Then I'll be together with Ziyu." Ling Yu said with a smile, "All right, then I'll be with Shui and Bookworm will have a room to himself." "When are you all planning to move over?" Bing Cha already anxiously said, "I wanted to move in tonight. Playing games by myself at home is so boring." The other girls also nodded. Ling Yu thought about it and said, "No problem, I'll have the furniture company send the furniture over immediately, so you can all go back and pack up." After saying this, Ling Yu looked at me and then asked, "Bookworm, what about you?" I thought about it and said, "I'll wait a bit. The rent on my house hasn't expired yet." Ling Yu gave a snappy laugh and then ordered, "You're moving over tonight. Can you not see that we have several weak girls living here? If you don't come, how can it be safe?" I could only nod in agreement. Ling Shui drove me back to my place and then helped me pack up some clothes and the gaming equipment. What surprised me was that a rich girl like Ling Shui would take the initiative to help me clean my room. Of course I didn't think that it was because Ling Shui took out an old book from beneath my bed and asked in an astonished voice, "Little fool, you even have a full set of Jinping Mei? I've been searching a long time for this." I was shocked. "That belongs to the previous tenant." "Oh." Ling Shui took out a disc and asked with a smile, "Then what about this Ran Asakura DVD? Good fellow, several GBs of space. How long have you kept this?" I angrily said, that also belonged to the previous tenant. I am someone who is disgusted by AV and people who watch it. As for what ran Asakura, Akiho Yoshizawa, Sora Aoi, Kaed Matsu's Hima, Haim Kamiya, Maria Azawa, Maria Takagi, Azusa Yamamoto, Rui Sakuragi, Yui Sito, Mariko Itsuki, Hitomi Yuki, Mai Asakura, Hitomi Kobayashi, Meiko Yuki, Yuri Komuro, Mari Misato, Ai Ijima, Yuna Natsukawa, and Tomomi Akamoto. I don't know a single one of them and have never heard of them before. TL note, at least he's a healthy boy. Yo, so honest. Ling Shui revealed a smile. Finally she took out a handwritten note and looked over the catalog. First page, vanilla. The 24th page, young girls. The 48th page, wild parties. Good fellow, you have quite a bit of discs. Tears streamed down my face. This the consequences of not cleaning up my stash earlier. If I knew this day would come, I would have burned all these toys in the past. However, Ling Shui had already made a decision. She threw my private collection into those black bags and threw them all into the trash room. Ling Shui patted her hands and proudly said, from now on, I don't want to see these unhealthy things. My heart was filled with pain. Holding my gaming equipment and 2 other boxes, I entered Ling Shui's car. The brothers that lived with me for half a year held their guitars and sung down at us, goodbye neighboring brother. That usually aggressive landlord looked down at me in a daze because I was being pulled into a BMW by a beautiful girl. Before leaving, I raised my middle finger at him. Fuck you, father will never have to see your ugly face again. In the bustling city, Ling Shui's BMW was like a streak of white light and we quickly arrived at the studio we would soon be living in. When I passed by the gate, I even saw several large letters outside the house saying, Shui Yu Studios. After going in and taking a look, I saw Summer painting with ink. Her high-spirited manner completely ruined the seriousness of ink painting. Pa. A blue piece of paper was placed by one of the doors with bookworm written on it. Bing Cha smoothed out the paper and patted her hands as she said to me with a smile, bookworm, remember your own room. Don't accidentally enter the wrong room at night. I quickly smiled and said, of course, of course. Bing Cha revealed a smile and said, you have to go to the wrong room. Summer smiled from the side and said, with him, even if this elder sister sleeps with an open door, he wouldn't have the courage to come in. I was very speechless. Ling Shui gave a soft snort from the side and did not say anything. After being busy until 7 at night, we finally cleaned out everyone's rooms. I had also gone to each of the girls' rooms to help them install their gaming equipment. I quickly looked at the level rankings and found that I was currently at 2nd place at level 38 and the foreigner in 1st place was already at level 39. They seemed like they were very diligent. Ling Yu patted her hands and spoke with a smile that had a meaning behind it. Everything is settled and it's already dinner time. This is our first day living together, so how about we go to the nearby Tianran restaurant for a good meal? The meal money will be taken from the studio's budget, alright. Everyone approved of this. So, our group excitedly went downstairs to the restaurant across our neighborhood. Guests that come to the Tianran restaurant are actually all heavenly customers. Seeing the advertisement of the restaurant, Ling Yu said she wanted to see what being a heavenly customer felt like. I found the chance to ask, Director, will you be a professional player in the future and not manage the company's matters? Ling Yu smiled and said, I'm too lazy to care. Wang Junji has great power there and I also don't want to take power away from him. Instead, I'll happily create this new business with you all in the game. After saying this, Ling Yu also asked me in a meaningful manner, Bookworm, are you willing to help me? I was stunned, but said, I am a member of the studio. As long as I am a part of the Shui Yu Studios, I will help you. Ling Yu seemed very satisfied with my answer, so she said with a smile, that makes me assured. When these girls appeared in the Tianran restaurant, the owner was stunned and only came over to greet them after a while. Ling Shui wanted a private room and the boss bowed so deep that he was almost kneeling as he led them. It had to be said, the scale of this restaurant far surpassed the restaurant I was at this afternoon. This restaurant had steamed fish that cost 188 yuan per dish, but Ling Yu did not care as she ordered a table full of dishes, letting everyone eat their fill. After finishing our meal, Ling Shui drove back to her school's dorm because his gaming equipment was still there. She was not willing to give up a precious night of leveling. After all, there were over 100 million people around the world trying to be the first to change jobs. Returning to the studio, the girls all returned to their rooms and I also returned to my room. There was already a new set of bed sheets spread across the bed. Ling Yu's treatment of the staff was very good and perhaps she was treating these people as friends rather than employees. When I logged on, I immediately received Ling Yu's message, Bookworm is already such high level. Then you just focus on training and we'll talk after you reach level 40 to change your job. I immediately agreed. So without having time to sell the equipment I earned earlier today, I directly bought some portions and charged once again into Hero Memorial Park. Wanting to level fast, then I had to kill those undead monsters that were higher level and were manageable. So, I picked the level 45 skeleton demons deep within the cemetery. This monster's HP and speed were not good, so it was very suited to being killed by my 1000-bladed arrows. When I entered the cemetery, I found that the monsters that I killed this morning had been RES beyond and were limping across the cemetery in front of me. So I skillfully pulled them in and then used the 1000-bladed arrows to kill them all. After getting the star-chasing bout, killing monsters was a very fun thing to do. That sensation of seeing my experience bar rise so easily was very satisfying. After half an hour, a large group of skeleton demons had been converted into experience for me. I had gone for level 38 and 53% to level 38 and 68%, so the speed of killing monsters was considered fine. At this time, I was filled with a bit of regret because I should have brought someone with me to pick up the gold coins and equipment. Like this, I could focus on killing monsters and did not need to waste time picking things up. However, I was still not willing to give up these gold coins and equipments. So after spending half an hour focused on killing monsters, I still spent 5 minutes picking up all the drops. When I finished off my second batch of monsters, Ling Shui had logged on. I immediately pulled monsters while sending her a message, "Do you need leveling?" Ling Shui quickly replied, "I don't need it right now. Little fool, focus on reaching level 40 and become an official archer." I smiled and replied, "Ling Shui is truly understanding." Ling Shui immediately said, "Well, when you reach level 40, use the high-level 1000-blade arrows to bring me to level 40. I was speechless. At this time, Purple Rhyme also sent me a message, "You level so fast." I replied, "How so? What are you doing?" Purple Rhyme said, "Ghostfire is using the Black Dragon Wave to kill monsters and I'm healing him. We're also leveling quite fast." I smiled and then continued leveling. With this pure killing of monsters, under the help of my star-chasing bout, my level quickly increased. I was already level 39 when it was 9 PM and I gained another 20% the following hour. Like this, I could reach level 40 by 1 AM? Now I just had to pray to the heavens that old foreigner leveled slower than me. The other girls in the studio had formed a party to level. Bing Cha and Quiet Rainfall were relatively higher level, so they occupied the leveling ground. The other 4 girls were on a small hill, not letting anyone approach. As for Ling Yu and Ling Shui, the 2 beautiful sisters went off to kill monsters together. It was estimated that all the players that saw them killing monsters would go crazy. After all, Ling Yu and Ling Shui were both rare beauties. Moreover, the 2 girls were exactly the same, creating a blow that was hard to imagine. It was no wonder that when we were eating dinner, with Ling Shui on my left and Ling Shui on my right, when they both smiled at me, it felt like I almost died from happiness. Time slowly went by and 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When I went back to the city to replenish my supply of potions, I was already at level 39 and 97%. But at this time, the first place foreigner on the level rankings reached level 40. They should have gone on the quest to change into proper jobs. I immediately pulled in a few more skeleton demons and spent a few minutes killing them. Then a golden light fell on my head as my level finally reached level 40. Without saying anything else, I immediately returned to the city. After repairing my equipment a bit, I instantly ran to Sunset City's job change center. Inside the hall, the sexy and beautiful archer instructor was currently watching the players outside. When I came forward, she immediately revealed a look of surprise and said, "Young man, your cultivation has already reached a new height. Are you willing to accept a new challenge and become a respected archer?" I immediately agreed. Ding. System notification, you have accepted the job change quest a single leaf. Quest difficulty, 250. Quest details, rumors have it that there is a small village to the northwest of Sunset City named Luoyi and there is a brave warrior injured inside the village. I hope that you can find a leaf to cure his wounds. Give the leaf to the soldier and he will give you the certificate of bravery needed to change jobs. It seems like I had to go to the village first. I immediately prepared to leave, heading in the northwest direction of the village in the quest. On the road, several players that were level saw me and they all stared at me. There were a few that recognized me and pointed at me from the distance. Damn, isn't that the highest level player of China? Easily angered bookworm? Expert. There was an even more terrifying voice that shouted, "Big brother bookworm, bring my to level. It doesn't matter what you want to do." I was scared when I heard this and began to move faster. I charged into the middle of the jungle. Looking at the map, I ran for around an hour before finally arriving the little Ruoyi village beside the river. At the village gate, there were 2 small children playing the finger-guessing game. When I came close, one of the children came in front of me and said, "Big brother, are you a traveler from afar? You shouldn't run around recklessly. I've heard that there are tree monsters that eat people in the mountain to the west." The other child said, "Those tree monsters are truly terrifying. Even the brave Uncle Ruota was injured by them. He's currently lying in the witch doctor's house in the village." I was a bit surprised. This seemed related to my quest, so I asked, "Little friends, let me ask something. Where is the witch doctor's house that your Uncle Ruota is staying in?" A child raised a finger, "That blue-colored house at the end." So I quickly went over. I found that there were several beds placed inside the house and there was a middle-aged warrior lying on one of the beds. A bandaged leg was raised into the air and there was blood soaking the bandage. When he saw me approach the house, the middle-aged warrior's expression recovered a bit and said, "Young man, are you the adventurer from the Sunset Kingdom?" I nodded, "Yes, I came here to help you recover from your injuries." That warrior named Luo immediately said in an excited voice, "The kingdom did not forget about me. This is great. Young man, you just need to bring a leaf from the monster tree elder and my wounds will be healed, but the monster trees are truly terrifying, so you must be careful." To the side, an old magician gave me a pitch black stick and said, "This is a flare that can burn for 2 hours. After you enter the cave to the west of the mountain, you have to kill the monster tree elder within 2 hours, otherwise you will be forever buried in that dark place. I took the torch and walked out of the small hut, opening my map to head in the direction of the mountain. At this time, no one else had finished the quest yet, so I had to finish this quest before the foreigner did. Outside Luolai village, the grass was growing high and the trees were shaking. I did not walk far and suddenly saw a red hat goblin holding a small axe spawning. I couldn't help smiling as I first looked at the little goblin's stats. Red hat goblin, normal monster. Level, 35. Attack, 140 to 210. Defense, 40. HP, 3000. Attack type, continuous attack. I couldn't help giving a laugh as I raised the star-chasing bow and sent out a fire arrow. 1946. The red hat goblin's pitiful defense could not stop it and my casual attack had already made it lost half of its HP. Before the goblin could even reach me, I shot another arrow and the goblin fell down dead, dropping a few silver coins and also a red helmet. I picked up the helmet to look at it. Red goblin helmet, black iron equipment, heavy armor. Defense, 35. Strength, +4. Agility, -10. Required level, 30. I broke out in laughter. I could even get an equipment and its strength increase was not bad, but it decreased 10 points of agility. Only those players that had white equipment would be interested in this item. However, I still threw this helmet into my inventory. On the road, there were other red hat goblin that attacked me that were all killed with 2 attacks. Moreover, there were several red goblin helmets that fell and I wasn't willing to waste them, so I threw them all into my inventory. After several minutes, there really was a cave that appeared on the west side of the mountain. When I lit my torch to head in, the name of the map suddenly changed to Monster Tree Hole. I could vaguely see a green-colored tree monster that was the height of 2 people slowly moving. I immediately looked at its stats. Green leaf tree monster, enhanced monster. Level, 40. Attack, 280 to 420. Defense, 80. HP, 5000. Attack type, continuous attack. I was a bit stunned. This green leaf tree monster was much stronger compared to the red hat goblins outside, having around twice their attack. Knocking an arrow into my bow, I directly sent an armor-piercing arrow out. With a pang sound, a white light hit the trunk of the giant tree, making it sway side from side, making him lose 1,241 points of HP. The green leaf tree monster swept out its hand and began to run over, swinging its tree arm at me. With a paw sound, I felt a slight pain as my HP fell by a section. I quickly moved back and decelerated the enemy with my ice arrow. Then, with coordinating with my armor-piercing arrow, I spent close to 5 minutes in this small space to kill that green leaf tree monster. What was strange was that the green leaf tree monster did not drop a single silver coin or even a piece of equipment. It was actually a miser? This should be because it was a quest monster. I helped the moon monochrome take care of it. At this time, I walked deeper into the mountain and saw a large, spacious hall inside. Inside there were 7 green leaf tree monster around a tree monster elder and they seemed to be talking about something. One of them said, "These damn humans, they actually treat us as grinding stones for experience, they are just bastards." Another said, "Last time it was that warrior, he almost ripped the elder's leg off. Next time he won't dare to come back." The tree monster elder said, "Humph, those pretentious humans do not deserve fear. Recently there have been damn goblins came out of nowhere." I grabbed one to eat and its red hat was actually stuck in my throat. I was coughing for several days before I could recover. Another green leaf tree monster immediately followed with, "That's right, those damn red hats, they can actually cause that much trouble to our tree monster tribe." When I heard this, my heart couldn't help skip a beat. Perhaps those goblin helmets I picked up on the way here actually had a use? In the large hall, there were a total of 8 monsters. If I wanted to go against them, it was no different from seeking death unless I found a way to exploit their weaknesses. So, I quickly shot a fire arrow and pulled a green leaf tree monster over. When that green leaf tree monster ran over, I threw one of the red goblin helmets into its mouth and it gripped its throat as it stopped moving. Ding! System notification, the green leaf tree monster has been affected by the goblin helmet. Its attack has decreased by 50%, defense has decreased by 50%, move speed has decreased by 50%, HP has decreased by 50%. This will last for 600 seconds. Success? I was pleasantly surprised because 10 minutes was enough for me to do many things. This time, the other tree monsters came forward. I did the same thing and threw the helmets into their mouths, including the tree monster elder. Like this, all the tree monsters had their stats decreased. Other than the monster tree elder, none of them could break through my defenses. I directly took care of the tree demons and then seriously went against the tree monster elder. The armor-piercing arrow slammed into the tree monster elder's chest and his bark was exploded out. In less than 5 minutes, the main monster of the quest fell down. There were no gold coins or equipment that fell, only a single leaf. I quickly ran forward and grabbed the leaf before running out of the cave. Throwing away the torch, I didn't say anything else and rushed to Luolai village. There had been no one that had advanced yet, so I could still be the first person to advance. When I put that leaf into the warrior Luonyo's hand, he couldn't help excitedly saying, "Young man, your courage has already proved your abilities, come, this is your proof of courage." Ding! System notification, you have completed the quest a single leaf and have received the reward certificate of bravery. That this certificate and return to your job change instructor? Certificate of bravery, this was the letter for promotion. I was excited as I directly returned to the city, charging to the job change hell with my 120 move speed. When I showed the certificate of bravery to the archer job instructor, she revealed an astonished expression. Young man, you are truly too shocking? Come, this is the glory that belongs to you. Ding. System notification, you have successfully finished the job advancement quest, obtaining the archer title. Because you are the first player to advance, you have obtained the extra reward dodge. At the same time, a system announcement reverberated throughout the entire city. Ding. System notification, the player, easily angered bookworm, China, has successfully advanced, becoming the first person to have proper job in the world. Prestige plus 1000. In less than 3 seconds, another system notification came. Ding. System notification, the player, Uncle Sam, America, has successfully advanced, becoming the second player to have a proper job in the world. Prestige plus 300. I quickly looked at the skill books the system awarded me. Dodge, there is a certain chance of dodging an enemy's physical attack. The effect is determined by the skill level. Requires being a level 40 archer to learn. Without saying anything else, I directly learned the skill. What a joke, when an archer fought with a close combat job, this skill would play a critical role? At this time, Ling Shui had already sent me a message. Little fool, you really aren't bad. In less than a second, Purple Rhyme, Sword Flame Dragon Soul, Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher, and Sword Flame Ghost Fire all sent congratulatory messages, but the one I cared about the most was the one from Ling Yu. Immediately log off, we're celebrating. I was a bit at a loss, but I still took off the helmet. At this time, it was already 2 am. When I walked out the door, I saw Ling Yu wearing a set of indigo pajamas walking into the room. There was a joyful smile on her beautiful face as she rushed forward and gave me a heated hug. In an excited voice, she said, Bookworm, you really are the first one promoted. You are simply the pride of our Shui Yu studio. I was only wearing a shirt, so I could feel the soft feeling of a young girl's peaks coming from my chest, and that feeling made me go wild. Ling Yu's faint young girl fragrance drifted out, and immediately, she realized that she was being improper. She immediately let go of me with a red face and fixed her clothes before revealing a calm expression. However, the other girls of the studios also came in. It seemed like they were all holding back their laughter. Ling Yu bit her lips before revealing a smile and saying, I only need to level for another 2 hours to be promoted, I'm going to level. After saying this, she ran back into her room. I immediately asked, weren't we going to celebrate? A voice came from Ling Yu's room, have Bing Cha cook some instant noodles for you and add an egg. That will be considered your reward. I was very speechless. Bing Cha said with a smile, Bookworm, do you need instant noodles? I shook my head with a faint smile, no need, my instant noodle making skills are at their peak. Bing Cha stretched her charming body and sat down in front of me. With a smile she said, it's like this. Then why don't you make me some instant noodles? Anyway, I'm still far from level 40 and I'm not in a rush to level. I thought about it and replied with a smile, alright, wait for a bit. Instant noodles was one of the necessities of a studio, so I easily found it. I put in 2 bags and also cracked in 2 eggs. After a while, a fragrant scent filled the air. Although it wasn't a delicacy, but it was currently the middle of the night, so naturally instant noodles became a delicacy. I carried 2 bowls to the table and sat down in front of Bing Cha. Breaking the chopsticks, I said with a smile, eat it while it's still warm. Be sure to drink some water after eating, that way you can still sleep. Bing Cha revealed a faint smile, thanks. It had to be said, Bing Cha ate in a very gentle manner. She ate with one hand while pushing back her hair with the other. Very quickly, her head was covered in sweat. At this time, Ziyu and Summer came out of their rooms. Summer immediately ran over and said in a pleasantly surprised voice, what is so fragrant? Bing Cha immediately drank the rest of the soup and then said in a meaningful voice, the noodles Bookworm made. Summer immediately said to me, Bookworm, will you cook some for me? I raised my brow and said in a calm voice, no way. A girl has to make it herself, otherwise no one will want you in the future. Summer stuck out her charming little chest and said, I have this. Ziyu revealed a worried appearance. When she went into the kitchen to cook, a burnt smell quickly drifted out. Summer angrily scolded, Ziyu, you dumb girl. You only put this little bit of water, are you giving a snail a bath? Ziyu revealed a look of panic. Bing Cha licked her red, lush lips and said with a smile, this girl Ziyu, she is a bit clumsy with her hands. The others are all fine. I revealed a smile, you should sleep early. I'm going to sleep. Bing Cha revealed a faint smile, oh, I'll bathe before sleeping. You can go first. These words were a bit ambiguous and I was a bit stunned. Bing Cha's face also quickly turned red and she took her pajamas into the bathroom. I returned to my room and heard Ziyu and Summer's laughter coming from outside before falling into a deep sleep. I was only planning to sleep 5 hours today, but now I can finally catch up on some sleep. I fell into chaos as I entered a confusing dream. In the dream, there were many figures, with people laughing and crying. People gather and scatter, relations form and break. 5 years ago, I had many friends, but now I don't know where they all went. Remembering that year, the #1 expert in the Moon Monochrome game patted my shoulder and said, brother, the Northern Wolves will be entrusted to you. but it was unknown how many people remember the young expert that had led several tens of thousands of Chinese players to wash Japan's main city in blood 3 times. That young man that stood over the corpses of hundreds of thousands of enemies' corpses angrily roaring, the ID that sent fear in the hearts of countless Japanese players, the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. That year, I was still young and countless dreams were slowly being achieved. Everything was as beautiful as a dream, and I also thought that I would find the love that belonged to me. I never thought that a single fire would take it all from me, but I always told myself that no matter what tribulations or setbacks there were, I would always face it with a smile and could not lose to myself. Today, I finally reached the peak of the spirit of grief world. Right now, I was only thinking a single thing: I would rebuild the glory of the past and bring these girls of the studio to create a new legend in spirit of grief. The next morning, I opened my eyes to see a leaf floating past the window and the dewdrops on the glass. Looking at the time, it was still 7 in the morning. It was still a bit early to get up. But when I was planning to go back to sleep, I heard a man's voice coming from outside. "Where's Ling Yu? Isn't Ayu here?" My heart suddenly skipped a beat. That voice was very familiar. It was actually Wang Junji. But what did he come to the Shuiyu studio for? At this time, Bing Cha's voice sounded out and she said, "Director Ling does not live here. You can go in and look for yourself if you don't believe me." Wang Junji gave an O sound and said, "I'll take a look then." "Who's there?" "Ziyu, don't block the door." Ziyu's voice sounded out, "This is my room. Why should I let you in?" Wang Junji, filled with rage, "Stop speaking nonsense. Where did you hide Ayu? Have her come out. I have something to talk to her about." Bing Cha said, "You can call her about it. Why did you come here?" Wang Junji loudly said, "Ayu is my girlfriend. Of course I have to come find her." Bing Cha revealed a doubtful smile, Che pretending to be ignorant. I heard this and couldn't remain sitting, immediately planning to take off the blanket and have a look. But at this time, my door suddenly opened. I saw Ling Yu coming in holding a bath towel, softly walking over. The bath towel revealed a vague beautiful sight, revealing the full twin peaks of a young girl, contrasting with a pair of beautiful snow-white legs that could move a person's heart every time. "Yi, Ling Yu, you," I said in a surprised voice. Ling Yu made a motion to be quiet and quickly closed the door. She looked around and then actually crawled into my bed. I couldn't speak from my surprise and I stared in a daze as I watched Ling Yu carefully move past me. The bath towel was shaking and a pair of voluptuous white twin peaks appeared in front of me. That seductive gorge was enough to make a person suffocate. Ling Yu quickly raised the curtain and her body went under it. She pulled me beside her and stared at me as she said, "Stop looking on in a daze. Quickly shield me and stand up. Don't let Wang Junji find me here." I knit my brows as I guessed mostly what this situation was. So I turned to the side and let myself be half covered by the blankets as I whispered, Are you that afraid of Wang Junji?" Ling Yu pursed her lips. "How can you know about some things? Anyway, just help me pass this trial." I was speechless. At this time, finally someone opened my door. Ling Yu carefully concealed herself in my blanket, with that petite body almost completely pressed against my chest. It was unknown when that bath towel had fallen, but when I looked down, I accidentally saw Ling Yu's proud chest. It was like mighty, roaring waves. Those snow-white peaks and the 2 pink points could make a person's mouth go dry. Ling Yu's face instantly turned red and was helpless. In order to stop me from watching, she bit her teeth and forcefully pulled up the bath towel to block her body, but this high-price bed actually shook under this exciting movement. In the end, Ling Yu's body fell forward and her entire body fell into my embrace. It was a pity that the shirt I wore wasn't buttoned up and my chest came into contact with Ling Yu's body without any interference. That soft and smooth feeling was like ecstasy and my heart instantly raced to 300 beats per second. At that time, Ziyu's head peeked in the door and she said outwards, "Look, this is Bookworm's room. You wouldn't think that Ling Yu would be sleeping in the same place as Bookworm, right?" Wang Junji did not seem to believe this and immediately tried to enter. Immediately, Bing Cha reached out to stop Wang Junji from entering. When Wang Junji was shocked, Bing Cha slowly said, "You have this little belief in Ling Yu. How can you say you are her boyfriend? With how you are you worthy of being Ling Yu's boyfriend?" Wang Junji's brows tightly knit as he gave a snort and said, "Since Ayu isn't her, then forget it." I turned my head and said, "What are you here for?" Wang Junji gave a cold snort, "Nonsense. This house was bought by the company. Why can't I come here? As for you, you are a member of the Shuiyu studio and yet you're still sleeping at this time. Humph, I'll talk to Ayu about this when I get back." I gave a laugh, "Then I won't trouble you and when send you off." Bing Cha, help me close the door. I still want to sleep for a while. Bing Cha gave a faint smile before looking at Wang Junji with a single raised brow and saying, "Are you leaving? Don't be so unaware." Wang Junji gave a soft snort and angrily charged out. The sound of a door being slammed came from outside. Summer wanted to come into my room for a look, but was sternly denied by Bing Cha. When the door was closed again, I let out a long sigh of relief while also receiving a new sensation. Ling Yu in my arms seemed to let out a sigh of relief, but those proud peaks were still nervously shaking. I couldn't see the situation in the covers, but Ling Yu was still tightly lying against my chest. So I looked down at her and said, "Wang Junji is going to your office to complain about me. He wants to say that I was sleeping in." Ling Yu's face turned red, but quickly she recovered her normal calm appearance. She quickly moved back a bit and used the towel to block her body before saying, I know, this matter will be handled later. Now, go out quickly and get me some clothes to change into. I immediately stood up and gave the entire blanket to Ling Yu. When I separated from her body, I felt a strange sensation of loss, but seeing Ling Yu's body being tightly wrapped in the blanket, my heart was filled with ripples again. After wearing simple clothes, Ling Yu's snow-white arm grabbed the hem of my clothes and she said in a small voice, don't tell others about this matter. If they ask. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes swept across my room and pointed to a bin in the corner. If they do ask, tell them that I hid in that. I couldn't help laughing, that it can hide a kitty, but can you fit? Ling Yu immediately glared at me and said, if I say I can, then I can. All right, you can. I responded before immediately heading out the door, but I found that after the tragedy of Ling Yu's wonderful touch, my body had experienced changes, causing a part to unyielding stick out. I was shocked and quickly bent over before seeing Bing Cha and Ziyu look at me with wide eyes. So, I calmed myself and said, Director Ling hid in my room just now, help her bring some clothes over. Oh, my stomach hurts, I'm going to the washroom. Ziyu immediately went to get clothes and Summer asked me with a smile, Director Ling hid in your room? Then, where did she hide? I said, behind the garbage bin. Summer couldn't help revealing a faint smile, oh, I understand. Not long after, Ling Yu came out wearing a light yellow dress. She looked over at me before sitting down on the sofa and saying, I've finally escaped. This should stop him for a week. Bing Cha gave her a cup of fruit juice and asked, is it convenient to tell us what is happening? It seems like you're scared of Director Wang. Ling Yu said with a bitter smile, afraid? How could I be afraid of him? I'm just worried that my dad will be angry. Forget it, you guys don't need to know about this matter. However, you can all see that Wang Junji's face is becoming thicker with each passing day. My days from now on will become harder. I silently sat down to the side and said nothing. Ling Yu took a deep look at me, with eyes that contained a trace of hope. After a while, Bing Cha finally gave a laugh to break the silence. She said, don't think about these unhappy matters. Ling Yu, with us here, you can be assured. We won't let you suffer any hardships. Even if Director Wang is powerful, can his eyes pass through the heavens? Humph, next time he comes, we won't be as courteous. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile that was like a spring breeze. She said in a soft voice, Bing Cha continued by saying, now I'll report what happened last night. I have already calculated everything. Of our studio's 7 people, Bookworm and Ling Yu have already changed jobs and they are among the first 10 players to do so. Quiet Rainfall and I have reached level 36. I believe we'll be able to change jobs in just 2 days. When Ling Shui logged off, she told me she was already level 38, so she should be faster than us. As for Ziyu and Summer, these 2 girls, I'm embarrassed to mention their reports. Summer immediately said with a smile, Ziyu and I are level 35. Actually it was level 36, but I wasn't careful while leveling yesterday and got killed, returning back to level 35. Ling Yu was a bit surprised. Why were you killed? Isn't it very safe for you to level together? To the side, Ziyu admitted her mistake, that I accidentally made a mistake and stopped Summer's blade, causing me to be instantly killed by the monster. Ling Yu praised, powerful. At this time, Rainfall came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, as for breakfast, everyone will have a fried egg and some pine nuts and corn soup. I hope everyone likes it. I was a bit surprised. I never thought that a beauty like Quiet Rainfall would have skills like this. Eating this delicious breakfast, Bing Cha asked with a smile, Director Ling, is there anything planned for this morning? Ling Yu said, we'll log on and see, I haven't thought about it yet. If there isn't a reason to gather, then we'll continue leveling and speak about this after everyone reaches level 40. After changing jobs, we will be able to gain high-level skills and kill monsters even faster. Bing Cha revealed a faint smile, alright. After eating and logging on, I appeared in the Sunset City Square. Opening my friend list, I saw that Ling Shui was not on yet, she should still be sleeping. Thinking of her cute sleeping face, I couldn't help revealing a faint smile. Of the Sword Flame group, only Dragon Soul was online. Purple Rhyme, Heavenly Punisher, and the others were all offline. What was worth noting was that Ghostfire had already reached level 40 and had changed jobs. Opening the Chinese level rankings, there was a new change. 1 Gentle Breeze Embracing the Moon. Level 40. Magician. 2 Easily Angered Bookworm. Level 40. Archer. 3 Sword Flame Ghostfire. Level 40. Dark Magician. 4 Battle Soul Defying Heaven. Level 39. Beginner Berserker. 5 Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher. Level 38. Beginner Berserker. 6 Gentle Breeze Flying Snow. Level 38. Beginner Swordsman. 7 Battle Soul Drifting Wind. Level 37. Beginner Magician. 8 Battle Soul Iron Wing. Level 37. Beginner Magician. 9 Fated Madman. Level 37. Beginner Berserker. 10 Favored Son of the Heavens. Level 36. Beginner Magician. There were already 3 players that had changed jobs in the Chinese server and I believed that in another day, Battle Soul Defying Heaven, Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher, and even Ling Shui would change jobs. This was currently the time for the divide to form between players, as the disparity between high-level and low-level players formed. The 3 members of Battle Soul on the level rankings showed the strength of Battle Soul as the #1 force in the Chinese gaming world. but Sword Flame wasn't far off from them, having 2 people on the rankings and at the very front. As for that arrogant Fated Guild, only their boss Fated Madman could make it into the top 10. It was unknown just how much power and resources were spent to increase his level that much. But talking about true strength, there was no doubt that the Shui Yu studio was the true top. Ling Yu and I had taken the top 2 position and Ling Xue had taken 10th place. Right now it seemed like Shui Yu's power was already not bad, but the game was unpredictable and it was unknown what would happen next. Moreover, the top players all had close levels, so perhaps the top 10 will change by next month. At this time, Ling Yu had already logged on. She told me there was nothing important and if I felt like it, I could go practice my skills. My mood was good, but I wanted to make money, so I took several dozen level 30 to 40 black iron equipment out of the warehouse and set up a stall at Sunset City's east gate. I shouted at the top of my voice, high-level equipment, markdown sale? Come have a look even if you don't buy. The result was very fast as a large group of high-level players came over. I looked them over and this group of people had some strong equipment. Quite a few people had 2 to 5 pieces of bronze equipment, but they were all low-level equipment. Think about it, could a level 10 bronze weapon compare to a level 30 dark iron weapon? So many people came over to my stall having thoughts of buying me out. Very quickly, a little warrior saw a bracer that added 12 points of strength. The little warrior said, "How much for this bracer? Give me a real price." I looked over at him and said, "I'm a real businessman, all my prices are real. This bracer, I won't sell for less than 50 gold coins." The little warrior looked at his wallet and his eyes filled with reluctance as he looked at the bracer in a daze. I was speechless, but I asked, "How much do you have?" 24 gold coins. To be honest, I was not suited to do business because my heart was too soft, so I directly sold the bracer for 20 gold coins. Seeing the little warrior joyfully putting on the bracer as he left, my heart filled with satisfaction. After my first sale, the wealth kept pouring in. The group of people were finally willing to take out their money and these group of players wearing low-level black iron equipment should also change into new equipment, but I had a principle. Level 30 and up dark iron equipment could go no lower than 10 gold coins, but it wouldn't go for more than 50 gold coins. After all, the stats of the black iron equipment were shown and no one would want it for a too high price. In less than half an hour, I had sold everything. When the black iron equipment I had was completely swept away, I had earned an extra 500 gold coins. Adding in the over 1,700 gold coins I earned leveling yesterday, I had a total of 2,300 gold coins. If these gold coins were exchanged for RMB, I could directly become a rich man. After the items were sold out, I directly went to repair my items. The star-chasing bow's durability was already less than half and repairing it had unexpectedly costed 42 gold coins. It was a good thing that even if I had nothing else, at least I had too many gold coins, so I did not care about it. I also filled up on red and blue potions, before continuing to level my skills. As the first player to change jobs, I had also obtained a job skill. Dodge. Level, beginner. Effect, 2% physical attack evasion. Thinking about this, the higher the level of this skill, the more the physical attack evasion would increase by. It was now 2%, but if it increased one-fold every time the skill level increased, it would be 4% at intermediate level, 6% at high level, 8% at grandmaster level, 10% at divine level, and as for even higher. Thinking about this, I couldn't help being filled with joy. This was definitely a skill made just for archers, so I directly returned to the beginner village. Stepping into the dense jungle, I pulled in 4 to 8 goblins with a few attacks before standing still without attacking back. After 2 minutes, the goblin finally did not deal 1 damage, but rather a large miss appeared. At the same time, my dodge skill increased by 10 points. I was filled with joy as I went around the whole map. I pulled in another several goblins around myself and the dodge skill level began to quickly increase. I only needed to pay attention to my health to make sure I didn't die. Not long passed when several noobs coming from the beginner village looked at me from a distance. They couldn't help being amazed. Look at that, there's an idiot over there. He does not fight back when being hit by monsters. He also doesn't know how to run. Another noob said, "You're stupid. Can't you see that he's surrounded by monsters? How can he come out? Should we save him?" "Save your ass? Wait until he drops dead for me. Brother needs to change my equipment." So, several noobs waited behind a tree in the distance, waiting for me to die. After half an hour, I finally heard a system notification. Ding. System notification, your skill dodge has reached intermediate level. I quickly looked at my stats. Dodge. Level, intermediate. Effect, 6% physical attack evasion. Instantly I was so excited I couldn't even speak. This skill, this should be a gold level skill. When the skill level increased, the effect had actually tripled. Looking at this, if this dodge skill could reach the divine level, its effect would reach over 20%. That would be an incredible thing. I was filled with excitement and wanted to keep practicing this skill, but at this time, Ling Yu suddenly sent a message to me. "Bookworm, quickly come to Sunset City's west gate. Quickly, if you don't come within 5 minutes, you're dead." I was shocked. Ling Yu must have something important or she wouldn't say something like this, so I immediately pulled out my star-chasing bow. After 1,000 bladed arrows, the group of goblins all had over 1,000 damage appear above their heads and they all instantly died. In the distance, that group of noobs waiting for a while were stunned. Damn. He's not stupid, we're the stupid ones. I quickly returned to the beginner village and was teleported to Sunset City. The east gate was around 5 minutes away from the west gate, so I quickly began to run. When I arrived at the west gate I saw Ling Yu, Ling Xue, Bing Cha, and the other Shui Yu studio girls all present. They all had an excited appearance on their faces. As for when Ling Xue logged in, I was too happy from my training that I didn't even notice. I was out of breath as I arrived in front of Ling Xue and Ling Yu. I then asked, what happened? Ling Su said with a faint smile, the farming group sent into the game by the Blue Star was piked. We have to teach a lesson to those people who don't know how to open their eyes. I immediately tightly gripped the star-chasing bow and said with a smile, then let's hurry. Ling Yu looked at me as she snappily said, this fellow, why are you the same as Ling Xue? Why are you so excited once you hear the word PK? Ling Xue and I gave each other a smile. Bing Cha had already taken out her sword as she said with a smile, then, let's go. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. She gripped her scarlet flame staff and also revealed a smile as she said, let's go. We have to let those fellows know that our Shui Yu isn't easy to bully. So, with Ling Yu leading the way, our group quickly set off. Outside the Sunset City West Gate, there was a dense forest. There were many regions in this forest with precious wood and we were headed toward the blue birch logging area. Blue birch tree, they could be cut with intermediate level logging skills. The material obtained could be used to make bows and various weapons. In the entirety of Sunset City, this was the only forested area with this wood, so that should be the cause for this dispute. The forest was filled with the scent of flowers. Ling Xie's beautiful figure left us all behind, but there was no other way, who let her lunar shadow cloak add 10% move speed. Ling Xue had her own discretion. When she was far off from us, she would wait in a grassy area ahead and beckon back in an excited manner. Around half an hour later, while we were running, we found several level 15 players standing outside the forest. Each person had the words Shui Yu in front of their names. There was no doubt that this group of people were the staff from the Blue Star group. A middle-aged man whose name was Logger was gritting his teeth as he said, those people are truly overbearing. What qualification do they have to say those trees belong to them? Like this, we can't gather any materials. Our skills can't rise, so how are we supposed to practice this production job? I was a bit shocked. I seemed to recognize this person, it seemed to be a veteran of the operations department. At this time, Ling Yu walked through the crowd and said, what is going on here? A production player immediately respectfully said, Director Ling. That middle-aged man pointed at the trees and said in an aggrieved voice, those people killed all of us once and caused the wood we cut down to drop. Moreover, the several dozen high-level players Director Wang assigned to us were all killed by those people. Ling Yu couldn't help becoming angry. She moved forward and our studio's group immediately followed her. I immediately revealed my name and allowed the effects of my weapon to show itself, instantly revealing a radiant light. Ling Yu and Ling Xue's equipment were the same. The beauty of these two sisters were enough to make people's drool flow. At this time, the people that had stolen the blue birch trees came out. There were over 50 of them and they had faded in their names. Humph. It's actually them. Ling Yu's cute face turned cold. My heart was feeling dissatisfied as well. This faded group were like mangy dogs, they wouldn't leave no matter how they were beaten. From the group, faded madman walked out. He looked over our group of people and revealed a domineering smile. I asked who it was. So it's the number 1 mage Gentle Breeze embracing the moon, as well as that whatever easily angered bookworm and Gentle Breeze flying snow. These are experts. There are actually 3 people in the top 10 here. Ling Yu coldly said, Faded madman, what do you mean by this? The trees in the game do not only belong to the Faded Guild. What qualification do you have to kill our Shui Yu people and even steal our items? Faded madman gave a laugh, then good. I'll send the word out now, these blue birch trees now belong to our Faded Guild, your Shui Yu should go find a new place. If you're not satisfied, then seize these trees from our hands. Only, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. It was clear that there were over 50 Faded players here and there were many high-level players between level 30 to 33. If we really did fight, even if our level was higher, we still would not have a chance of winning. However, half of the Faded members actually had red names. This should be our chance. Watching Faded Madman's arrogant appearance, Ling Yu revealed a faint smile as she said in the party chat, prepare to make a move. Ling Xue gripped her flowing light sword as her beautiful little face revealed an excited smile, then, I'll be the main attacker and will attract their aggression. Big sister Bing Cha will go with me, alright. Bing Cha raised her sword as she said with a smile, I'm happy to go with you. At this time, Ziyu had already entered her stealth mode. If a level 35 assassin entered their stealth mode like this, there weren't many people on the other side that could break it. Quiet Rainfall took out an arrow from the quiver on her back as she said with a smile in the party chat, I'll take care of their cleric. Last year's summer did not slack off as she raised the staff in her hand, calling out a level 31 giant wolf. Without waiting for an order, the giant wolf quickly flew out at the opponents, heading for their boss, Faded Madman. Ling Yu gave the order in a deep voice in the party channel, begin the attack. As soon as her voice fell, the fireball Ling Yu had already prepared was sent out. The opponent's several mages that took the hit instantly fell to half HP, revealing expressions filled with terror. Ling Xue arrived in front of Faded Madman as quick as the wind as her flowing wind sword suddenly lit up. sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. 1059. 1184. 2 consecutive damage figures appeared above Fated Madman's head as his HP bar was instantly emptied. His mouth fell wide open as he never thought that this petite little girl would actually have this strong of an attack. Chila. With a flash of red light, Ziu's dagger had already cut through Fated Madman's neck. In an instant, Fated Madman with an empty HP bar did not even have time to snort before he was taken out by the combined attacks of the two girls. At the same time, Summer sent out a flame arrow to kill an enemy mage as Bingcha charged into the enemy line. With cold flashes from her sword, she instantly killed 2 red-named clerics. Of course, the reason why I didn't make a move was because I had already entered the forest to the right of the Fated Guild without being noticed. When those mages at the back noticed my existence, they immediately said with shocked expressions, "Damn, when did easily angered bookworm run there? Swordsmen and berserkers, quickly stop him." But it was already too late. With a flash of light from the star-chasing bow, the rainbow-colored 1,000-bladed arrows fell down like raindrops on the enemy mage and cleric camp. A series of damage figures instantly appeared over the heads of these low HP players. 876, 764, 578, 1027. There was no doubt that my attacks were certainly fatal. Just a single 1,000-bladed arrows had killed quite a few enemy mages. When I prepared to launch another 1,000-bladed arrows, the enemy mages and clerics all revealed expressions filled with despair. Pa, pa, pa. With these sounds ringing out, the mages and clerics turned into white light as they returned to the city. My single 1,000-bladed arrows could drop the mages' HP bars by 80%. This was not something the clerics could escape. At the same time, a stream of system notifications sounded in my ear. Ding. System notification, you have killed player Fated Heroic Owl, Sin plus 100. Ding. System notification, you have killed player Fated Little Darling, Sin plus 100. Ding. System notification, you have killed player Fated Brutal Sword, Sin plus 100. Ding. System notification, you have killed player Fated Wild Wind, Sin plus 100. In that moment, my name had already turned a bright red color. At this time, a figure appeared in front of me. It was a steel-fed assassin, Fated Bloodthirster. This was not my first time fighting Fated Bloodthirster. I revealed a slight smile and immediately quickly moved back. I saw a flash of red light where I had been standing as Fated Bloodthirster's attack had failed. It's probably because he didn't think that I could move that fast. Fated Bloodthirster revealed a sinister look on his face as he immediately gripped the dagger and charged at me again, but I wouldn't let him act so wild for long. The star-chasing bowstring was pulled back as a cold glow flew out. I had shot an ice arrow. 1289. A damage figure appeared above Fated Bloodthirster's head. He clearly did not expect my attack power to be this strong, but he still gritted his teeth to curse, "Damn," before charging at me. Seeing his sliver of health remaining, I couldn't help smiling. Fated Bloodthirster had killed several of the Shuiyu players, so now I should take some revenge. I put away the star-chasing bow and the glowing dagger appeared in my hand. Puchi. 564. The glowing dagger's blade turned into a cold flash of light before a bloody mark appeared on Fated Bloodthirster's throat. His body slowly kneeled down before it turned into white light while also dropping potions and equipment. Ding. System notification, player Fated Bloodthirster has been killed. Because his sin value surpassed 100, his level has dropped to level 34. 300 sin remaining? Ding. System notification, player Fated Bloodthirster has been killed. Because his sin value surpassed 100, his level has dropped to level 33. 200 sin remaining? Ding. System notification, player Fated Bloodthirster has been killed. Because his sin value surpassed 100, his level has dropped to level 32. 100 sin remaining? Ding. System notification, player Fated Bloodthirster has been killed. Because his sin value surpassed 100, his level has dropped to level 31. 0 sin remaining? Seeing this series of notification, I was so surprised that I couldn't say a thing. Thinking about it, the red name punishment in Spirit of Grief was very serious. If you kill an extra person, after you died, you would lose an extra level. The unlucky Fated Bloodthirster had fallen from level 35 to level 31, it should be enough to make him cry for a while. I turned around to find that Ling Shui, Ling Yu, and the other girls had already cleaned the battlefield. The other side's magicians and clerics had all been instantly killed by me. After they lost their firepower and support, how could those berserkers and swordsmen cause any damage to Ling Shui and Ling Yu? Bing Cha's HP bar was almost empty and she had a red name. She was currently chugging down health potions. I looked around and found that not a single person from the Shuiyu studio didn't have a red name. My name was the deepest red, already reaching the point of being black. It was even worse than the color of the scarlet flame equipment. Ling Shui walked in front of me and looked my appearance. With a smile, she asked, "Little fool, what is your sin value?" I looked at my status, 1500. Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile, "If you die now, you'll directly fall back to level 25. Isn't my calculation skills not bad?" I was very speechless. Ling Shui's math is not bad. At this time, Bing Cha had already stood up and walked over to the Fated production players to say, "Your backers have already been exterminated, so you can all scram now. This girl does not want to kill you all." The Fated production players looked at each other in blank dismay before leaving the forest one by one. The Shuiyu production players all came in and began to cut the blue birch trees to raise their skill levels. At this time, a system announcement suddenly sounded over Sunset City. System announcement, player Fated Madman's advertisement. People of Shuiyu, you all wait for father, I will immediately lead people over. Gentle breeze embracing the moon, easily angered bookworm, gentle breeze flying snow, you all wait for father. If I don't send you all back down to level 0 today, father's fated madman will no longer appear in Sunset City. Ling Yu clearly also received the message. She couldn't help smiling as she said, a single advertisement message costs 5,000 gold coins? This fated guild is really rich. Ling Shui smiled and asked, big sister, do we need to avoid them? If they bring several hundred trash characters for us to kill, wouldn't we lose a lot? Ling Yu couldn't help smiling. Alright, we'll do what Shui said. Bing Cha asked, but if we leave, once the fated people come, what will our production players do? Ling Yu couldn't help slightly knitting her brows. After a few seconds, she decided, then we'll stay here. How many they bring is how many we'll kill. I don't believe we can't suppress the fated guild, this evil power. I also nodded before smiling and saying, this way is the best. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile as she looked at me, but she said nothing. At this time, with a sudden sound, I received a message. It came from Purple Rhyme. She asked, what is going on? I turned on the communication device and told her about everything that happened. Purple Rhyme was a bit worried as she said, this matter, let me take a look first. In just a few minutes, Sword Flame Dragon Soul sent a message, brother, I know about this matter. I was a bit confused about this, but I didn't ask too much. Soon after, the fated players that we Shuiyu killed came back. Most of them were level 30 noobs. To have these young masters that usually sat in the office drinking tea wasn't a simple thing for them. Ling Shui and Bing Cha had already picked up the pieces of equipment the fated players had dropped. Ling Shui smiled as she reported, big sister, 4 bronze items, 24 dark iron items, 5 white items, and 3 trash items. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile, go back and set up a stall in Sunset City, let the name of that fated group fall to the ground. Ling Shui sweetly smiled as she said, alright. However, my sin has already surpassed 500, I need to kill monsters for 5 hours straight before returning to a white name. Ling Yu said, then you're lucky. I need to kill monsters for 10 hours before returning to a white name, but Bookworm is even more pitiful. I couldn't help being speechless, you're just rubbing salt in my wounds. Ling Yu smiled as she said, don't worry, I'll arrange people to send potions to you. You can just be relaxed and keep leveling. We could only do this, but we still needed to take care of the headache that was the fated guild coming back for revenge. After another 20 minutes passed, finally a large amount of fated players appeared in the distance from where we were. They did not approach, stopping there to gather players. It was clear they were waiting for enough people to come to deal a fatal blow to our Shuiyu studios. I looked at my companions beside me. The studio's 6 girls all had red names and the 20 or so Shuiyu players that just came weren't able to fight, who would just be cannon fodder if they went out. It was just like Ling Yu told me this morning, if we wanted to set ourselves out in this game, we needed to have people. Just depending on the white-collar employees of the company was not enough. After a few minutes, the Fated Guild had gathered over 200 people. The same fated word in their game names were very eye-catching. They slowly approached and at the front of the team was Fated Madman who had a cold smile on his face. He shouted from the distance, fuck, father wants to see how many of our people you can kill this time. I will have all 3 of you fall from the level rankings top 10. Looking at the fierce look on Fated Madman's face and his arrogant appearance, Ling Shui couldn't help whispering, cheap person. I couldn't help being stunned as I said, act with discretion. Ling Shui hesitated a bit before looking up at me. That beautiful face had an intoxicating smile as she said, I really couldn't find any other words to describe him. At this time, Ziyu was a bit nervous as she said, they've brought over 200 people, can we still stop them? Ling Yu couldn't help sighing, just do your best. We might really fall down below level 30 here. At this time, a player beside her Ling Yu said, how about we run? A real man does not care about the loss in front of him. Ling Yu gave a soft laugh and asked, Bookworm, what do you think? I slowly said, I am a stubborn person, I only know how to fight head-on. If we lose our courage today, we won't be able to compete in Sunset City or fight against Fated again, we will forever tremble under their swords. Ling Yu said with a faint smile, good words. Ling Shui also revealed a look of joy. She raised the flowing light sword in her hand as she said with a smile, then, we're going to fight head-on today. Bing Cha happily raised her sword and softly said, I'll follow everyone, if we die, we die. Quiet Rainfall lifted her bow and said with a smile, don't be so depressing, it's not like we don't have a chance at all. Ziyu and Summer smiled at each other and said nothing. Fated Madman gave a cold laugh as he ordered, charge for me, wipe them out. Ling Yu said nothing as she directly threw out a scarlet flame sea in front of us. Like this, the few players charging in front immediately stopped. Fated Madman behind urged them to charge forth. What are you afraid of? Father will give you 10,000 for each death, fuck. It was very clear that Fated Madman was a rich family's young master, otherwise he would not dare be this generous. When the wave of fated players charged forward, Ling Shui looked up at me and said, little fool, kill the red names first, you can lose a few less levels like this. I revealed a faint smile. If I fall down to level 25, will you look down on me? Ling Shui had a faint smile as she said, silly fool. Of course now, I will level with you. I revealed a smile. This situation was the best scenario. I could die without any regrets. But at this time, chaos appeared in the back of the fated formation. The sound of killing rang out as a large group of high-level player appeared, charging into the fated players. Ling Shui blinked and said in surprise, what is this? Ling Yu was also surprised as she muttered, Sword Flame Dragon Soul, Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher, why are they here? In the distance, large amounts of high-level players joined the fight and each person had the two words Sword Flame above their head. Several dozen fated players were instantly torn to shreds and white flashes of light shined. Fated Madman flew into a rage and roared, fucking Sword Flame, when did father offend you? Why are you insisting on going against our fated? Sword Flame Dragon Soul raised the sword in his hand and said in a sharp voice, brothers, if fated does not move, we will not move, but if you dare move against Shui Yu, then you are also declaring war on our Sword Flame. Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher raised his axe and wildly laughed as he said, have you tried killing 10 people at once in this game, friends from fated? You are so kind, be a bit more rampant and let me fulfill my heart's wish. Sword Flame Ghost Fire had the perishing set on and he looked like a dark messenger hidden in the darkness. Purple Rhyme was far away, revealing a faint smile to me. Very soon, Sword Flame's core members led many high-level player to appear in front of us and they weren't far from Fated Madman and Fated Bloodthirster. Fated Madman suppressed his rage and said in a low voice, Dragon Soul, what are you doing? You better explain clearly, otherwise my Fated will not be courteous. Dragon Soul said with a smile, explain? I've already said it, you moving against Shui Yu is like declaring war on our Sword Flame, it's just that simple. Fated Madman angrily said, what do you mean by this? Do you want to protect Shui Yu? Ghostfire, who hadn't talked in a long time, coldly said, stop wasting words. Our Sword Flame is here to protect Shui Yu today, what do you dare do? Humph, with the people you led here, isn't the result clear? It was clear that the 200 fated players couldn't compare to the Sword Flame players in terms of level or equipment. Moreover, Sword Flame had been resting up for a few days now and currently had over 500 players. The clear Sword Flame above their heads released a strong aura that even an organization like Fated lost the ability to speak. Fated Madman had a livid face as he said, has Sword Flame already become Shui Yu's dog? Humph, have you already forgotten your declaration at the beginning of the game? Didn't you say that you wouldn't be under any in this game? Sword Flame Dragon Soul said with a cold snort, if it's for a friend, for a brother, it's another matter. Fated Madman's face turned cold and he pointed at the blue birch tree behind him as he said, this is the resource area that belongs to all the players in Sunset City. If you occupy it, where will our fated players go to practice their skills? Dragon Soul smiled as he said in an understatement, did you remember wrong? This place now belongs to Shui Yu and Sword Flame, it is not related to Fated at all. Fuck. Fated Madman was choked with anger as he bitterly said, Sword Flame dogs, are you that stubborn on joining Shui Yu? Sword Flame Dragon Soul was Sword Flame's boss, so he gave a smooth laugh and said, even if it's like this, even if my Sword Flame is willing to join Shui Yu, what does it matter to you? Fated Madman's face was filled with hate as he raised his thumb, good. Your Sword Flame is truly good? We'll wait and see, this debt father will take back sooner or later. After saying this, Fated Madman shouted at the fated players behind him, everyone return to the city and keep leveling. The Logger brothers will head to the east and chop the ancient month bamboo. Very quickly, the fated players disappeared into the distance. I took a step forward and spoke to Sword Flame's people with a smile, I really need to thank everyone this time. If it wasn't for you, our Shui Yu people might have fallen down to level 0. Dragon Soul said with a smile, what are you being polite for? We're all brothers. At this time, Heavenly Punisher asked, boss, when you said our Sword Flame was joining Shui Yu, were you serious? Or were they words spoken in anger? Dragon Soul was stunned. Ling Shui on my side was softly grabbing my hand like she was very excited. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a moving glow. If Sword Flame was really willing to join Shui Yu, there would be no doubt that Shui Yu would have enough power to turn Sunset City upside down. Dragon Soul pondered it for a while before suddenly looking down at me as he said word for word, as long as Bookworm does not turn away our brothers, I, Dragon Soul, am willing to lead my Sword Flame brothers to join Shui Yu. Suddenly Ling Shui and Ling Yu looked at me at the same time and both beautiful girls had the same look of joy on their face. Of course I was not silly, so I said with a smile, I welcome the Sword Flame friends to join Shui Yu. Instantly, the Sword Flame players all revealed looks of joy. Dragon Soul was surprised as he said, you fellows, you're this happy to join Shui Yu. Heavenly Punisher looked at the two beauties beside me and immediately said with a smile, boss, did you forget? Shui Yu has two super beauties like Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Gentle Breeze flying snow. If the brothers can fight the world with two beauties, wouldn't it be better than fighting the world with a bachelor? Dragon Soul felt awkward and couldn't help laughing. At this time, I asked in a low voice, Dragon Soul, have you thought this through? Are you really joining Shui Yu? Dragon Soul looked at me and said with a voice filled with profound meaning, I joined Shui Yu not for the beauties, but rather for you. I was slightly stunned. For me? I don't have family wealth and I don't have beautiful women like clouds. Dragon Soul's expression became serious. Ghost Fire also walked over and said in a low voice with a smile, "What we want to work for is not Shui Yu, rather it is a name that is already a legend." "What?" I said in a surprised voice. Ghost Fire revealed a faint smile and said word for word, "The Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties." I was stunned for a while and could not say a word. "They Sword Flames people, why could they recognize me?" Ghost Fire said with a meaningful smile, "Several years ago, that ID that filled people with panic disappeared and no one could find where you went at all. Until Spirit of Grief opened, we kept watching the top 100 Chinese players every day and now we have finally found you." I couldn't help being stunned as I asked, "Why didn't you look for the previous #1 expert Lin Fan or Mirong Xinsha? Why did you look for me?" Dragon Soul said with a smile, "Lin Fan? Forget it. He already said on his blog that he wouldn't focus on Spirit of Grief, perhaps he is already having bubble fun time with his girlfriend. Moreover, of the top characters from the last game, my brothers can only respect you." I couldn't help smiling as I said, "It seems like you guys have been conspiring against me for a long time." Ghost Fire revealed a faint smile, "It's not long. When we received Perishing Set, I felt that you were very familiar. After looking at the in-game screenshots from 5 years ago, I was sure it was you. However, what was strange to me is that you had not established your power and did not join any teams." Dragon Soul looked at Ling Shui and Ling Yu behind me and he said to Ghost Fire with an obvious smile, "Isn't this very clear? With these two nation-collapsing beauties with him, he wouldn't even want to be an emperor if he could, not to mention a guild's leader." Ghost Fire raised his thumb, "Expert." I smiled and felt a happy feeling in my heart before asking, "In any case, from today onwards, we are already brothers. Shui Yu Studios are not that bad and I will do my best to help them develop it. Of course, with you all joining, my confidence has increased by several times." Dragon Soul gave a laugh and said, "Good. Then I will leave 100 brothers here to guard this place and the rest will go back to leveling, switching out after a few hours. What about you all? Those red names, where do you plan on taking care of them? Do you need me to send brothers to protect you?" I shook my head with a faint smile, "No need, we'll level by ourselves. As long as there are people protecting the production player, I will feel more relaxed." "You don't think that based on us, we can't escape by ourselves?" Dragon Soul said, "That is true. Since it's like this, we will keep leveling and call us if there is anything you need. Also, find a guild formation token, we don't want to be nameless while waiting for the Shui Yu tag." I couldn't help smile, "Relax, I will quickly take care of it." So, Sword Flame left 100 high-level players to guard those production players, the rest all left. Purple Rhyme left with Ghost Fire and the others, but I sent a private message to her, "Thank you, Purple Rhyme." Purple Rhyme replied, Don't be so insincere, treat me to a meal another day." Alright. Turning to look at everyone, the girls were laughing and chatting. Ling Yu said, "Where are we leveling to get rid of the red name?" I said, "Let's practice in the Hero Memorial Park to the east. That place still hasn't been discovered by other players yet and there are many monsters there, it's very suitable for us to go together." Ling Yu nodded, "Alright. Then let's go and clear out some skeletons." At this time, several Sword Flame players ran over. The one in front was a swordsman wearing a set of top-grade equipment and the name was, Favored Son of the Heavens? TL note, I don't know how he became a swordsman. I was a bit stunned, it was the person 10th on the level rankings? When Favored Son of the Heavens appeared, I was even more surprised because this Favored Son of the Heavens was actually Wang Junji. Wang Junji hurried over and seeing Ling Yu and Ling Shui's red names, he said in a concerned voice, "I was cleaning out my equipment in the city, what happened to you all?" Ling Yu couldn't help giving a cold snort as she said, "When Shui Yu Studios was close to life and death, what was a leader like you doing?" Wang Junji said in a slightly awkward, "I wasn't. I was busy in the city." I revealed a faint smile and was disinclined to say anything. I said to Ling Shui, "Let's go, we're going to Hero Memorial Park." Ling Shui agreed with a sweet voice as she followed me into the woods. Bing Cha and Ziyu quickly followed behind us. Ling Yu raised her roaring flame staff, leaving without a good look on her face. Wang Junji wanted to catch up, but he was stopped by Ling Yu's words. Ling Yu said, "You're a general manager, you should stay here to protect the staff." When Ling Yu caught up, Ling Shui said, "Elder sister, you're not good to Wang Junji at all." Ling Yu said with a smile, "Why would I be good to him? I don't like him." Ling Shui blinked before giggling and saying nothing else. Hero Memorial Park. Skeletons corrupted by evil demons were wandering around the cemetery next to a dark mountain range, being watched by hungry vultures. When they discovered new skeletons that still had meat on them, they would immediately swoop down for a meal. The skeletons were brandishing their rusty swords, but they couldn't hit the vultures at all, so their meat was quickly eaten and they became true skeleton warriors. This should be the baptism that each skeleton received when they first formed. Looking over the startling scene of the cemetery, the Shui Yu Studio girls all frowned. Ling Shui looked at me and said, "Little fool, why did we choose this place to level?" I revealed a faint smile, "Scared people won't dare come here, so it is a bit safer. With our red names right now, people will want to kill us no matter where we go. The attraction of the equipment we have is quite big." Ling Shui smiled as she gave a nod, but then she asked, "What were Sword Flame Ghost Fire and Sword Flame Dragon Soul talking about earlier? What is the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties?" I was a bit stunned before quickly saying, "It's nothing. They love their countries and love the Chinese dynasties from history. Lin Shue's beautiful eyes narrowed, but she said with a smile, "It's fine if you don't want to say it, but don't use this kind of reason to trick me. Are you looking down on my intelligence?" I smiled, but didn't respond. Bing Cha from the side revealed a profound smile and said nothing else. Ling Yu looked around and said, "Everyone will level here. Be careful and don't be killed, especially Bookworm. If you die, we can't handle the punishment." I shook my head before saying with a smile, "The monsters here are not that terrifying, relax." At this time, Ling Shui had already pulled in a group of skeletons. Bing Cha and Ziyu went to welcome it, and Summer also summoned a giant wolf, while Ling Yu and I began to use AoE attacks on this group of monsters. Seeing the 1000-blade arrows skill level increase, my heart filled with a pleasant feeling. The intermediate level 1000-blade arrows was very strong, but if it reached the high level, I really didn't know how strong it would become. Because Ling Yu and I were here, the skeletons charging forward did not even last several minutes before turning into experience coins, which filled Ling Shui, Bing Cha, and the other girls with joy. Bing Cha couldn't help pursing her lip into a smile as she said, "Leveling like this is too fast. Director Ling and Bookworm really are secret weapons for leveling." I said with a smile, "You and Ling Shui will charge to level 40 today and then you can change jobs? The faster you change jobs and level your skills, the faster the leveling will become." Bing Cha nodded with a smile. Ling Shui also revealed a sweet smile. Leveling until 2 in the afternoon, Ling Shui and Bing Cha, as well as Ziyu and the other girls all had white names again. Ling Yu and I were the only ones with red names. It wasn't strange, we had killed too many players, so we might only have white names when it was the middle of the night. During this period, a few Sunset City players also came here to level. They were several swordsmen. When they saw Ling Yu and me leveling here with red names, they wanted to kill us for our equipment, but when they saw how strongly we were killing the monsters, they gave up that idea and quickly left this place. When it was noon, everyone logged off. After eating a simple lunch, we continued leveling. Until 5 in the afternoon, Ling Yu's red name finally disappeared and I was the only one left with a red name. At this time, in the distance, a group of people had appeared. It was a group of fated players. In the distance, Fated Madman held his battle axe as he looked at us with cold eyes. Behind him, there were several dozen fated players eyeing us as well. It was clear that as long as Fated Madman gave the order, they would immediately charge at us. Ling Shui cut down a corrupted skeleton and couldn't help smiling as she said, "It really is murder cries for revenge." Ling Yu raised the roaring flame staff in her hand as she revealed a faint smile and said, "Everyone prepare to fight." Actually, the other side had only brought less than 50 people and we didn't put them in our eyes at all. Fated Madman also clearly knew this. He gave a cold laugh and said, "Father already said that we would settle things with you. Don't think you can run amok in Sunset City because you have Sword Flame supporting you. Today, you will all die here." To the side, Fated Bloodthirster raised a new pair of daggers. His original bronze daggers were now in Ling Shui's inventory. He had lost 4 levels back then, falling down to level 31, and most of his bronze equipment had been dropped. He was currently using several dark iron equipment as fillers, making him look very ugly. Fated Bloodthirster gave a cold snort and said in a sinister voice, "Easily angered Bookworm, Father will let you taste the feeling of dropping several levels." I looked at my sin value and saw that there were still over 600 points. Actually, killing stronger monsters could reduce the time even faster. So, I said with a faint smile, "Fated Bloodthirster, you want to kill me with just you? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" Fated Bloodthirster's face turned livid. Fated Madman beside him gave a laugh, "To kill you all, why must I make a move?" I was a bit surprised. Ling Yu and Ling Shui looked at me in surprise, not understanding why Fated Madman said this. At this time, the sound of a system announcement penetrated the silence. Ding! System announcement. Player Fated Madman's announcement. Listen, all players in Sunset City, Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Easily Angered Bookworm have red names from killing innocent players and they are currently at point 5620, 2473, to the east of Sunset City. Those hot-blooded brothers, please come and kill these harmful things to Sunset City. These people all have equipment in the rankings, so as long as you kill them, you will become rich. I couldn't help smiling. Good use of a borrowed knife. I thought that all the fated players were idiots, but I never thought that you would have some intelligence. Quiet Rainfall said with a smile, "You're still saying this. What you should be thinking about is, how are we going to escape from here?" I looked at Ling Shui to the side and saw that her eyes were moving with a bright shine to it. So, I said, "How about asking Ling Shui about this instead? I believe that she'll think of a good method." Ling Shui spoke, "Kill them all and then level to clear our red names." I couldn't help being surprised. Good fellow, this is what I wanted to do the most. Ling Yu smiled on the side and said, "Don't be so worried. Killing people has a price and we don't need to waste our time on these people. How about we draw back first and avoid being spotted? We'll get rid of Bookworm's red name before we do anything." I smiled and said, "Actually, you can all just go back to the city and go to the ancient ghost temple to level. As for me, be assured, I can do this by myself." Of the Shuiyu players, only me with the red name could not use the city return scroll, but the other girls could. Ling Shui shook her head and said, "How could we do that? How dangerous would it be for you to stay here alone?" Summer also said, "That's right, Bookworm. If you die, no one will be able to pick up your equipment. At this time, Ling Yu said with a faint smile, I feel that Bookworm's method is for the best. It's more convenient if he's alone, we will just be his burden if we stay with him. Ling Shui couldn't help looking at Ling Yu and saying in a worried voice, Elder sister, how can you say that? To let little fool deal with all these people by himself. Ling Yu gave a helpless smile, I am weighing the pros and cons. Swear, it isn't that I'm not worried about Bookworm's life and death, I am very nervous. Bing Cha to the side pursed her lips into a smile and Ling Yu found that her words had some different meanings. Her face turned red and she immediately changed her words, it just means this, don't say anything else. Now, all of you return to the city and go to the ancient ghost temple to clear out the 3rd and 4th floor once. After saying this, Ling Yu turned around. Looking at me, she said with a smile, you mustn't die, I believe in you. I nodded, of course. Ling Yu gave a laugh. Bing Cha, Ziyu, and the other girls returned to the city. Ling Shui looked over at me and gave a sweet smile before also returning, leaving Ling Yu alone with me. She come forward with a smile and said, in an hour from now, log off for dinner. We'll be waiting for you. My heart was a bit moved as I said, I'll try my best. If I pass that time, it means that I've met a bit of trouble and you don't need to wait for me. Ling Yu smiled and said in a firm voice, we will always wait for you. After saying this, Ling Yu's beautiful figure faded as the magic brought her back to Sunset City. In the end, there was only me left here to deal with the fated group. In the distance, there were several Sunset City players that had arrived, clearly here to cause trouble for us. I did not even think before heading into the depths of the Hero Memorial Park. The monsters here were already level 40 and up, so I could easily deal with them, but the fated people would feel a headache dealing with them. However, Fated Madman had already led several berserkers to charge forward with him and there were even some red-named players among them. Fated Madman's eyes were blood red as he cursed, brat that doesn't know the depths of the heaven and earth. Today you'll learn the consequence of offending father. Actually, people's real natures were revealed in the game. Fated Madman certainly wasn't a good person in the real world. So, with a bit of anger, I immediately raised the star-chasing bow. A streak of light flew out and it hit the red-named berserker beside Fated Madman. There was a high 1984 number that appeared before this level 28 berserker was instantly killed. Fated Madman and the others were all shocked. Berserkers were known as tanks second only to knights, but one had just been killed instantly by an archer. This was too unbelievable. I gave a laugh before passing by 4 corrupted skeletons. Because our levels were around the same, the skeletons' aggro did not fall onto me. However, when the fated group charged by, they attracted the aggro of the skeletons. With a series of low roars, the corrupted skeleton charged at them. The fated people were thrown into confusion. Before the several clerics in the back could even react to heal, a red-named berserker had already lost half his HP. I hit that person when he was down. With the sound of a bowstring being released, a white light flew out and accurately hit the berserker's chest. 1872. With another shocking damage number, that half-health berserker was instantly killed without any doubts. Fated Madman's eyes were completely red as he roared, fuck. Exterminate him, we must kill him today. I just remained silent. When the 3-second CD finished, I immediately pulled back the star-chasing bowstring and sent an armor-piercing arrow at Fated Madman's chest. Pang. With an explosion of white light, a 1754 damage figure floated out above Fated Madman's head. This shocking damage figure made Fated Madman shocked and worried. He would surely die if another attack hit. I didn't keep attacking because my name had already turned grey. It wasn't any good to me to be killed by anyone and I had already accomplished my goal. The fated players were all worried at this moment and they all knew the consequences of chasing me. They would fall down dead in this cemetery at the hands of me, the super-level archer. Fated Madman reached out to block the player behind him. With a cold smile, he said, all assassins gather. Human figures shook as the 7-8 fated assassin players gathered. They move at the same time with a tacit understanding, entering a stealth state. I couldn't help having a chill run down my back. Assassins were killers hidden in the dark and they couldn't be underestimated unless one wanted to pay a painful price. So, without another word, I held my star-chasing bow as I directly walked on a small path through the cemetery to the forest. Behind me, a large group of fated players appeared, as well as countless Sunset City experts who came to join in the red name trapping. Behind the Hero Memorial Park was a length of ancient mountains. When I entered this map, I suddenly received a system prompt. System prompt, you have entered the Dark Army's map, Forgotten Valley. Killing players here does not increase one's sin value? I was a bit stunned. The legendary news was true. Spirit of Grief was split in half in terms of maps. One half belonged to the Divine Light clan and the other half belonged to the Dark Army. However, I never thought that players entering the Dark Army maps would be able to kill without penalty. When I stepped into the Forgotten Valley, I had a feeling that I was surrounded by danger and I was in danger of being killed at any second. However, behind him was the wolf-like fated players and all those self-righteous people. I didn't know how many assassins there were behind me, so I couldn't stop at all. But, the only good thing about the Forgotten Valley was that killing people wouldn't increase my sin value. This also meant that I could play this death game with those arrogant people from Fated in this place. Forgotten Valley, a spacious area that was filled with a lush forest. Of course, the Light Clan's people living in peace had already forgotten about this place. They couldn't remember the countless beings living in the dark. Without walking far, I saw a group of axe-wielding monsters appearing in front of me. They were completely black-skinned like they had been burned and their green eyes filled one with panic. Moreover, there was a pair of small wings on their backs. Green-eyed devils, enhanced monsters. Level, 45. Attack, 320 to 450. Defense, 100. HP, 8000. Attack type, throwing. I did not even have time to dodge before a green-eyed devil suddenly threw its axe at me. Pa! With a pain from my chest, I had already lost 600 HP. I was a bit shocked. An archer's defense really was goddamn lacking? Quickly using potions, I sent an armor-piercing arrow out right after. In no time, the green-eyed devil lost 1,546 points of HP. Even like this, it was not easy for me to deal with an enhanced monster, especially one with an annoying throwing attack. It was lucky that I was a thick-skinned archer, otherwise if it was a fragile little mage like Ling Yu, she would have been killed by the green-eyed devil's axe. Sending out several armor-piercing arrows, the green-eyed devil's HP went black. After a pitiful cry, that twice the size of a human body fell down and exploded into 2 glowing gold coins. At this time, there were several figures who appeared around me, who were the fated assassins. I was completely shocked. I never would have thought that they would come so quickly. Pa! With a cold glow from behind, I felt a pain on my back. I had been hit by the skill of an assassin in the back as my HP fell by 700. Turning around, I saw fated Bloodthirster standing there with a fierce smile. Humph! I must make you die at my feet like a dog, fated Bloodthirster said with a fiendish grin. I immediately drank a 500-point potion. My left hand swept out and the glowing dagger released a cold glow as it sent an assassin flying. Right after, I sent an ice arrow at fated Bloodthirster's head, seeing that the 1029 points of damage actually didn't instantly kill him. Fated Bloodthirster took out a potion and the 4 other assassins in front of me couldn't wait to move together. Pa, pa. With 2 sounds, I took 2 hits which I couldn't guard, causing my HP bar to almost empty. The assassins did not have time to look proud before I had rolled into the bush to the side. Although there were pangs of pain coursing through my body, I forced it down and did not let out any cries of pain. Immediately, the several assassins jumped out to follow, but as soon as they did, they saw a rainbow glow turn into several thousand specks of light flying at them. Pu, 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 pu. The 1,000-bladed arrows hit the chests of the assassins, sending them flying back in midair. The star-chasing bow's attack power could not be underestimated, not to mention their equipment couldn't compare to fated Bloodthirsters, so they could not block the might of the star-chasing bow at all. Before the other side stabilized themselves, I had already sent out a second 1,000-bladed arrows. None of the 7 assassins was spared from this attack and they couldn't block it, so they ran in all directions. This was the opportunity one was waiting for. I moved several dozen yards into the forest and with a cold glow from the star-chasing bow, an armor-piercing arrow was released. The assassin it was aimed at was stunned and they only awakened after being hit by the armor-piercing arrow, dropping a bunch of potions before turning into white light and returning to the city. The other assassin was filled with panic, quickly searching for cover, but a burning sensation came from in front of him when he raised his foot. The fire arrow had hit his armor, dealing a terrifying 1,652 damage, instantly killing him. I revealed a faint smile as I continued forward. With a flash from the glowing dagger, it sliced through the throat of the 3rd assassin. His mouth went wide, but he couldn't make a sound as he turned into white light flying towards the city. Since I came out, I didn't plan on hiding. The glowing dagger was quickly put away as another armor-piercing arrow flew out. It entered the chest of a 4th person with a pang sound. Hua! A pile of potions fell to the ground and that assassin was killed before he could even grunt. Without having time to get their guard up, 4 of the 7 assassins had been killed by me. The remaining fated Bloodthirster had moved back to heal and did not dare move forward at all. After all, seeing my attack power, he knew how strong I was. At this time, fated Bloodthirster gave a cold snort, attack at the same time, kill him. Instantly, 3 assassins charged forward, exploding with speed as they flew out like shadows. My mind was as calm as water. Looking closely, the star-chasing bow was slightly raised as a fire arrow hit the chest of left assassin, killing him with a grunt. At the same time, the potion cooldown came off, so I calmly used a red potion. My blood quickly restored to half, while also moving backwards to the right. The assassin on the right came close to me, which made him a bit surprised. Without time to understand what happened, my glowing dagger had already entered his chest. Chila. The dagger was pulled through the other side's chest and blood spurted out. This assassin who was only level 27 could not withstand this at all, as he immediately turned into white light and returned to the city. In the end, there was only fated Bloodthirster. It was like he had already gone crazy, charging forward without hesitation as the dagger in his hand ruthlessly stabbed at me. Pu. I did not dodge as I directly took his attack. There was a 624 damage figure that appeared above my head and my remaining HP was less than 100. But, fated Bloodthirster did not have time to be happy. He noticed that I had raised my star-chasing bow and there was an ice-cold iron arrowhead pointed at his neck. I coldly said, "Go back and tell fated madman, if he wants to play, come into the Forgotten Valley. Father will kill 1 if 1 comes and will kill 2 if 2 comes." She. With a white light, fated Bloodthirster did not get to blink before an armor-piercing arrow created a bloody hole in his neck. His body froze for half a second before it flew off towards the city as white light. Pida. With this sound, Fated Bloodthirster's dagger was dropped. I raised it to take a look and was instantly filled with joy. Stealth dagger, silver equipment, dagger. Attack, 85 to 140. Agility, plus 15. Vitality, plus 9. Additional stat, increases user's agility by 2%. Required level, 30. No wonder Fated Bloodthirster could instantly take out more than 600 of my HP with one attack. He actually had a level 30 silver dagger. Weapons of this level were very rare and perhaps it was already in the weapon ranking top 50. I really don't know how much Fated Bloodthirster had spent on it and he must be heartbroken now that he dropped it. So, I placed the dagger into my inventory. I could sell I went back or I could even take it out to tease ZIU with. From what I knew, the dagger ZIU had was a bronze dagger and this silver dagger should be enough to make that little girl drool over it. Then I looked over the potions Fated Bloodthirster's group dropped. The high-level potions were kept and those potions that could only restore 100 HP each time weren't needed. After all, I don't have that many inventory spaces. After taking care of the assassin's fated scent, I did not dare be negligent and carefully moved deeper into the forest. I killed the green-eyed demons along the way to clear my red name, that way I wouldn't waste too much time like this. The evil aura became stronger deeper in the Forgotten Valley. Very soon, I stepped onto a patch of corroded ground. In this wilderness, there were a few skeleton soldiers holding bone shields and blunt swords walking around. When I wanted to move forward, I suddenly had a bad feeling. There were faint fluctuations of magic around me, as if someone was casting magic. Who? I quickly took several steps back and with a flash, a streak of lightning fell down where I had just been standing. Who is it? Come out. I loudly shouted as my eyes swept over the forest. The ambusher must be hiding somewhere within it. At this time, 3 magicians slowly walked out. They unexpectedly all had bronze equipment. I couldn't help taking in a cold breath. Killing intent from the crotch, level 36 magician, jumping into a widow's window at night, level 35 magician, how about we go to bed, level 36 magician. These people were true peak masters? At least these people could be in the top 20 on the Sunset City level rankings, or even higher. I couldn't help coming with an idea as I smiled and said, 3 friends, we don't have any grudges between us, so why? Killing intent from the crotch gave a cold laugh and said, don't feign ignorance. That bow in your hand, isn't it the number 1 star chasing bow from the equipment rankings? My heart turned cold. It's over, there was nothing good coming? So I raised my star chasing bow and said with smile, what if it is and what if it isn't? Jumping into a widow's window at night said with a cold laugh, whether it is or isn't, you must die here today. My face sunk as I said, you are people from Fated. We aren't. Then what do you mean by this? Killing intent from the crotch laughed as he raised his staff and said, we aren't satisfied seeing you as the 2nd place expert. We want you to drop levels and raise our ranks by 1. Jumping into a widow's window at night and how about we go to bed gave a sound of agreement, as if they could already see victory. I raised my star-chasing bow and laughed, is that so? Killing intent from the crotch was surprised as he angrily said, old third, be careful. But it was already too late. With a flash of light, I had already sent out a fire arrow which hit the mage. How about we go to bed? He was instantly torn to fragments and even dropped a bronze staff. Killing intent from the crotch flew into a rage, instantly raising his staff and sending a streak of lightning down from the sky, falling right onto my shoulder. There was a numb feeling that passed through me and my body was affected by it. But I had already moved in front of the other mage and the glowing dagger entered his chest with a cold glow. With a putchy sound, a rain of blood flew out. 768. That mage called jumping into a widow's window at night did not get instantly killed, but he was in a bad position as he bled out while running away. My method of close combat movement was very particular, avoiding the other side's field of vision. When jumping into a widow's window at night turned back around, I had already run far away. Windblade technique. Jumping into a widow's window at night sent out a counterattack. A tornado came out and I instantly lost 300 HP, causing me to fall down to half health. While that jumping into a widow's window at night, I did not hesitate. With the shortest time, I sent out a normal arrow. Although it wasn't strengthened by a skill, it still dealt 809 damage to that jumping into a widow's window at night, directly instant killing him. This was completely one-sided, only leaving that killing intent from the crotch very quickly. I revealed a faint smile and said in a taunting voice, didn't you say you could rise up a place on the level rankings by killing me? Now that the 2 of them have died, they have dropped quite a few places. Is this the result you wanted? Killing intent from the crotch's face turned pale. He raised his staff and began to chant. But, I did not want to give him a chance to make a move. The star-chasing bow directly sent out an armor-piercing arrow and the white glow directly pierced his chest. Killing intent from the crotch's entire person was stunned before slowly falling to his knees after a few seconds, dropping potions all over the ground. I gave a cold laugh and came forward to pick up the staff and the potions. These people, did they come here to kill someone or to deliver potions? After putting everything away, I decided to start leveling. But at this time, Ling Yu sent a message, log off to eat, if you're not dead. Of course I didn't die. It was already 7 at night, so my stomach was already revolting. Moreover, if I log off now, my character won't appear here for a while, so perhaps those people chasing after me will give up searching. So, I logged off. Taking off the helmet, I had a face covered in sweat. The air conditioning in the room couldn't reduce the fiery passion of piking. Walking out the door, I saw Ziyu holding a fruit juice and wearing a pair of pajamas, but I also saw 2 red points on the large waves on her chest. It had to be said, although Ziyu's intelligence wasn't high, her body could still make one's heart beat fast. She should be the kind who has a big chest and an empty brain. I sat down in front of Ziyu and calmly said, "Don't forget that there is a man living in this house. Also, it's best if you wear a bra with your size, otherwise it will begin to sag when you become older." Ziyu giggled as she raised her chest and said, "At least it hasn't started sagging yet." I was very speechless. At this time, Lingyu, Bingcha, and the other girls walked out. Bingcha walked into the kitchen and carried hot meal that was just bought. When everyone sat down, Lingyu asked in a concerned voice, "It's been 2 hours, what is the situation on your side, bookworm?" I told them everything that happened in the Forbidden Valley and Lingyu bit her lips as she said, "Those fated people are truly going too far. Humph, sooner or later, we need to make them suffer a loss they can't take." I revealed a faint smile. They can act dominating at the beginning of the game, but when levels start separating in the late game, we will be able to make them cry. Lingyu nodded before saying, "That's right, Shuer and Bingcha can almost change jobs. Ziyu, Rainfall, and Summer are about to reach level 39. I revealed a smile. Not bad, I spent most of my time running for my life and piking. I will level later in the Forgotten Valley when I log on and I should be able to wash off this red name by tonight, otherwise it'll be too troublesome. Being restricted everywhere, it really is inconvenient." Bingcha said with a smile, "That's right, we still want you to level with us." Lingyu said, "Eat? The next target is level 50. After eating dinner, it was 8 in the evening when I logged on. The Forgotten Valley was much more peaceful at this time. I looked at the forums when I logged on and found that many players had already found the Forgotten Valley, this Dark Army territory map. The part that exploded the most was that there was no sin value for piking in the Dark Army's territory. This clearly opened a place for players to kill each other over grudges. In the Forgotten Valley, 3 ranked magicians were killed together and the 7 assassins the Fated Guild sent were all killed, which made all the Spirit of Grief players shocked and became the talk of the town. I became a legend of Sunset City, and when any player mentioned the ID easily angered Bookworm, there would be someone who would exclaim, "It's that broken person who walked 1,000 miles alone and killed countless masters coming after his red name." Actually, since I entered the Forgotten Valley, I did not kill that many people. Being able to kill the 7 assassins from Fated was because 6 of them were under level 30 and they didn't have great equipment. If they were 7 level 30 and above assassins, it wouldn't have been as easy for me. As for killing Intent from the Crotch and the other mages I killed after, it was very clear that they did not place me in their eyes in the first place. If they kept using sneak attacks, I would have fallen in 2 hits. In this kind of matter, whoever attacks first has the advantage. At least one cannot lose to the enemy in attitude, otherwise if one acts passively, they will fall in the Forgotten Valley. After logging on, I appeared on the corroded ground of the Forgotten Valley. In the distance, there was a group of glassy-eyed demonified skeletons letting out low groans as they held their swords, looking for targets to attack. The levels of the monsters in the Forgotten Valley were not low, so I immediately looked at their stats. Demonified skeleton, normal monster. Level, 45. Attack, 280 to 375. Defense, 250. HP, 7,500. Attack type, tearing. There is a chance of making the target bleed without stop. Raising the star-chasing bow, I directly sent out an armor-piercing arrow. Instantly with a pang sound, the demonified skeleton had a 1,546 damage figure appear above its head. It was still considered fine, at least with its defense. My star-chasing bow could break through most of its defenses still. After being hit, the skeleton groaned as it charged at me, but it's a pity that it was slow, now even being as fast as a normal player. As an archer, with my stats, my move speed was 10% higher than normal players, so my full speed sprint was faster than the skeleton's. So, with a faint smile, I looked at the small mountain behind the skeleton. There were many monsters walking around it, which I could take care of together. Without saying another word, I immediately pulled out a red potion which I used and locked onto skeletons to attack. I charged into the group of monsters and moved through the demonified skeletons as fast as the wind, attracting the attention of one skeleton after the other. In less than 5 minutes, when I ran out of the group, there was a large group of demonified skeletons behind me. They were all gathered together, perfect for me to use the 1,000-blade arrows against them. Shua. The rainbow-colored light fell down and the light turned into a rain of arrow that fell onto the skeletons. Countless damage figures appeared above the head of the skeletons, and at the same time, I heard a notification sound in my ear. Ding. System notification, congratulations, your skill 1,000-blade arrows has reached high level and its might has increased by 50%. I was filled with joy, almost breaking out in number at that 50%. He knew that increasing his skill to high level would increase its power, but he never thought that it would actually be 50%. Thinking of this, I immediately used the 1,000-blade arrow again, but this time it was the high-level 1,000-blade arrows. Shua. The moment the 1,000-blade arrows flew out, my body released a gold light that shocked me. Using a high-level skill actually had this kind of effect. At the same time, countless damage figures appeared above the heads of the demonified skeletons. They were all above 800 and there were even some fatal blows. There were some that were as high as 2044, taking off a large chunk of the long HP bar. The 1,000-bladed arrows having this kind of power filled me with joy. It seemed like I could happily level in the Forgotten Valley and also take off my red name. In less than a few minutes, a large group of demonified skeletons fell, dropping silver coins, potions, and other things. When the final skeleton fell, I finally began to clean up the battlefield. Picking up the silver coins was annoying and it took a while to finish it, but I obtained a total of 100 gold coins and several dark iron equipment. I smiled as I accepted them all. When I looked forward, I found that I had not noticed that there was a ruined tower in the Forgotten Valley which was on the mountain in front of me. When I stepped onto this map, I received a notification. The tower was named the Forgotten Tower and the winding path up was around 100 meters, reaching a very high place with the tower at the peak. It seemed like this place was definitely hiding a secret. On the road, there were demonified skeletons all around, looking very scary. Of course, in my eyes, they were nothing more than walking experience points. Then, I'll start cleaning my way up. It seemed like there was something inside the tower, so perhaps there was a quest inside. So, I pulled in a group of demonified skeletons. With the increase in strength to the 1,000-bladed arrows, I began to kill them much faster and I saved quite a few potions. Although the consumption of the high-level 1,000-bladed arrows was 120 MP, with how terrifying the attack power was, it was very cost-effective. Not to mention that these demonified skeletons also dropped potions and with the potions I had brought along, it wasn't any problem to become a white name again. When I was killing the monsters, I received a message which came from Purple Rhyme. Bookworm, are you safe in Forgotten Valley? Do you want me, Ghostfire, and Heavenly Punisher to bring people to protect you? I revealed a faint smile. Being cared for by others really wasn't bad, so I replied, no need, just be assured and go level. Get your job change soon. I'm fine here, there aren't any players that can reach this place. Alright, then I can be assured. I hope you have fun playing. Purple Rhyme sent a smiley emoticon and then said nothing else. When I stopped for a bit, I thought it over. The demonified skeletons were normal monsters and I could kill them very fast. The demonified skeletons under the mountain killed by me half an hour ago should have RES beyond, and although these level 45 skeletons didn't mean anything to me, they were quite dangerous for normal players. Assassins under level 40 could not use stealth in front of these level 45 demonified skeletons, so I didn't really need to be worried about being ambushed by assassins here. As for the other players, to attack me, they had to fight their way through large amounts of demonified skeletons. At this moment, I had the high position and could see them early, so there's also no need to worry. Opening the level rankings, after being chased down for a dot, my rank had fallen down to 16th place. At this time, the world's first ranked players was level 43 and in the Chinese server, Ling Yu was first at level 42. I was currently 5th at level 40 and in front of me was Ghostfire at level 42 who was 2nd, Battle Soul Defying Heaven at level 41 who was 3rd, and Battle Soul Iron Wing at level 40 who was 3rd. Behind me, our studios Bing Cha and Quiet Rainfall had fallen out of the top 10 and were replaced by several new players. It seemed like the competition in Sunset City was already picking up. Looking at my friends list, I was surprised to find that Ling Shui was not on and I didn't know what she was doing. When I was considering this, I heard a prompt, your friend Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has logged on. Without even time to react, Ling Shui sent a long-range party request to me. I was a bit surprised, but I accepted the request and opened the map. I found that Ling Shui's small orange dot was moving from Sunset City to the Forgotten Valley. From the party channel, came Ling Shui's sweet voice, little fool, I'm coming to the Forgotten Valley to find you. I said in a surprised voice, Ling Shui, don't come here. It's too dangerous. Ling Shui gave a soft laugh, don't worry. Don't leave, I'll be there soon. I was speechless. Forget it, with a beautiful and intelligent girl leveling with me, I would be incredibly happy, so why would I stop it? So I killed my way down the mountain road to the Forgotten Tower, also opening the way for Ling Shui. After half an hour, I stood guard at the edge of the forest. Suddenly there was a gentle sound from the forest as the leaves opened up to reveal Ling Shui's beautiful form appearing from the forest. Her armor was releasing a faint glow and there were several red maple leaves on Ling Shui's head. When she arrived in front of me, I saw Ling Shui's beautiful red face and her long eyelashes with dew atop them, revealing a pair of eyes that had a sly smile to it. The current Ling Shui was simply too beautiful. My heart instantly accelerated and I began to chant sutras to calm my wildness. Ling Shui's beautiful eyes looked over my name and she said with a smile, the red color seems to be lighter. How much sin do you still have? I said, 427. Oh, there's still around 3-4 hours. Ling Shui blinked innocently, but she had an evil smile as she said, little fool, after tomorrow, the game will connect to people's bank accounts. Shouldn't you sell some of your equipment and treat me to a meal? My heart skipped a beat. I never thought the system would open so early. I had over 2,000 gold coins in my inventory. This was not a small wealth. Of course that was only to me. For a girl like Ling Shui who drove a BMW, even 10,000 gold coins wasn't considered much for her. So I said with a smile, of course. Good. Ling Shui nodded. I reached a hand out to help clear the leaves on her hair, but I never thought that this small movement would make Ling Shui's face turn red like an autumn apple. It was incredibly tempting. Brining Ling Shui along, I headed back to the Forgotten Tower, but it was much easier this time. Ling Xue's game sense was very adept, bringing in a bunch of mobs with rhythmic movement, even being able to use her body to stop the monsters from attacking me. Like this, I just needed to release the 1,000-bladed arrows to attack. A demonified skeleton came forward and landed its iron sword on Ling Xue's shoulder. In the end, Ling Xue did not notice it at all, only suffering 42 damage, which made me shocked. I quickly noticed that Ling Xue was wearing some new equipment and I couldn't help saying, Ling Xue, you've already collected the strong gale set. Humph, you've finally noticed. Ling Xue snappily looked at me before saying with a slightly proud voice, this afternoon, elder sister and Bingcha helped me collect the strong gale set from the ancient ghost temple. Now I already have 650 defense. I was shocked. What? 650? This is too perverted. Just what is this? I quickly changed my tone, but the little beauty already trapped me. Ling Xue's slender brows fluttered and she looked at me with an evil smile as she said, good fellow, your courage isn't bad now, you even dare say this about me. Humph, you'll be leveling with me until 12 as a punishment. Don't you have a test tomorrow? I couldn't help asking. Ling Xue cut down a skeleton as she said with a smile, didn't you see that I only logged on at 8? Today's test was at night and as for tomorrow, I have nothing to do. So, come to the school and invite me for a meal. I forgot why I needed to treat her to a meal, but I was also too lazy to ask, so I just nodded. The two of us quickly killed the monsters and our experience points soared. Before it was even 10 p.m., I already reached level 41 and Ling Xue was just a bit from reaching level 40 to go for her job change. With a beauty accompanying me, I wasn't bored at all, especially a little beauty like Ling Xue. The most important thing was that Ling Xue didn't level normally and kept asking me thing. Little fool, have you had a girlfriend before? I said, no. What do you want? Ling Xue blinked in innocence, I'm not doing anything, I was just casually asking. Then, why didn't you have a girlfriend? Did you waste all 4 years of your university life? I couldn't help bitterly complaining. What kind of logic was this? So I said, when I was in school, I immersed myself in games and had a small circle. Moreover, there weren't many girls in games, so I didn't have contact with girls and didn't meet any. Ling Xue curled her lips and said with a faint smile, Che, didn't meet them? You wouldn't chase them even if you met them. I was confused. I didn't know where these words came from. Not long passed before Ling Xue pulled another large group of monsters over. With an evil smile, she asked, little fool, when you came down to save me that day, did you have any bad ideas when you put me on your bed? I couldn't help being shocked. God damn, I definitely couldn't expose myself. So I righteously said, stopping bullies and protecting the weak is something everyone is responsible for. You think I'm someone who hits someone when they're down and takes advantage of others? Ling Xue blinked before pursing her lips into a smile and saying, nothing at all. I shook my head as I said in my heart, of course. When Ling Xue was sleeping, I actually wanted to feel her proud peaks under her clothes. Seeing my serious expression, Ling Xue seemed to believe me. So, she said with a smile, good then. Since you didn't seize this chance to take advantage of me, I won't go to elder sister to punish you. I couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. It was a good thing I wasn't exposed, otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive Ling Yu no matter what. However, my mind turned and that morning with Ling Yu appeared. Although it was a special circumstance, the touch of Ling Yu's soft body was something a person could remember their entire life. Hey, little fool, what are you thinking? Why is your smile so ugly? I was stunned. When I came back to my senses, I used the 1,000-bladed arrows to kill the monsters as I said with a superficial smile. I was thinking, should I treat you to pickled cabbage fish tomorrow or cooked bullfrogs tomorrow? I heard that there was a very good bullfrog shop where the meat slides off the bones. It's definitely very good, only I haven't been there in a while. Ling Xue revealed a sweet smile, as you wish. As long as you treat, I'm fine even eating at a roadside barbecue stand. I revealed a smile. So Ling Xue was this easy to please. When it was 11 p.m., we finally killed all the monsters and arrived at the Forgotten Tower. We saw that by the large iron doors of the Forgotten Tower, there were some human warriors wearing worn-out armor sitting on the stone steps. There were over 10 of them and each person had broken armor. There were even some people whose swords were broken and rusted away. When Ling Xue and I appeared, these human warriors revealed joyful smiles. A person that seemed like an officer came forward and said with a salute, "Two brave warriors, are you adventurers from Sunset City?" I was stunned. Although they didn't go to the Adventurer Guild to accept quest, all the players who entered the game were adventurers, so I said with a nod, yes. Ling Xue smiled as she stood beside me, waiting for me to accept the quest. In the end, the ragged-looking officer said with a happy expression, I thought the kingdom had forgotten our patrol team, but we never thought they would finally send reinforcements. Look, we have been under siege for over half a year now and there are only these few people left of the 1,000-man army. Those damn undead have killed out comrades and if you came a few days late, our group would have starved to death. After saying this, the officer said, I ask you to bring us away from this place alive, let us return to Sunset City. Ding. System notification, do you want to accept the quest Forgotten Heart? Ling Xue and I smiled at each other, was there a reason not to accept? When we tapped the accept button, another system notification sounded. Ding. System notification, your party has accepted the quest Forgotten Heart. Current difficulty, 350. Quest details: please kill all the undead monsters under the Forgotten Tower and open the Forgotten Tower. Escort the Forgotten Army back to Sunset City. At this time, there was another piece of information that came with the quest. Current undead monsters remaining, 2073. Ling Shui and I looked at each other in blank dismay. Ling Shui asked, these skeletons, they wouldn't respawn again after being killed, right? I nodded, most likely not. So, Ling Shui and I killed out way down the mountain, not leaving a single one. Each monster killed decreased the number on our quest screen by 1. Of course, I wasn't satisfied killing them one by one, who knew how long that would take. We had to kill them as quickly as possible because I still had something to do in the morning tomorrow, which was to apply for a personal gaming banking account. Ling Shui pulled a group of monsters over and said with a smile, all yours. Then she ran as fast as the wind. When she came back again, she had another group of white skeletons. So I used all my firepower, with the 1,000-bladed arrows blossoming in all its splendor, releasing its might. When Ling Shui turned to come back, half of them had already been killed. In less than an hour, with our high killing speed, we had already arrived at the bottom of the mountain, leaving white bones all behind us. Moreover, Ling Shui finally reached level 40, but she wasn't in a rush to change jobs. There were already over 20 players that had changed jobs already, so there wouldn't be any benefits to changing jobs now. It was better to relax and finish this quest. The two people stood side by side at the bottom of the mountain, opening the quest screen. Remaining undead monsters, 2. I asked in curiosity, we've already carefully looked through everything. There are still fish that escaped the net. Ling Shui gave a soft laugh. She slashed out at a struggling skeleton's skull on the ground, causing the number to drop down to 1. I looked all around, but Ling Shui pulled my hand and pointed. She said with a smile, little fool, look. Looking at where Ling Shui was pointing, there was actually a demonified skeleton sitting on a blue rock on the mountain. It was holding its skull in one hand and its sword was on the side. I couldn't help smiling as I said, there's actually still one thinker left. We quickly rushed forward. A high-level armor-piercing arrow hit the thinker for close to 2,000 HP while Ling Shui charged forward. The light flow sword flashed and the thinker turned into a pile of broken bones. Finally, the monster-clearing quest was over. So, I brought Ling Shui back up to the Forgotten Tower, where the human soldiers guarding it were already starving. When Ling Shui broke the iron gate with a single slash, the human soldiers charged out towards Sunset City. I asked in a surprised voice, the quest is finished just like this. Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile, idiot. Quickly lead the way for them. I finally woke up and pulled Ling Shui to the front of these NPCs. On the journey to Sunset City, there were quite a few monsters. On the road, although the green-eyed devils were strong slashing with their axes, in front of the stronger Ling Shui, these green-eyed devils did not last long. The light flow sword left shadows as it quickly killed a green-eyed devil. Faced with Ling Shui's entire silver strong gale set, the green-eyed devil's attacks couldn't penetrate her defenses at all. Soon, it was already 12 at night. Ling Shui and I did not feel sleepy at all as we led the troops, opening their path. At this time, there was another piece of pleasantly surprising news. After killing large amounts of monsters for a long period of time, my red name had finally been washed off. It was like an ill person being cured at this moment. This feeling was just too hard to obtain. Outside Hero Memorial Park, there were quite a few players leveling. Of course, soon quite a few people recognized me and whispered to each other, isn't that easily angered bookworm who killed countless experts in the Forgotten Valley? So broken, a single person fought with all those people. So many players were eager to make a move, but they were afraid that I didn't have a red name now, otherwise quite a few people would have made their moves already. In the end, while those people looked at me with covetous eyes, Ling Shui raised her light flow sword and fiercely said to them, what are you looking for? Want to make a come? Come. Seeing this little beauty's display, the players were all shocked. Many people were drooling as they watched us leave, not a single one wanted to make a move. However, Ling Shui was not relaxed, so she sent news to Ling Yu. Not long after, the other 5 people from Shui Yu Studio appeared. Ling Yu was in front holding her roaring flame staff, with a cold-faced Bing Cha, a smiling quiet rainfall and last year's summer, and Ziyu holding a bronze dagger following her, looking around. Ziyu looked at the NPCs behind us and said with a smile, you're sending them back to Sunset City. I nodded, Ling Yu pursed her lips into a faint smile, let's go, everything can be considered back to normal. This time, if we're going to PK again, we have to properly protect ourselves. We can't let ourselves gain red names that easily, it's truly troublesome having red names. I revealed a smile. Indeed, without repairing my equipment for a day, my Scarlet Flame set already only had a tenth of its durability left. The durability of my star-chasing bow was even lower, it was almost to the point of being broken beyond use. In the distance, several faded players approached. Ling Yu and I both saw them and couldn't help knitting our brows, there might be trouble soon. Sunset City was just in front and we could probably arrive in just 10 minutes. There was no one that dared PK in the city because their names would turn red after killing anyone and the guards in the city who were at least level 60 wouldn't show any mercy. Once a red-named player died, not only did they drop more items from their inventory, there was also a higher chance of dropping their equipped items. In just a few minutes, I received a message from Ghostfire, Bookworm. We saw quite a few faded players gathering at Sunset City's East Gate. Is there something happening again? My heart skipped a beat. When I finished describing the quest, Ghostfire immediately sent another message, ha, ha, since it's like this, Heavenly Punisher and I will bring our brothers to keep them out of the city, you can just be assured and enter the city. I couldn't help smiling. It truly was different having brothers. At this time, there were already 3 fated players that came over. It was 2 level 27 berserkers and a level 29 mage. The mage said in surprised, isn't this easily angered bookworm who our boss wanted to kill? Brothers, kill him. The 2 berserkers immediately approached me. Their axes in their hands sparkled, clearly they were planning to cut me down. So, I took a step forward without any hesitation. Pshaw. The axe fell. A level 27 berserker really couldn't fight a level 41 archer. I only felt a slight pain and I saw the berserker's face fill with despair, as he only dealt less than 300 damage to me. Quickly taking out an iron arrow, I sent out an armor-piercing arrow as fast as lightning. There was only a flash of white light as blood splashed from the berserker's chest. A damage figure of 1984 appeared and he was instantly killed. The other berserker was shocked. Clearly he hadn't thought that my defenses would be this high. So, he still decided to give a try with his axe. In the end, before his axe even fell, he saw a beauty appear in front of him. She had a sparkling set of silver armor and she was holding a glowing longsword. Ling Shui said, "Come, fight me." The berserker gritted his teeth and sent out a slash. There was only a soft sound and Ling Shui's body did not even move, only taking 21 points of damage. He couldn't break her defenses at all. The berserker was completely stunned, unable to say a single word. Ling Shui raised her light flow sword with a faint smile and with a pshaw sound, a deep sword mark appeared on the berserker's chest. 3782. It was another instant kill? Ling Shui's slash had almost dealt 4,000 damage. This shocking strength made people so surprised they couldn't talk. I could even hear the surrounding Sunset City players all take in a cold breath. The final remaining mage looked at us before running with gritted teeth. Ling Shui smiled at the mage, cut. Like this, the surrounding players saw me and Ling Shui's powerful attacks and adding in the number 1 female mage Gentle Breeze embracing the moon, Bing Cha, Rainfall, and the others behind us who were too easy to bully. Their courage ran out and not another person dared come forward. After a few minutes, we had already entered Sunset City. Entering the city again and seeing the guards' friendly looks, I felt like the world was at peace. After entering the city, Ling Yu was also relieved. She said with a smile, "Quickly go and complete your quest." The forgotten soldiers that we brought moved to the center of the city on their own, walking towards Sunset City's royal palace. Not long passed before a NPC military officer came out and excitedly said, "Lost warriors, you're finally home. I represent His Majesty to pay tribute to your unyielding courage." The forgotten army's officer wearing tattered armor said, "Yes sir, only if we didn't have the help of these 2 adventurers, we might have not escaped from the hands of those undead." The NPC officer was a bit surprised before he said to Ling Shui and I with a smile, "Brave adventurers, thank you for your contributions to the Sunset Kingdom. I will give you rich rewards." After a bit of chit-chat, it was finally time for the rewards. Ding! System notification, your party has completed the quest Forgotten Heart. You have gained 350,000 experience, 200 gold coins, and 500 prestige. You have obtained the quest reward Lost Necklace. I was a bit stunned. I quickly opened my inventory and looked at the silver necklace silently sitting in the corner. Lost necklace, silver equipment, necklace. Strength, plus 16. Agility, plus 14. Added effect, increase the user's attack speed by 5%. I was pleasantly surprised. An attack speed increase of 5%. Wasn't this just what I needed? The other archers added their stats into agility, increasing their attack speed, making their arrows like a machine gun. As for me adding it into strength, I couldn't keep up in attack speed and my arrows were like an old man pushing a cart, going one after the other. Now that there was the 5% increase from the lost necklace, it was a large increase for me. To my side, Ling Shui revealed a sweet smile, looking completely satisfied. I couldn't help asking with a smile, "Ling Shui, what kind of item did you get that made you this happy?" Ling Shui giggled and immediately shared an item in the party chat. Water Moon Cut. Skill book uses water attributed battle energy to send out a crescent moon energy light blade, dealing a forced attack with 120%-150% damage to all surrounding enemies. The effects increase with the level. Requires being a level 40 swordsman to use. Instantly my mind went blank. This skill was just too overbearing, even being at the low level had a maximum of 150%. Moreover, it was a small range AoE attack. When I equipped the lost necklace, Ling Shui had also learned the water moon slash. She gave me a faint smile and said, "Little fool, you are the first person to see the water moon slash." After saying this, Ling Shui raised the light flow sword and injected her energy into the sword. After a roar, the light flow sword created a beautiful crescent arc in front of her. The blue light released had a powerful might behind it and it pierced one's skin, so it could be imagined what kind of effect it had if one was hit by it. At this time, Ling Yu sent a message saying, "Bookworm, take Shuer to get her job change, then you can log off to rest." I happily followed the order and went to the job chance center with Ling Shui. The swordsman instructor uncle had a fierce pair of eyes. When he was looking over Ling Shui's beautiful body, I felt very dissatisfied. When I was planning to cooperate with the archer instructor beside him to take care of him, Ling Shui had already accepted the job change quest. She blinked as she said, he had me send a letter to blacksmith Wang's shop in the east. I was stunned. It's that simple. That's right. I wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is my life so bitter? Not only did I have to go to the far-off Luo Lai village, I also had to kill the tree monster elder. Ling Shui patted my shoulder with a smile and said, don't try to make it sound cheap. Didn't you receive a good skill book? You're still complaining. Look at you. I really want to punch you. I couldn't help being speechless. Let's go. Let's go to East Blacksmith Shop. Alright. So Ling Shui and I left side by side, laughing and talking as we headed to the city's east, looking for the blacksmith shop. When Ling Shui gave the letter, she had completed the job change quest. Returning to the job change center again and handing in the quest, she didn't receive any extra rewards, but the words beginner was removed from her job title. Looking at the time, it was already 1 am. Ling Shui said, little fool, log off. Come to school tomorrow at 11 and find me. Remember Su University's East Campus? Call me when you come. I nodded. Looking at my friends list, half the people had logged off. The Shuiyu Studio girls had all logged off. A few people from Sword Flame were still on, but Purple Rhyme had logged off, most likely because girls like to sleep early. I took off the game helmet. Walking into the living room, I poured a cup of water and waited for it to cool. I heard a soft sound as the door on the other side opened. Bing Cha was wearing a blue t-shirt and her astounding rich peaks were standing high in the t-shirt. She was wearing a pair of jean hot pants underneath, revealing a pair of snow-white thighs. I only took a single look and my heart already couldn't stop. It had to be said, the figures of the Shuiyu Studio girls were all fire hot. The worst was Summer, but at least she had her snow-white legs and butt to make up for it. They were all extraordinary. Seeing me looking at her, Bing Cha said, Bookworm, it's been hard on you today. Do you need me to make you something to eat? Those that don't work don't earn anything. I shook my head before saying with a smile, no need, I just make a bowl of noodles. Bing Cha immediately revealed a grin, then can you help me prepare a bowl? I nodded with a smile. Damn, if I knew earlier, I would have had her make it. Why did I throw myself out? Bowling a bowl of noodles as a midnight snack and after eating it, Bing Cha gave me a cup of herbal tea as she said with a smile, this black tea that can be used for detoxifying toxins. Drink a bit more, it's good for the body. I nodded and smiled as I said, thank you. Bing Cha revealed a faint smile, then I'm going to sleep. You should also sleep early. Bing Cha turned and returned to her room, but I didn't feel sleepy at all. So, I held the herbal tea as I walked over to the balcony. The summer night, there was a faint breeze. The air outside was clear and refreshing. I took a sip of tea which tasted a slightly bitter, just like life. Each person had a different attitude towards life, some had a sweet life and some had a bitter life. As for me, I'd rather only remember the sweet moments. As for the bitter moments, if you don't care about them, they aren't that bitter. After entering Spirit of Grief for a few days, the current achievement was considered acceptable. Why I chose the archer class back when I entered the game, I don't know, but there is something that can be considered a reason. An archer had no life-saving abilities and had to rely on a team to allow an archer to deal high damage. I revealed a faint smile. Perhaps what I wanted was the feeling of having friends. After wandering in the game for many years, I've always played the role of the Lone Ranger. Although I had been invincible, the loneliness was hard to bear. Now that I had the beautiful girls in the Shuiyu studio, my game life was much more interesting. At this time, there was another soft sound as a glass door was opened. It was Ling Yu who walked in with a cup of tea. She was a bit surprised and couldn't help saying, Bookworm, why are you also here? After saying this, Ling Yu was about to leave, but I said with a smile, since I couldn't sleep, I came here to enjoy the night breeze. Ling Yu couldn't help pursing her lips into a smile as she said, all right, let's enjoy it together. A fragrance wafted over as Ling Yu stood beside me. She was wearing a white shirt and a knee-length gauze skirt, which was densely layers, faintly revealing the beautiful scene. In the far horizon, a star fell down. Ling Yu looked up at it and then gave a sigh. I asked in a surprised voice, other girls would make a wish when seeing a falling star, why do you look disappointed? Ling Yu held the cup and bit her red lips as she said, since I know it won't come true, why would I wish for an unnecessary desire? I was a bit stunned. Letting out a breath, I said, actually, there is no need to be that rational. He. Ling Yu turned to me and laughed before saying, if I can forget all my troubles, I am willing to have the sky be filled with falling stars, but... Looking at her snow-white face that was bright under the moonlight, I couldn't help saying, Ling Yu, you are the same age as Ling Shui. You should be as happy as her, so why are you filled with this much worry? Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and casually said, because I am the family's successor, I have to understand one word, responsibility. I looked at her and said, it's because of this responsibility that you're willing to accept Wang Junji, this boyfriend sent down from above. Nonsense. Ling Yu became visibly irritated as she shouted, of course I haven't. Only forget it, you don't need to care about my matters. I was a bit stunned and didn't say anything for a while. My real goodwill became ill intent. But what made me surprised was, Ling Yu looked up and said in a soft voice, sorry. Suddenly, she spread her snow-white arms and softly hugged me. Her face was placed at my neck and her slender shoulders were trembling. I was instantly frozen there, not knowing what to do. After a while, Ling Yu muttered in a tearful voice, "What can I do? Many things aren't as simple as they seem. I am helpless to fight back. I can only accept this kind of destiny. Bookworm, although I don't trust you very much, I know that you are a good person." Good person? These words in this time period was already not a good thing. I unconsciously placed my hand around Ling Yu and my chest could feel the warmth bounciness coming from her. At the same time, my shirt was soaked with Ling Yu's tears. Perhaps only at a time like this could I see the sadness hidden beneath the stern appearance of the beautiful female director of the Blue Star Group. After a while, when we both couldn't stand any longer from how numb our feet became, Ling Shui looked up. There were still tears on her snow-white face. She curled her lips into a faint smile. "It's getting late, let's go to sleep. I've heard Shui say that you're going to her place tomorrow, you better not mention tonight's matters." I asked, "What happened tonight?" Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile. Her hands were still around my neck and a pair of beautiful eyes looked up at me as she said, "The words I said only stay here. After this moment, I will deny everything and you're not allowed to mention this to Shui. She does not need to endure this responsibility and should enjoy the joys of her youth." I was stunned before saying, "You can too." Ling Yu let go and moved away. She picked up her cup of tea and said with a sliver of a smile, "Sleep. The night is still long." The next morning at dawn, I was woken up by Summer's voice outside. When I left the room, I found all the girls were filled with excitement. "You guys, what medicine have you eaten today to be this happy?" I asked in a surprised voice. Bing Cha said with a smile, "Bookworm. Today is the day the game's real-life currency market opens. Our studio's method of earning income is finally open. You're not happy about this?" Ha, of course I'm happy. I rubbed my nose and said, "Thinking about it, my card seemed to have been swallowed by the ATM last time and it hasn't been given back yet." Bing Cha laughed and said, "This is very simple. We'll go to the bank together after eating and you can just open it again by bringing your documentation." I nodded. I went to find my identity card after eating breakfast and then I left the studios with the 5 girls. Ling Yu was wearing a pink wool coat with a white shirt, along with a cute red tie. She was also wearing a short pink skirt underneath that. These clothes seemed very familiar. I suddenly thought of it. When Ling Shui came to the restaurant to find me, she seemed to be wearing the same thing. So I walked in front of her and looked at her before asking, "Beauty, are you Ling Yu or Ling Shui?" The girl smiled. "Bookworm? Does your skin itch?" That's right, it was Ling Yu. Normally, Ling Shui would call me little fool. As if seeing my doubt, Ling Yu said with a faint smile, "Stop looking. My distantly related aunt bought 2 sets of these clothes from overseas, one for me and Shui. What, does it not look good?" Saying this, the little beauty turned in front of me. The floating skirt was just too charming. I kept nodding as I said after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, "In the future, if you wearing the same clothes as Ling Shui, it'll be hard to tell you apart." Ling Yu said with a teasing smile, "So, don't speak nonsense, otherwise you'll attract trouble." At this time, we arrived at a bank that wasn't too far from my neighborhood. It was still early and there weren't many people. Moreover, the bank had opened up a special counter just for game-related use, which could be considered considerate. When I handed over my identification card, the teller quickly made a new card for me before asking, "What account number do you want to bind it to?" I thought about it and said, 0000000002. The teller was incomparably shocked. After looking at me a few times, they put it into the computer and said, "The account number and identity have been checked and it has been linked. Do you need to exchange any gold coins? The current exchange rate is 1 gold coin to 4.93 RMB. I thought about it before saying, "Change a total of 2,000 gold coins." There was no hesitation as the teller said with a smile, "All right. When you enter the game later, you can directly change currencies." I nodded before taking back the bank card that belonged to me. There was 10,000 RMB in this card. This should be enough to give Ling Shui a luxurious treat. After me, Ling Yu handed over her bank card and her account number, allowing me to see that her account number was 0000000001. It was the one before Ling Shui's helmet. The teller had a wide smile of shock that he couldn't put away. Looking at me and then at Ling Yu, he couldn't help saying in a surprised voice, "You guys, truly powerful." Ling Yu gave a generous smile, "I'll have to trouble you." It was done very quickly and then Quiet Rainfall was the third to link her account. There was already a long line of people behind us. Luckily we came earlier, otherwise we would have had to wait until noon. Quiet Rainfall exchanged 300 gold coins and Bing Cha exchanged 200 gold coins. After receiving 1000 RMB, Bing Cha said with a smile, "I need to earn money properly. Soon I'll be able to buy a Louis Vuitton bag." Ling Yu was speechless on the side. "Don't spend so much money. The company's production players are all changing jobs and each one needs 200 gold coins as a job change fee, which we need to pay for. Bookworm, when you come back tonight, let's go and earn some money in the Hero Memorial Park." I nodded, "All right." When we left the bank, it was already close to 11. I remembered that I promised Ling Shui I would meet her at 11, so I quickly called a taxi and headed to Su University's campus. In less than half an hour, the taxi arrived at the campus gates. There was lush green bamboo forest and girls all around, and on the campus, there was a beautiful scenery of a beautiful and mature girl. Beside the bamboo, there was a little beauty wearing a pink dress currently looking out. Who would it be if it wasn't Ling Shui? I was quick-witted and quickly called Ling Yu to hear her ask, "Aren't you going to eat with Ling Shui? Are you thinking of me?" I said, "Remember to drink tea after you finish eating, that way you won't become fat." "Oh, it's this a waste of your phone bill." I revealed a faint smile as I hung up, but I confirmed that the person in front was not Ling Yu, so I came forward and said, "Ling Shui." Ling Shui immediately turned around and said after seeing me, "Making me wait this long, if you didn't come in the next few minutes, you would be dead." I was a bit helpless as I said, there was traffic on the way. With a gentle breeze, Ling Shui's hair fluttered as her pink skirt slightly moved. It moved the hearts of many male students around and the girls to the side pinched their waist, ruthlessly saying, "What are you looking at? Would a rich and beautiful girl like Ling Shui like you? Humph, save yourself the trouble. Look at the man beside Ling Shui, look how handsome he doesn't seem that handsome, isn't that tall, and is wearing cheap clothes. Woo, woo, how could Ling Shui be with someone like that?" My scalp itched hearing this. The eyes of these girls were too sharp, being able to examine a man's value with one look. Ling Shui was however indignant as he walked over and looked at those girls with a challenging gaze. "What did you say? What's wrong with him? Isn't he 100 times better than yours?" The girl was stunned and her boyfriend made excuses. "No, we didn't mean this." I felt very awkward as I said, "Forget it Ling Shui, where do you want to go eat? We still need to level and earn money this afternoon." Ling Shui said, "Get in the car, we'll go wherever you want." Did you bring enough money?" I opened the back door, but Ling Shui glared at me and said, "Does it wrong you to sit beside me? Sit in the front for me." I hesitated a bit and sat in the front. After all, Ling Shui was Ling Yu's little sister and I couldn't offend Ling Yu, so it was best not to offend Ling Shui. Ling Shui slowly turned on the car and turned to ask me, "Where do you want to eat? Where is their authentic Sichuan bullfrog?" I said, "Suzhou doesn't have any, they all dried up on the road, but the most authentic seems to be in Shanghai." "Alright, let's go to Shanghai." I was a bit surprised, do we really have to go to Shanghai to eat a meal? Ling Shui gave a sweet smile, a person has to be persistent. So in less than an hour, we appeared on the streets of Shanghai. According to 114 search, we found the legendary restaurant. At noon it was filled with people, being completely packed. We actually still needed to line up. Ling Shui swept over the waiting area beside the main hall and said with a smile, "Little fool, let's go over and sit." I nodded. After sitting for a few minutes, there was the sounds of a quarrel coming from within the restaurant. There was a mother holding her baby eating alone at a restaurant and there were several young men glaring at this woman as they said, "A person taking an entire table, you should go eat outside instead." The woman said in a surprised voice, "I was here first, where is there a rule like that?" The other side took out 200 yuan bills and said, "Take this, are you satisfied now?" Scram. The woman was about to cry as tears appeared in her eyes. I was standing together with Ling Shui. "Hey, do you people not have brains?" Ling Shui loudly said. The 3 men and 1 woman looked back and in an instant, Ling Shui and I were stunned to the point of being unable to speak. The other side had the same stunned expression. These people, they seemed very familiar. It was actually Fated Madman, he had the exact same appearance as the game. The man wearing a suit beside him was Fated Bloodthirster and the young girl to the right should be Fated Floating Rain? So it's you guys. Ling Shui said in a surprised voice. Fated Madman was also shocked. After looking at us for a few seconds, he said, "It's actually you guys. Is this gentle breeze flying snow or is it gentle breeze embracing the moon? I never thought that easily angered bookworm and you would be a couple in real life." Ling Shui's face turned slightly red and she immediately argued back, "I also never thought that the arrogant and wild Fated Madman in the game would also be like this in real life." Fated Bloodthirster's face fell slightly as he said to Fated Madman, "Big brother, what do we do?" Fated Madman gave a snort and said, hey, meeting old acquaintances here, of course we have to drink some wine together." Ling Shui panting in indignation, I was afraid trouble would happen after. I quickly stood in front of her and said, "Even if we want to drink, there is no spots here, so how about next time? I don't want to drink wine on a stolen seat." Fated Madman's eyes turned cold, humph. The young girl on the side, Fated Floating Rain who was not even 18 pulled Madman's hand and said, "Big brother, how can you act like this? After we go back, I'll tell everything that happened to Dad." Fated Madman instantly fell into a panic and quickly said, "Piao, you mustn't. Dad will beat me to death." After saying this, Fated Madman turned back to me with a cold smile and said, "I won't entertain you today, but the debts in the game will be returned to you in the game." Zee, gentle breeze flying snow is truly beautiful. The other side looked over her and Ling Shui immediately felt uncomfortable. She waved her little fist and angrily said, "What are you looking at? Want to fight? I'll play with you." I couldn't help secretly complaining. Ling Shui was the master of not caring. It was a good thing that under Fated Floating Rain's threat, Fated Madman left in an unwilling manner. Fated Bloodthirster glared at me before leaving. In a single day, he fell down from level 36 to level 30 from me killing him, so he wished he could swallow me up right now. Looking at them leave, Ling Shui gritted her teeth and said in an unwilling voice, "This group of willful young masters, they are truly the scum of society." I revealed a faint smile and said nothing. At this time, the woman holding the baby gave us a grateful look. Ling Shui took this chance to sit in front of her and said with a sweet smile, "Auntie, how old is this little brother?" Looking at Ling Xue's affectionate appearance, I thought that she wanted to eat with them. However, there was already an open table and we moved to a place near the window. We ordered a few special Sichuan dishes and they were all spicy that it almost took our lives. Ling Xue bitterly said, "We actually met fated madman. I never thought that he would be in Shanghai. Humph, I really wanted to punch him." Seeing Ling Xue's pretty appearance looking ready to fight, I couldn't help laughing as I said, "Can you punch him?" Ling Xue seemed like she couldn't take my ridicule and immediately brandished her little fist as she said, "You want to try it? My elder sister and I learned taekwondo since we were young." I didn't argue. All right, I believe you. That's right, your elder sister wanted me to go to the Hero Memorial Park with her tonight. Do you want to level with us? Ling Xue blinked before saying with a smile, "No. What is interesting in killing monsters? We are the earliest players to change jobs. How about going to the ancient ghost temple instead? We should sweep up the bosses of the 5th and 6th floors." Could it be that you don't want to see that legendary final boss of the ancient ghost temple, that general? I immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. All right. If Purple Rhyme also changes jobs tonight, we'll go. Otherwise, without a high-level healer, we can't take care of the boss. Ling Xue pursed her lips into a faint smile. Also, let Bing Cha and Ziyu come with us. More people makes it easier. Bing Cha's equipment aren't bad. She can also be a meat shield. All right. At this time, the dishes came and a fragrant scent filled our noses. Without knowing it, I became used to eating spicy food, just like getting used to living alone. However, now I can get rid of one of those habits. After all, humans had to change with the times. An ancient porcelain bowl was filled with pickled fish and another one was filled with spicy bullfrog legs. The red and green peppers mixed with the snow-white meat, just the visual impact alone was hard to resist for people. Ling Xue's beautiful eyes revealed an excited look and she sent a piece of tender frog meat into her mouth. In an instant, I saw Ling Xue's snow-white cheeks fill with a faint blush. Yi, Ling Xue, you can't eat spicy food. I was filled with a bit of regret. I didn't ask her about this first. Who would have thought that Ling Xue would smile and say, "Who says I can't eat spicy food?" As if you prove herself, Ling Xue ate several pieces of the spicy meat and in an instant, her face turned completely red. Those rosy lips were covered in oil that made them seem more cute and charming. I was a bit stunned seeing it. Ling Xue looked up at me and couldn't help smiling. She raised a cup with beer and said, "Little fool, stop looking. Drink with me." I quickly shook my head. "Don't? You still have to drive back to Suzhou, you can't drink." "Fine, I'll swap the beer out for tea." Ling Xue called for a cup of iced tea. I smiled and began to eat. Ling Xue took a bit before saying with a smile, "Little fool, after being in the game for all those days, what ambition do you have? Do you want to become the #1 expert in China and look down on the world, or do you want to be like the #1 expert of Moon Monochrome, Lin Fan?" I was a bit stunned before revealing a faint smile. "I haven't thought about that right now. I just want to earn some money for the game before helping your elder sister turn the Shuiyu studio into the world's strongest team." Ling Xue snappily laughed and said, "So it's like this, it's fine still? When you go killing and pillaging later, don't forget to call me." I couldn't help smiling. "Good fellow, why aren't you like your sister at all?" Ling Xue's smile curved up as she said in a ridiculing voice, "You wouldn't think that I can't compare to my sister, right? Of course not, of course not. In my heart, you are the greatest, skilled in martial arts and scholastics, you can rule the world." Seeing Ling Xue raise her chest, I quickly said a few words. Ling Xue's words had a hidden killing intent. I would suffer a loss if I wasn't careful. Ling Xue seemed quite satisfied with my words, so she kept eating. I ate while I looked in front of me. I had a feast for the eyes and a table full of delicacies. With a life like this, what else could I ask for? This was my first time having a meal with Ling Xue. It was almost a bit hard to imagine. I was someone who almost couldn't afford another meal and Ling Xue was a little beauty driving a BMW. The two of us didn't have anything in common, but I really don't know what kind of bullshit luck I stepped in. Once luck came, it couldn't be stopped. Until 2 in the afternoon, we left after eating our fill. Ling Xue sent me back to the studio before returning to her school. When I opened the door to the studio, I heard a voice, "Yi, this little girl Ziyu really has some resources." This seemed to be Summer's voice. I looked over and found that Summer and Ziyu playing on the sofa, as the spring scenery entered my eyes. Ziyu had a disheveled appearance as she laid back on the sofa. Her pink bra was drooping down as her twin peaks stood proud. Lying on Ziyu was Summer. She seemed to be appraising Ziyu's body and as a result, her own snow-white butt, that perfectly shaped butt that was very attractive was sticking up in the air. I was stunned for a few seconds before asking, "You guys, what are you playing at?" Ziyu's face instantly turned red. Summer stuck up her butt and with a strong teasing smile, "Bookworm, do you want to play together?" I was instantly stunned and my body shook. This wouldn't be that good. At this time, Bing Cha walked out. Seeing the beautiful scenery in the living room, she said with a snappy smile, "Stop playing you two. Bookworm, quickly log on. The Shuiyu Studios production players need 5,000 gold coins and our money collection people have collected less than 500, so we can only rely on ourselves. Director Ling is already in the Hero Memorial Park, go and earn money with her." I gave a nod. Generally speaking, to a gaming studio, collecting money was something essential. Although it was a bit boring, Thinking about being with a beauty like Ling Yu, it was actually quite enjoyable. Not to mention the fact that the skeletons in the Hero Memorial Park were higher level than me, so I could level while collecting money. So I directly walked over and said to Ziyu and Summer, "You two, go and level. You stay in one room, you can play at night if you want to play." Ziyu's face turned red. "We didn't." Summer said, "Ziyu and I won't play anymore. Just having a pen tube without the ink tube, we can't write anything? Big brother bookworm, do you want to help?" I instantly felt awkward. Bing Cha speechlessly said, "Summer, go to your room now. I really can't take you." Summer laughed and slapped Ziyu's little butt as she said, Come. Let's go level. We won't log off unless we reach level 38. The two girls quickly rushed into their rooms. Bing Cha gave me a helpless smile. "Don't mind them, those two girls are always like this." I said, "This is also good." "Oh, it's like this?" Bing Cha's smile had a deeper meaning. I took out a bottle of Coke from the fridge and returned to my room. I drank it while looking at the Spirit of Grief website. I found that the level ranking had changed again and I had fallen to 8th in China. The country was filled with great characters and I had been stepped over when I wasn't paying attention. I immediately logged on and appeared in Sunset City. I looked into my inventory and after exchanging 2,000 gold coins, I only had over 900 left. But with my current attack power, as well as my powerful star-chasing bow and high-level 1,000-blade arrows, I could be considered the ultimate money-earning machine. 5,000 gold coins weren't anything for me. Spending a few dozen gold coins to fix my equipment and filling up on potions and arrows, I left the city through the east gate. I hid my name and as long as no one fought with me, I could keep myself hidden without anyone trying to cause trouble with me. After half an hour, I arrived at the Hero Memorial Park. Looking into the distance, there was a beautiful female mage using the Scarlet Flame Sea to play with a group of skeletons, looking like she was enjoying herself. So I directly ran over and used 2,000 blade arrows to clear out the low HP monsters. When Ling Yu saw me, she immediately pulled me into her party. What surprised me was that there were 3 other Shui Yu players who were only level 20. As if seeing my thoughts, Ling Yu said with a faint smile, "They're here to pick up the equipment and gold coins, that way we can focus on killing monsters." I gave a nod. This was best, otherwise we would have to waste half the time picking up the gold coins. After all, with the coins falling onto the uneven cemetery ground, it was hard to dig them out. After that, Ziyu, Summer, and Bing Cha all logged on. Summer and Ziyu willingly came to Hero Memorial Park, following behind me to sweep the monsters, also taking quite a bit of the experience. Ling Shui and Bing Cha, these two swordswomen chose to level alone. Bing Cha had already changed jobs, as well as having several silver equipment, not dragging far behind Ling Shui. I found the dagger that fated bloodthirster had dropped and gave it to Ziyu. The dagger was glowing, with waves of light flowing over it. Stalker, silver equipment, dagger. Attack, 85 to 140. Agility, plus 15. Vitality, plus 9. Additional stat, increases user's agility by 2%. Required level, 30. Seeing the powerful attack, Ziyu couldn't help being filled with joy as she gave a passionate hug. "Bookworm, how do you want me to thank you? Just tell me what you want and I'll try my best to satisfy," Ziyu asked with a smile. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the temptation was not small. In the end, Ling Yu not far away looked over with her beautiful eyes and I felt a chill on my back. I immediately righteously declined Ziyu's beautiful intentions. However, when Ziyu revealed the stats of the dagger in the team chat, Ling Yu revealed a happy smile. After all, with Ziyu, this assassin girl's attack power increased, it increased the power of our studio, which is definitely a good thing. After an entire afternoon, until it was around 7 at night, we kept killing monsters to level. The Spirit of Grief distribution of experience was well balanced, with me gaining over 90% experience with me dealing the majority of the damage. Ziyu and Summer didn't steal that much experience and I already reached level 43. As for Ling Yu who kept leveling the whole time, she was already level 45, being the top of China. The girls counted the gold coins in their inventory. Ling Yu's side collected a total of 3,147 gold coins and my side Summer collected 1,784 gold coins while Ziyu collected 1,180 gold coins. Ziyu was clumsy, so I was already grateful that she could collect this much. So, the 5,000 gold coins required by the Blue Star Company was collected. Ling Yu ordered a trustworthy staff member to transport these gold coins. These 5,000 gold coins were already worth 20,000 RMB, it wasn't a small number for me at least. When I mentioned the matter of the ancient ghost temple with Ling Yu, she happily agreed. After that, I was responsible for contacting Sword Flame's Purple Rhyme. After all, Sword Flame's people were close to me, so Ling Yu already silently accepted that I was the leader of Sword Flame. Looking at my friend's screen, I saw the Purple Rhyme had already reached level 40. It was very likely she was the first cleric to change jobs. After all, clerics leveled slowly. A level 30 cleric could already be considered a treasure and a level 40 cleric with high-level skills could be considered a country's treasure. The country treasure girl asked me with a laugh, "Why do you only think of me when you need something?" I said, "There's a lot of pressure to level. That's right. Has your cure reached high level?" Purple Rhyme said, "I already trained it this afternoon and my prepared resurrection has already reached high level. Now I can keep it up for 2 hours." I was a bit surprised. That powerful? How did you increase the prepared resurrection proficiency? Purple Rhyme gave a soft laugh as she said, it's very simple. I was at the Sunset City gate and brought a bag of blue potions, casting prepared resurrection for every player that passed. They all treated me like Lei Feng. TL note, Lei Feng is a member of the People's Liberation Army who was regarded as a selfless and modest person. I was very speechless. Keep going, perhaps you'll be able to make money later. Purple Rhyme gave a snappy laugh, it's fine already. Some people contacted me today and they would pay me 1 gold coin per person I used the prepared resurrection on, but I felt it was too little, so I ignored them. I revealed a smile, eat your dinner early. When you log on later, we'll go to the ancient ghost temple's 5th floor. Alright. After logging off, the dishes Ling Yu ordered from a restaurant were on the table in the living room. After everyone ate their fill, they logged in again. Ziyu, Summer, and Quiet Rainfall went to level. Bing Cha was kept behind by me and Ling Yu to come to the ancient ghost temple with us. After logging on, we gathered at Sunset City's east gate. Ling Yu and I came first and Ling Shui came right after. In the end, the two beauties were too attracting and were almost surrounded by people. When Purple Rhyme and Bing Cha arrived, I pulled Ling Yu and Ling Shui out of the crowd of people. When we arrived outside the city, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Bing Cha said with a smile, beauties are invincible. Ling Yu and Ling Shui had flushed faces and Purple Rhyme revealed a faint smile on the side. I was leading the way. Currently the ancient ghost temple was no longer a secret, it had been announced on the forums, so there were many players here looking for high-level equipment. It was a pity that the drop rate for the first and second floors were too low and that the iron armor guards and beast riding corpse knight on the third and fourth floor were too strong. Normal people couldn't beat them. Countless enthusiastic teams encountered sweetness and bitterness here. When the 5 of us appeared at the ancient ghost temple, we found that the first floor was already divided between many people. Almost each blue wolf guard was ganged up to death the moment they res beyond. Ling Shui and I charged forward, standing in front of the team, with Ling Yu and Purple Rhyme in the middle and Bing Cha standing in the back as a guard. Our group's combination stunned the players on the first floor and some people couldn't help looking over as they said in surprise, Did you see? Did you see? It's the beauties from the Shui Yu studio. The one in front, isn't that the number 1 female magician Gentle Breeze embracing the moon? Bullshit, that girl is the number 1 warrior, Gentle Breeze flying snow. You can't even see the name. The first person was even more surprised, broken. They are all experts above level 40. Do you see it? Easily angered bookworm who killed countless experts in the Forgotten Valley is also there. Such a strong archer, he is simply the model for all archers in China? Look at our old third, this fellow is trash. He can't even fight level 18 monsters at level 28. We didn't stay on the first level and directly went to the second level. In the distance, there was a group called Bloodthirsty currently fighting spirit warriors. Although it was very hard, they could still kill it. When we reached the third floor, there were very few players here, fighting the iron armor guards in groups of 3-5. It was a pity that the iron armor guards had an abnormal defense and they couldn't break it at all. In the end, in half a cup of tea's worth of time, they didn't even take half of its HP. To kill all the iron armor guards, it would take forever. There weren't any players here on the 4th floor. We couldn't see the beast riding corpse knights leveled the last time we were here, but now we could finally see it. They were actually level 45 enhanced monsters, with a terrifying attack and defense. Not far in front of us, there was a group of dropped potions. It should be a group of players challenging the beast riding corpse knights and being sent back to the city by the beast riding corpse knights. Ling Yu said with a smile, we're going to the 5th floor, killing level 45 monsters is a bit lacking. Purple Rhyme said with a smile, let's go to the 5th level. After coming together several times, Purple Rhyme was considered familiar with Ling Yu, Ling Shui, and the others, not as unfamiliar as when they first met. Bing Cha treated her words like gold, following behind us with a faint smile. I looked at the monsters around and charged through them before turning back to the entrance from the 3rd level. With my quick speed, the beast riding corpse knights were thrown behind me and they lost their targets in the end, remaining at the entrance. Like this, if players came to the 4th floor, they would most likely be instant killed. The girls opened their mouths, finally understanding what I was doing. Ling Shui said with a low laugh, little fool, you're so bad. I said with a helpless smile, we can only do this if we want to level on the 50th floor in peace. Actually this was a very simple reason, after all, people were selfish. Playing games for this long has given me a habit to leave an escape route for myself before doing anything. I definitely will not give anyone a chance to threaten my work. The 4th level's beast riding corpse king still hadn't res beyond yet. It had just died a few days and it was estimated it would be another week before it res beyond. So we directly headed for the 5th level. Ling Shui and Bing Cha were leading the way. When I reached the 5th floor, there were 2 flashes of blue light in front of me. On the heads of 2 monsters in front had damage figures appear, 1568, 1873. It was Ling Shui's new skill Water Moon Cut. The strength really wasn't bad and it could cause this kind of damage to the monsters of the 5th floor. But the 2 monsters could also break Ling Shui's defenses. At this time, Purple Rhyme appeared and a high-level heal instantly healed close to 1000 HP for Ling Shui. I finally took a good look at the monsters of the 5th floor. This was a giant swordsman that was around 3 meters tall, surrounded in black armor. He had a sword that was around 2 meters long in his hand and each slash sent out a sharp sword chi. It actually had a magic attack attached to it, with Ling Xue's HP falling twice each time. Demonized Swordsman, Enhanced Monster. Level, 48. Attack, 375 to 500. Defense, 200. HP, 8000. Additional information, after being in Yin Qi for a long time, these elite swordsmen has already been demonized. Their consciousness has already been destroyed and only their strong martial skills remain. I was a bit surprised, my level was just enough to see their stats. It had to be said that these demonified swordsmen had quite high attack, actually reaching 500. It was no wonder they could break the defense of Ling Xue with her strong gale set. Bing Cha was even more tragic, losing over 500 HP with one attack, so scared that she retreated with a pale face. At the most crucial moment, we could still rely on Ling Xue. We couldn't pull in groups of monsters to kill because these demonized swordsmen had ranged attacks. Their sword chi released could hit a target 5 meters away and if Ling Xue pulled in a group, she could be instantly killed. Moreover, the other people present did not have the ability to resist these monsters. Ling Yu gave me a very strange look before saying with a smile, actually you should have picked a close combat high defense job. Killing monsters like that seems pretty hot-blooded. I was speechless. A high defense job wouldn't have the same high damage that I had now, could one have both a fish and bear's paw? So I pulled the demonized swordsman over. Raising my hand, I sent an armor-piercing arrow through space that hit the chest of a demonized swordsman with a pang sound. It immediately dealt 1,892 points of damage. Ling Yu immediately changed her tone, however, your current attack power isn't bad. I helplessly said, what are you thinking? Nothing. Kill the monsters. Ling Yu raised her roaring flame staff as fireballs and ice arrows flew out through space. Shua, Shua. 2 consecutive numbers appeared above the heads of the demonized swordsmen, 1462, 1481. Finally, with Ling Xue's sweeping away 1,000 soldiers, the third demonized swordsman fell with a tragic cry. He dropped 2 gold coins and a sparkling sword. I immediately picked it up and shared the stats in the party channel. Jet Blackthorn, Silver Equipment. Attack, 120 to 180. Strength, plus 10. Additional stat, increases user's attack power by 1%. Required level, 40. Unidentified. It had 180 attack without even being identified, so its attack could reach 240 when it was appraised. Although it couldn't compare to the golden light flow sword, it was still a silver weapon that was 10 levels higher than the light flow sword. The attack power wouldn't be that lacking? I asked for everyone's opinion. Ling Xue and Purple Rhyme had no opinion and Ling Xue pursed her lips into a faint smile. How about this? We'll give it to Bing Cha, she's lacking in attack power right now. I smiled as I nodded, trading the silver sword over to her. Bing Cha had a look of pleasant surprise. She wasn't willing to let go as soon as she received the weapon. After all, high-level weapons were rarely seen in the current spirit of grief. This kind of level 40 silver weapon was rare and if we didn't go to the 5th floor of the ancient ghost temple, it was hard to find this kind of equipment from a non-boss monster. Only, she couldn't use it right now, so Bing Cha could only stick to her level 25 bronze sword. However, her heart should be filled with joy right now. We continued killing monsters, with each demonized swordsman taking all of us ganging up on it before taking it down, even adding in Purple Rhyme's curses. But there wasn't a single equipment that dropped afterwards. The level 48 demonized swordsmen were very stingy, that sword was probably dropped because of a system error. All the way until 11 at night, we finally cleaned up most of the monsters on the 5th floor. Although there were no equipments that dropped, at least the experience was quite rich. I went from level 43 and 23% to level 43 and 86%. Ling Xue reached level 42, Purple Rhyme and Bing Cha reached level 41, and Ling Yu remained first in China at level 45. Following this, our group came to the center of the 5th floor. In front of me, there was a giant cage that was like the one that trapped the super boss on the 3rd floor, which filled me with nervousness. Bing Cha raised her sword and came forward as she said, I'll pull it over. Ling Xue immediately stopped her, let me do it instead. My defense is higher than yours. Bing Cha wanted to say something, but Ling Yu said with a smile, let Xue do it, it's more safe. So, Ling Xue revealed a smile and raised her sword to open the cage. In that moment, the cage shackle suddenly exploded and there was a sword light that fell onto Ling Xue's shoulder. Pang. Combat notification, player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has been attacked by the demonized commander. She has lost 1,247 HP. In an instant, Ling Xue's HP fell by half and she was stunned. She immediately ran back beside me with the light flow sword. It was a good thing Purple Rhyme had top quality recovery equipment and had a high grade healing technique, instantly filling up Ling Xue's HP. So, Ling Xue braced herself and came forward with her sword again. She and Bing Cha surrounded our team with one to the right and one to the left. I immediately sent out an ice arrow to slow them down, while also coordinating an armor-piercing arrow to deal damage. Ling Xue also sent out fireballs, while Purple Rhyme was focused on healing Ling Xue and Bing Cha. What was hard to find was that although Purple Rhyme was a girl, her movements were very skillful. When someone was about to die, the precision and predictability of a cleric became more important. Purple Rhyme could enter Sword Flame's group. It meant she was a player with real ability. In just a few minutes, her precision and predictability even made Ling Yu praise her. With the gap between attacks, I finally had a chance to see the boss that was like the demonized swordsman, but had a giant cape on. His body was blood red and had a strong aura. As for his stats, demonized commander, golden grade boss. Level, attack, defense, HP, additional stat, an outstanding commander under the Ghost General. Follows the Ghost General in death, has many skills. As expected, I couldn't see the demonized commander's stats, it was probably already level 50. But what I could understand from it was that he had many broken skills. At this time, the demonized commander raised his sword high up and roared. Ding! Combat notification, the demonized commander has used the shocking roar of anger, decreasing your attack power by 25%. I was a bit surprised. Taking a look, my attack power really decreased by over 100. My armor-piercing arrow could deal 800 damage before, but now it only dealt around 500 damage. Ling Shui complained in the party chat, this boss is too abnormal. Bing Cha also said, a single slash almost killed me. If it uses a fatal attack, I'm certainly dead, woo, woo. I said with a laugh, don't be afraid, you have the prepared resurrection, so you have a chance to die. At this time, the boss suddenly raised his sword and chanted a long spell. We just saw a red cloud suddenly appear above us, followed by burning meteors falling from the sky. Ding! Combat notification, the demonized commander has used the skill Meteor Rain. Pang! My shoulder was hit and I suddenly lost close to 1000 HP. Such terrifying strength. I didn't care about it that much as I immediately moved. I reached out for Ling Yu's waist and flew off holding her. When we escaped the area and turned back to look at it, Purple Rhyme was on the opposite side with a helpless look, having to heal Ling Shui and Bing Cha at the same time. Ling Yu's face was pale. In that moment, she suffered the Meteor Rain attack and even with the Flame Chi shield's protection, she almost lost all her HP. Too terrifying. Ling Yu said in a fearful voice. She patted my hand while saying with a soft laugh, you can let me go now, it won't be good if you let Shui see this. I turned back and saw that Ling Shui was focused on fighting, not paying attention over here. That boss kept wielding his blade while that area we were just standing in had meteors falling down. The ancient ghost temple's 5th floor was in complete chaos. But this allowed yous to have fun attacking for a while. No one disrupted this boss skill and we allowed him to send down meteors at an empty spot. But good things didn't last forever. This boss didn't want to stop and in the next second, he raised his sword high up, releasing a glow around him, filling the entire 5th floor with a red light. Ding! Combat notification, the demonized commander has used the skill Death Cover, decreasing your defense by 10%. Instantly, our group's defenses dropped by 10%. Ling Shui lost over 1600 HP from a slash from the demonized commander. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Bing Cha also fell into a panic and quickly ran backwards. Ling Yu raised her hand to use an ice arrow to reduce the boss move speed as she said with a serious expression, this is bad. If it continues like this, it's possible we'll be exterminated here. I was pulling the boss attention with my armor-piercing arrow while saying in the team channel, everyone don't forget. Ling Shui, don't run too far, come back when your HP is full. Bing Cha, move back a bit. Ling Yu, aggro the monster with me. Purple Rhyme, pay attention to healing HP and adding curses. So with my arrangement, our squad of 5 finally stabilized our formation. Me and Ling Shui were aggroing the boss back and forth with Ling Shui in the middle to delay it and relieve the pressure on us. After all, with the continuous buffs and debuffs, Ling Shui couldn't face the boss attacks head on. Time passed bit by bit and this demonized commander, this gold boss made it quite hard for us. Sometimes it used the Death Cover, sometimes it used the Meteor Rain, hurting me and Ling Yu very much. It was a good thing we had quick reaction speeds, otherwise we would have lost our lives already. Ling Yu sent several fireballs into the boss chest. The flame scattered in all directions, but the damage was not as we expected, with each fireball only dealing around 500 damage. Moreover, I gradually noticed that whenever this demonized commander was attacked, it would unconsciously lower its wrist to let its chest armor or wrist guard to block Ling Yu's fireballs. So I said, Ling Shui, can you get the boss to lift its arm? Ling Yu, attack the boss armpit. The two sisters understood. Ling Shui quickly came forward and arrived in front of the demonized commander like the wind. The light flow sword had a blue glow as she used a water moon slash, with the 1102 damage figure floating high up. At the same time, the demonized commander raised the giant sword in its hand high up and slashed down at Ling Shui. Elder sister, quickly. As Ling Shui called out, Ling Yu had already sent out a fireball, which landed right on the demonized commander's armpit. With an explosion, there was a giant damage figure that appeared above the demonized commander's head. 2896. It was actually a critical hit. However, even if it was a critical hit, Ling Yu's magic attack this time far surpassed the damage it dealt before. It seemed like my guess was right. It was like the information Spirit of Grief published. Each boss had a weak point. As long as this weak point was grabbed, one could kill it with half the effort. Ling Yu's face was filled with joy as she said with a faint smile, just like this, Shui, we're doing this again. Ling Shui however had been swept away by the boss sword. While she was being healed by Purple Rhyme, I used the armor-piercing arrow to distract the boss, giving Ling Yu and Ling Shui more time. We kept using our battle strategy in an orderly manner. It didn't matter if the demonized commander had thousands of strategies, it was only a matter of time before it was killed. At this time, I received a message. It was Sword Flame Dragon Soul, Bookworm. You borrowed our beauty purple rhyme again? How about it, isn't she quality goods? I couldn't help smiling as I quickly replied, I just borrowed her to level together. What, are you jealous? Sword Flame Dragon Soul replied with a laugh, if being jealous had its use, we would be able to keep purple rhyme. Hey, she's always distracted when leveling with us, she clearly thinking of you? I say, purple rhyme is really good, she's beautiful and gentle. You should take her? Anyway, you are in the same city, it won't be hard on anyone. I was very speechless as I replied, what are you thinking? My feelings to purple rhyme are really forget it. I don't even know her name, I don't even know if she's married or not. What use is there in thinking about this? I should focus on leveling. You guys, can you not level without purple rhyme? Sword Flame Dragon Soul said, we can level, but without Sword Flame's number 1 beauty, our morale has dropped 90%. The remaining cleric girls are far from being able to compare to purple rhyme. I instantly felt sympathy, make do with it. This time, Sword Flame Dragon Soul said with a serious voice, I investigated it today and I've obtained news on Fated Madman, I'll tell you about it now. The Fated Guild was created by a subsidiary of one of Shanghai's companies and Fated Madman is that son of their chairman. His name is Lin Ao and he has one little sister named Lin Piou, who should be Fated Floating Rain. As for that fated bloodthirster, he should be the adopted son of Lin Ao's father who has an even more despicable personality. For now, we only know this much. What do you think? I said, I know. I went to Shanghai with Ling Shui today and met Lin Ao and Lin Piou in real life. It's as you said, Lin Ao is just a spoiled silk pants and that fated bloodthirster is nothing more than a hoodlum. Oh, so it's like this. Dragon Soul immediately said with an ambiguous laugh, no wonder you don't like our purple rhyme, you know gentle breeze flying snow in real life. No wonder, hey. I also laughed. We were all men, there was a tacit understanding. I hung up the call. At this time, we were surrounding the boss and the demonized commander was already wildly running around, with only a sliver of its HP left. Its long sword swept out with another meteor rain, creating chaos in the ancient ghost temple's 5th floor, making these little girls cry out with tempting cries of shock. I was completely surrounded by the lights of the meteor rain. There was a meteor that fell to my right covered in flames, falling onto Ling Yu's flame chi shield with a putong sound. Instantly the flame chi shield was shattered and Ling Yu was instantly killed by the meteor rain. Light gradually gathered and Ling Yu was revived, but she hadn't escaped the range of the meteor rain. I was shocked and quickly flew over, charging in front of her without a word to block a meteor. She couldn't revive for now, so dying meant losing a level? Hong. There was a sharp pain from my back and I was instantly killed, but I was also instantly revived on the spot. Ling Yu looked at me with a surprised look and I quickly went over to support her up. Behind us, there were large groups of meteors still falling down, shaking the entire 5th floor. Ling Yu pulled my hand and said with a smile, Bookworm, you died just now. I secretly complained in my heart. It was like the demonized commander was locked onto us and a second wave of meteor rain fell from the sky. Ling Yu as a mage was slow, so there was no other choice, I had to pull her along as we ran. In the end, Ling Yu had a bright smile as we ran shoulder by shoulder around the 5th floor, avoiding the boss chasing us. At this time, it suddenly became quiet and the flaming meteors above us disappeared without a trace. Looking over, the demonized commander's hill-like body was laughing as it gradually fell down and Ling Shui was slowly pulling her time flow sword out of its chest. Ding! System notification, congratulations, your team has killed the gold grade boss, demonized commander. You have gained 350,000 EXP and 1,000 prestige. The girls were filled with joy, they had finally killed this rampant boss. Ling Shui had a smile as she dug the loot from the boss armor, which was a shield and 2 skill books. It was actually a shield. Since we came into the game, we had never seen this kind of equipment before. Properly speaking, only swordsmen could equip shields, using it to increase their defense. This greatly increased the swordsman's defense, making it an absolute defensive barrier in large-scale battles. Only swordsmen who had changed jobs at level 40 could equip shields. Ling Shui quickly sent the stats of the shield into the party chat. Flame shield, silver equipment, shield. Defense, 200. Strength, plus 12. Vitality, plus 9. Additional stat, increases the user's defense by 2%. Required level, 44. Unidentified. Everyone was shocked. This shield already 200 defense without being identified, it would definitely be over 250 after it was appraised. Just the defense of the shield already surpassed the Scarlet Flame set that I was wearing. The archer job really wasn't a job that had resistances. Although it leveled quickly, when I saw these equipment with abnormal defenses, I couldn't help drooling over them. If there was a day that my archer could have high defense equipment like this, that would be good. The flame shield had a faint red magic pattern on it that looked very good. Ling Shui held onto it like she wasn't willing to give it up as she looked up at us with a smile and said, "This shield, can you give it to me?" Everyone nodded with smiles because this was the custom. Not to mention that everyone here was on the same side, so no one cared that much. After this, we looked over the 2 skill books. Ling Shui held a book in each hand. The book in her right hand had a faint blue light to it and the book in her left hand had a faint red light to it. Ice Armor, Skill Book. Uses water elemental energy to create an incomparably strong armor around the user that can greatly increase the user's defense. It will decrease the enemy's attack speed and move speed when the user is attacked by the enemy. Needs to be a level 45 magician to learn this skill. God, it really was a good thing? Ling Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hopeful look. Ling Shui laughed as she raised her hand. Elder sister, learn it and let us see it. Ling Yu took it with a smile and learned the skill with a flash of light. She raised the roaring flame staff and there was a faint ice blue shield that quickly condensed around her. At the same time, Ling Yu's defense increased by 200 points. I was instantly a bit speechless. Like this, the defense of a mage like Ling Yu actually surpassed the defense of a leather armor archer like me. The way of this world, experts were truly abnormal. After obtaining this ice armor skill, Ling Yu's life-preserving ability was greatly increased, especially when piking with close combat players. The ice armor could be called a battle-changing skill. Once the other side's attack speed was decreased, with Ling Yu's explosive power, any close combat player that approached could be easily taken care of. At this time, Ling Shui raised the other red skill book and sent its stats into the party chat. Fire Dragon, Skill Book. Uses fire elemental magic to summon a magical flame dragon, dealing large damage to enemies around the target area. The skill duration is related to the skill level. Needs to be a level 45 magician to learn this skill. Everyone was shocked again. Ling Yu was truly blessed today. She didn't obtain any benefits the last few times we came, but today the heavens were compensating her, giving her 2 skill books at the same time. Ling Yu quickly learned the flame dragon skill. Raising her staff, there was a dragon's roar as a blazing flame dragon appeared out of thin air in front of us. It soared out into the sky with the might to swallow all living beings. It could be imagined that if there were players here, they would be crippled if they didn't die. After dividing up the loot, Ling Yu's confidence swelled. She looked in the direction of the 6th floor and said with a smile, "How about we also sweep through the 6th floor tonight?" The girls all gave happy nods of agreement. The experience from the boss just now raised Ling Yu to level 46 and I was raised to level 44, entering the Chinese server's top 3 positions again. Ling Shui reached level 42 while Bing Cha and Purple Rhyme were still at level 41. However, our current combination's power was incredibly strong. I'm afraid that it would be hard to find a party with this high of an average level in this entire world. Otherwise, it would have been hard for us to kill that boss on the 5th floor. However, thinking of how the demonized commander boss thrashed us, I felt it was very interesting. The 6th floor of the ancient ghost temple sealed the final protector of the ancient general. After that, the 1st floor of the ancient ghost temple would be the tomb of the general. We would awaken the long-sleeping general and have a good fight with it. Looking at the dark entrance of the 6th floor, I said in a somewhat worried voice, "There could be very powerful monsters here. Why don't I take a look first?" Ling Shui shook her head as she said with a smile, "No need, I'll go by myself." After saying this, Ling Shui's beautiful form disappeared into the entrance. After a few seconds, I took 2 steps forward and felt a slender form fall down from above. It was Ling Shui. Looking at her, Ling Shui's HP was already empty and her armor was covered in burn marks. She was in a very sorry state. What happened? I helped Ling Shui up as I questioned her in a surprised voice. Ling Shui's little face was white in shock and she pointed up as she said, "The system is too mean. There's actually a group of high-level magician monsters guarding the entrance. I was almost instantly killed. Luckily this girl moves fast." Ling Shui didn't forget to act prideful in the end. I couldn't help laughing. Look at combat log. How much HP did you lose from each attack? Around 400, but there are a lot of monsters, at least over 10 of them. If I didn't move fast, I would have been instantly killed. Ling Shui blinked innocently as she spoke. I couldn't help letting out a sigh. A hard problem was here. I knew the final level wouldn't be that easy to charge into. I turned around and slowly went up the stairs. Ling Yu couldn't help being shocked as she asked, "Bookworm, what are you doing? Do you not want to live anymore?" I revealed a smile. "Relax, I'll be fine." After saying this, I appeared on the 6th floor to light flashing all around me. There were over 10 magicians all around me chanting their magic spells. In the blink of an eye, fireballs were already flying at me. I immediately shrank back and quickly returned to the 5th floor. I felt the fireballs fly over me and perhaps I would have been burned to dust if I was half a second slower. How was it? How was it? Bing Cha asked. I said in a depressed voice, there were 13 magician monsters and I couldn't see their levels, but they should be enhanced monsters over level 50. Their cast time is around 1.5 seconds. It's like this? Bing Cha couldn't help smiling as she asked, "Is this information any use?" I revealed a faint smile before looking at Ling Shui and Ling Yu. The 2 beauties were incredibly smart and immediately revealed an understanding smile. Ling Yu confidently said, "My Scarlet Flame C's cast time is 1 second, I believe it'll make enough of a difference." I nodded, Be careful." Ling Yu revealed a grin before slowly moving up the steps. She arrived on the 6th floor, but after a second, she had already come back. Her face was slightly red, clearly showing that she was a bit nervous, but she still smiled at me as she said, 15 seconds. I don't know if the persistent damage of the Scarlet Flame C can kill them or not. After just a few seconds, our experience bars increased. As expected, Ling Yu's Scarlet Flame C left on the 6th floor could kill those monsters. The 6th floor monsters couldn't come to the 5th floor, so like this, we could use this little bug to clean out the gate guarding monsters of the 6th floor one by one. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Yu gave us the OK sign. Our group finally openly entered the Ancient Ghost Temple's 6th floor. The Ancient Ghost Temple's 6th floor. Dark mages covered in mage robes were wandering around with jet black staffs in their hands, preparing to attack any intruders that approached. I couldn't see the monster's information, so I had Ling Yu do it. These mage monsters were as expected at level 50. Dark Sacrifices, Elite Monster. Level, 50. Magic Attack, 300 to 450. Defense, 120. HP, 5000. Additional stat, these human sacrifices being kept in the dark for a long time has been corrupted by the darkness. The current them have powerful magic and swear eternal loyalty to their master before death. It had to be said, these mage monsters with low HP and defenses were the best choice for leveling. They definitely didn't give low experience. The only bad thing was that they had high magical attacks and once one was caught by a group, it would be hard not to die. Yeah, it's actually elite monsters. Ling Shue's little mouth opened as she spoke in a surprised voice. Elite monsters, they were much more broken than normal monsters as the name suggested. So, the drop rate and experience rate of elite monsters were much higher than normal monsters, it could even be countless times higher. Not far away from us, there were quite a few gold coins dropped by the dark sacrifices killed by Ling Shue's Scarlet Flame Sea, but there was no equipment dropped. It seemed like the drop rate was still relatively low. Ling Yu began chanting and any magic that could have her chant was pretty broken. As expected, the moment the roaring flame staff was raised, a flame dragon flew into the sky and charged at a dark sacrifice not far away. Hong. The roaring flames wreaked havoc as several damage figures appeared above the head of the dark sacrifice, with each one being above 1000. In just a few seconds, the level 50 elite monster fell to the ground, turning into gold coins and experience points. The flame dragon spell was a new technique and just beginner level was already this strong. It made everyone a bit surprised. Ling Yu's mouth also opened wide in shock before she smiled and said, "This it seems a bit broken." I raised my star-chasing bow and directly shot a fire arrow. It went out with a "soo" sound and exploded with sparks on the chest of a dark sacrifice. At the same time, a bright damage figure appeared, 2104. Everyone was a bit surprised. It was clear that the defense of these mage monsters were too low. When we were feeling happy, we didn't realize that the dark sacrifice had suddenly raised its staff. With a loud chanting, the color of the sky in the surrounding area changed and there were several giant purple bolts of thunder that fell out of the sky. Hong. After the thunder fell, I felt pain fill my body. I had lost 1207 HP, almost instantly killing me. Everyone had damage figures jump out over their heads. Ling Shui and Bing Cha had directly lost more than half their HP, while Ling Shui had kept her life being protected by her fire chi shield. Purple Rhyme was directly killed, but it was a good thing she had a prepared resurrection on herself. However, she couldn't use another one for another 2 hours. Ling Yu moved very quickly, immediately sending out a fireball and an ice arrow spell, directly killing the half HP dark sacrifice. At this time, everyone looked at each other as we finally understood how terrifying the 6th floor's monsters were. We had been caught off guard even with our high defenses. If it were some lower-leveled players, they definitely would have been instantly killed under this thunder. Opening the system and I looked at the combat log. You have been hit by Dark Sacrifice's Dark Thunder of Fury and have lost 1207 HP, so this skill actually had a name. Dark mages really were broken. If that brat Ghost Fire had this kind of Dark Thunder of Fury spell, it would simply be too terrifying. A hidden job, that was something many people yearned for. Due to the fact the Dark Thunder of Fury was too terrifying, Ling Yu and I immediately changed our strategy. The two of us were the main attack force, being in charge of killing the Dark Sacrifice in 1 to 2 seconds. Ling Shui and Bing Cha were responsible for picking up the gold coins and items the monsters dropped. As for Purple Rhyme, she could sit on the side and watch. Like this, Ling Yu and I began to instant kill the first Dark Sacrifice. Although it was much safer, our speed in killing the monsters was much slower and there was a problem with our cooperation. 2 Dark Sacrifices began to chant the Dark Thunder of Fury spell and the girls' faces turned pale in fear. We quickly ran away as Ling Yu looked at me in a speechless manner and said, "Bookworm, what are you doing? Didn't I say that we're killing the one that was closer to us?" "That's right, the closer one. Didn't you see that he was standing on the stairs? Woo, 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 this fellow." Finally, we took care of the 2 Dark Sacrifices with Ling Shue's help. Although the 6th floor monsters were very dangerous, it was very exciting fighting them. Ling Yu had a headache while Ling Shui was filled with excitement, running around beside me like a little bird, unable to calm down. She excitedly used a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers to kill a Dark Sacrifice, but she aggroed a group of Dark Sacrifices which forced us back to the 5th floor. Without knowing it, we had already leveled until 5 in the morning, but the girls weren't tired at all because these elite monsters gave too much experience. In 5 hours, Ling Shui had reached level 44, Ling Yu had reached level 47, I was at level 46, and Bing Cha and Purple Rhyme were at level 43. Moreover, these Dark Sacrifices also dropped several pieces of cleric equipment. They were level 40 silver equipment with quite a few healing increase effects. It was much stronger than the equipment Purple Rhyme already had, so she changed to the new equipment. Finally, our group reached the end of the 6th floor and it was clear that we couldn't go any further. There was a thick iron door blocking our way. Ling Shui came forward and reached out to push the iron door. She couldn't help smiling as he said, "So heavy, it won't move at all." I couldn't help smiling. That was normal. If Ling Shui's petite body could push open the 5-meter-tall iron door, it would be strange. Purple Rhyme gave a yee sound at this time and pointed at the bottom of the door before saying, "Look over there, what is that?" I was immediately attracted over. I saw that there was a door knocker deeply embedded in the door and only a small part of it was revealed. Ling Shui blinked before saying with a smile, "Little fool, pull out the door knocker. Perhaps we'll be able to open the door and see the end of the 6th floor." I nodded. We had nowhere to go anyway, might as well give it a try. I reached out my hand to grab the iron knocker and forcefully pulled it back. Instantly there was the sound of metal grinding as the iron door in front of us fell down. It blocked out the sky. Would we still be able to keep our lives if it fell on us? I was shocked and immediately pulled Ling Shui as we ran away. Ling Yu, Bing Cha, and Purple Rhyme had looks of panic as they ran away. Hong. The iron door fell and Ling Shui and I had just gotten out of the dangerous area. We were covered in sweat because it had been too dangerous. As the dust fell, there were several lights that appeared in the darkness in front of us. The final boss of the 6th floor was finally about to make its debut. A large dark magician's cloak was wildly blown up by a sinister wind, just like a messy head of hair dancing in the wind. There was a white skeletal staff with a dark serpent curled around it. It was a mage in mage equipment. Only his empty eye sockets and his white bones told us that he was already a servant of darkness. Dark High Priest, Gold Grade Boss. Level, Magic Attack, Defense, HP. Additional information, the previous Empire's Imperial Mage has been corroded by darkness, becoming a servant of the dark. There is no doubt that he is a terrifying existence with his incredible magical strength. For thousands of years, countless brave soldiers had fallen to his powerful magic. As expected, I couldn't see this Dark High Priest's level at all. Not to mention me, even Ling Yu couldn't see it. It was estimated to be at around level 55. With a wild wind, the High Priest came forward. After looking around, he didn't place us in his eyes like he was filled with contempt towards us. Ling Shui was a bit worried. She grabbed my hand and said in a small voice, "The Dark Sacrifice's Dark Thunder of Fury was enough to almost instant kill us and now this High Priest is definitely even stronger. What should we do?" Before I even spoke, Ling Yu stole the first move. With fluctuations of magic, a giant flame dragon charged forward and swallowed the Dark High Priest. Suddenly, damage figures over 1000 appeared. So this Dark Priest's stats were actually quite normal? However, after the hard lesson just now, I didn't dare estimate gold grade bosses over level 50. Purple Rhyme cautiously released a curse while Bing Cha held her sword with an uncertain expression, not sure if she should attack or run. At this time, Ling Shui already charged forward. With a flash from the light flow sword, a sweeping away 1,000 soldiers and a water moon cut was released, instantly taking out close to 5,000 HP. As a mage, this Dark High Priest must very much fear physical attacks. I also quickly attacked with the star-chasing bow, dealing around 1,000 damage with a fire arrow. Just like this, with a round of attacks from us, the High Priest lost a tenth of his HP. Ling Yu saw some hope as she said with a happy smile, "Everyone, work hard." But the boss' next action made Ling Yu's heart fall to rock bottom. Raising the skeletal scepter, the Dark High Priest was surrounded by dark flickering light. In the blink of an eye, a black giant dragon was released. Ling Yu revealed a panicked look, "Be careful, it's the Dark Mage's Dark Dragon Wave." It seemed like Ling Yu had already experienced Ghostfire's Dark Dragon Wave, so she seemed afraid of this move. But it was too late to say anything. This Dark Dragon Wave instantly swept out and rushed past Ling Shui and Bing Cha, 2104, 2870. With these two damage figures, Ling Shui was left with a sliver of health and Bing Cha was even more tragic as she was directly killed. It was a good thing Bing Cha had a prepared resurrection on her, but she definitely wouldn't be as lucky next time. Ling Yu immediately made a firm decision, "Bing Cha, leave? Leave the battle to return to the city? You already can't help." Bing Cha was not a foolish girl, she already knew this. She quickly retreated and directly returned to the city after leaving battle state. Purple Rhyme quickly healed Ling Shui while Ling Shui was chugging down red potions, bringing her HP back up. However, if the boss used the Dark Dragon Wave again, Ling Shui wouldn't be able to resist it. In this kind of situation, the little beauty Ling Shui made the decision to keep going. She kept wildly using the red potion and didn't retreat at all as she brandished her sword against the Dark High Priest. Not far away, Purple Rhyme was also wildly chugging down blue potions while using high-grade heals one after another on Ling Shui. In the end, with the coordination of the two girls, they could withstand the Dark High Priest's terrifying magic attack. The most important thing was that there was a gap between Dark Dragon Waves and the normal Dark Fireball attacks only dealt around 1000 damage to Ling Shui, which was in the acceptable range for Ling Shui. Compared to fighting the demonized commander, fighting this Dark High Priest was even more terrifying. Ling Shui's HP was always maintained at around 1/3 and Purple Rhyme kept focusing on healing her. If she lost attention for even 1 to 2 seconds, Ling Shui would have been killed. After half an hour, Ling Shui's first piece of Wild Wind equipment's durability reached less than 10%, so the stats greatly dropped. This made the little beauty unable to hold on and couldn't help turning to complain, "This is bad. My defense has greatly dropped, I probably can't hold on any longer." Ling Yu said, "Shuer, hold on a bit longer. The boss is about to die." Ling Shui didn't have time to say anything as the high priest released the dark dragon wave again. This time, Purple Rhyme didn't have time heal. Because Ling Shui's defense had decreased, the dark dragon wave dealt 2,904 damage to her, which already surpassed the upper limit of her HP. With a flash of white light, Ling Shui's beautiful figure disappeared as she revived back in the city. My heart sunk. It was over. Ling Shui lost one level. Lacking our main defense, our group had completely crashed. The dark high priest landed a dark fireball from the distance to kill Purple Rhyme and we no longer had a cleric. Ling Yu looked at me with eyes filled with helplessness. I sent out several skills at the boss. He was already almost out of HP, we could only place our hopes on our final attacks. It was a pity that the Dark High Priest's HP had no end. Looking at the sliver, it was hard to tell if it was over 10,000 or not. Seeing the dark magic fluctuations, my body was filled with pain like it was being lacerated, as I turned into white light and returned to the city. Ding! System notification, you have been attacked by the Dark High Priest and have lost 3,201 HP, you have died and your level has decreased by 1. Shua. I appeared at the resurrection point by the Sunset City's east gate. To the side, there was Ling Shui and Purple Rhyme. The two of them immediately gave me a smile and almost spoke with the same voice, "You're also back." I gave a bitter smile as I said, Ling Yu might be back soon as well. It was a pity that before Ling Yu was back, we heard a system notification. Ding! System notification, the General Tomb's magic array is slowly disappearing. After 48 hours, you can enter the General Tomb's 7th floor. I couldn't help being as I said to Ling Shui, "You elder sister defeated the boss." Ling Shui gave a bright smile and said, "Of course, elder sister is the strongest." In less than a minute, Ling Yu appeared in the square of the city and ran over with a faint smile on her face. I said, "We all died and you're still smiling." Ling Yu said, "I didn't die. I was very depressed." At this time, Ling Yu smiled as she walked in front of me, trading a black cloak to me. She said with a smile, "Here, I'll leave this to you." I was a bit surprised. I quickly opened my inventory and saw the faint glow of the black cloak. Shadow cloak, golden equipment, leather armor. Defense, 100. Strength, plus 15. Agility, plus 10. Required level, 45. Unidentified. It was actually a piece of golden equipment and it was a high-level 45 golden equipment. I was filled with incomparable amazement. Ling Yu laughed before saying, "Quickly appraise it. That boss really is cheap, he actually gave only a cloak." Bing Cha and Purple Rhyme laughed as they said they wanted to come as well. Ling Shui also needed to appraise her flame shield, so our group arrived at the appraisers at 6 in the morning. Ling Shui raised the flame shield and the appraiser looked over it before saying, 5 gold coins. All right. Ling Shui immediately gave the money. The appraiser waved his hand and the equipment's stats appeared in front of our eyes. Flame shield, silver equipment, shield. Defense, 320. Magic defense, 100. Strength, plus 18. Vitality, plus 15. Additional, increases the user's defense by 5%. Required level, 44. The powerful defense made everyone take in a cold breath and what was even more abnormal was the additional 100 magic defense. Normally speaking, low-level equipment didn't have magic defense, which was one of the reasons why the mage job could run wild in the beginning. Everyone thought at first that only gold equipment would have magic defense effects, but no one thought that Ling Shui's silver shield would actually have magic defense. Like this, Ling Shui's magic defense was greatly increased. Perhaps after 48 hours when we went to the ancient ghost temple's 7th floor, if there were mage monsters, Ling Shui would be able to easily deal with them. Ling Shui immediately equipped the shield and we saw the giant shield transform into a little red shield on Ling Shui's left arm. It would only display the form of a giant shield when she was attacked, so it didn't affect the little beauty's looks at all. Instantly, Ling Shui was unwilling to let go of it. She revealed an incredibly sweet smile. "Little fool, quickly take out that golden cloak of yours." I only remembered that I had some equipment that needed to be appraised. My attention was pulled by Ling Shui's flame shield for a while. When I placed the shadow cloak on the table, the appraiser revealed a surprised expression before casually saying, "Appraisal fee, 200 gold coins." I couldn't help smiling. The star-chasing bow's appraisal fee was only 300 gold coins and this shadow cloak was 200 gold coins, so it wouldn't be that much worse. I had over 1,000 gold coins in my inventory still, so I didn't care as I directly took out 200 gold coins. With the flash of light, the shadow cloak instantly flashed with light. The surrounding area had a faint light like the deathly glow of hell. Shadow cloak, golden equipment, leather armor. Defense, 150. Magic defense, 75. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 12. Additional skill, shadow sneak. Required level, 45. I was a bit surprised, there was even an added skill. Shadow sneak, uses the cloak to enter a stealth mode, which fades after attacking. Has a cooldown of 10 hours? Damn, this skill was a bit weak. I thought that I could become invisible like assassins, but now it didn't seem like it was the same. I needed to wait 10 hours after using this skill, I might even be killed by someone before that even finished. Perhaps it could be used in a duel, but it wasn't too useful in group fights. But the stats of the cloak wasn't bad. The 150 defense was very surprising, and that 75 magic defense filled one with joy. I immediately equipped the cloak, and there was dark cloak that instantly appeared on my back. It looked like it was filled with military might. At least my outer appearance went from looking like a noob to looking like an expert. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile and went around me twice before teasing me. AI, little fool looks more handsome now. I snappily said, I was already very handsome, alright. Ling Shui said nothing as she just laughed. At this time, Ling Yu gave a yawn before saying, it's not early, we should sleep. We'll level more after getting up tomorrow afternoon. The night after that, we'll prepare for the ancient ghost temple again. This time we'll head to the 7th level and meet the mythical ultimate boss. Everyone immediately agreed. Ling Shui waved at me before logging off, causing that beautiful form to gradually disappear. Purple Rhyme also left after saying good night. Ling Yu and I smiled at each other before we logged off with Bing Cha. Taking off my helmet, I saw it was already morning. The sun was already shining down and my entire body felt numb. I went out the door and as expected, Ling Yu entered the bathroom wearing her sleepwear. Girls loved being clean, so they couldn't sleep without washing up. Bing Cha could only wait, so she poured 2 cups of tea and sat in the living room chatting with me. I asked, what kind of stats does that silver sword have? Bing Cha said with a smile, it's pretty good, it almost doubles my attack power compared to before. I'll also be able to deal a decent amount of damage now. I smiled before asking, Bing Cha, where are you from? Hangzhou. Bing Cha looked at me before suddenly saying with a smile, what are you thinking asking about me? I shook my head and said with a smile, no, I am just worried. You came to be a professional gamer by yourself, did your family agree? Bing Cha was a bit surprised before saying with a smile, so what if they don't agree? I don't want to live the life they have prepared for me, it's not interesting like that. Although I am alone, I'm very happy still. Don't I have you guys still? Bing Cha's beautiful eyes swept over and looked at me with eyes filled with deep meaning before revealing a smile. Bookworm, do you know? Since I came out a few years ago, I have seen all kinds of players. There are some doing it for the money, some doing it for girls, and some that do it to suppress others. Only you are the only person I can't see through. I couldn't help being surprised before awkwardly saying, why do you need to see through a person? If you can see through everything, wouldn't it not be fun at all? Bing Cha couldn't help smiling as he said, but I know you are a good person, otherwise you wouldn't have given those silver daggers to Ziyu. I revealed a smile, that is hard to say. Perhaps I like that little girl Ziyu and am using those daggers to earn some favor with her. Bing Cha couldn't help laughing, little girl Ziyu? She is that dumb? Do you need to spend that much effort? Actually, you just need to take her to see a few movies, give her a bit of popcorn, and rub her head, and she'll become obedient. Wouldn't she listen to you then? You can casually bring her to any hotel. I was speechless. As expected, not a single girl of the Shuiyu studios were simple. Bing Cha says she can't see through me, but that didn't mean I wasn't the same. This graceful and beautiful girl, I also couldn't see what she was thinking in the depths of her heart, and I didn't know why she entered this gaming studio. Seeing me being silent, Bing Cha smiled and said, I like every person in the Shuiyu studios, including you. From the first day you came here, fate had already been set. No matter what happens in the future, we will go forward and retreat together. We will never abandon anyone, don't you think so? There was an intelligent glow that flashed in Bing Cha's beautiful eyes and I was a bit stunned. I honestly nodded, that's right, we will go through wind and rain together, letting the Shuiyu name be known throughout the world. The next day, I only woke up when it was noon. Ling Yu and the other girls had already prepared a sumptuous meal, and when I woke up, we directly began eating. Everyone slept until it was quite late and our stomachs were empty, so we swept the table of delicacies clean. When everyone finished eating, we all planned on enjoying the iced tea Bing Cha made. Ling Yu's phone suddenly sounded and her face became serious after she heard the voice, causing a layer of frost to gradually appear on her little face. Pa! Ling Yu was very angry as she slammed the phone on the table. It instantly shattered the cell phone into pieces and the components flew very far. Everyone was stunned. Finally Bing Cha looked over at me and I asked in a cautious and small voice, Ling Yu, what happened? Ling Yu gritted her teeth and said, 200 production players with large amount of gold went to Forgotten Valley to dig out the red copper, but they were ambushed by the fated members and they were all killed. Of the raw materials that we purchased for over 20,000, half of them dropped. Humph. Didn't Wang Junji bring 100 members of the fighting department to protect them? What were they doing? Bing Cha's face turned cold as she said, why is it that group of fated trash again? I let out a breath and said, it's very clear, fated madman has locked onto us. In Sunset City, if we don't ruthlessly suppress them, we might not have a way to stand up. Ling Yu said through gritted teeth, all of you log on with me. We won't level today, we'll properly PK with those bastards from fated. Humph, bookworm, come out with me tonight. I was shocked, why are we going out? To buy a cell phone. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes looked over the wreck of the cell phone and she said it as an understatement. So, the 6 people of the studio logged on together. After locating where the red copper mines were on the map, I immediately sent a message to Sword Flame Dragon Soul, brother, there's some trouble with Shuiyu. Gather some people, we'll be meeting at the east gate of Sunset City. Dragon Soul quickly responded, alright. How many people do you want? I thought about it, as many as possible. Good, I'll be there soon, ha, ha. Dragon Soul was clearly very excited. When I came to the East Gate, Ling Yu and the others were already there. However, Ling Shui had a language test this afternoon at her college, so she was missing. Very soon, large amount of players began to gather from all directions and each person had the two words Sword Flame in their name. These were all experienced players, elites that Dragon Soul had brought from the previous game. Now that they had all been gathered, they would definitely have more cohesiveness compared to that fated group. Heavenly Punisher was holding a sparkling axe, Ghost Fire was silently standing there, not saying a single word, and Dragon Soul seemed like he had just finished lunch, as he stood there patting his stomach. He directly said, "Brothers, it's time for life and death? There are people shitting over our Shui Yu's head, what should we do?" The large group of Sword Flame player almost shouted at the same time, however much comes out is how much we'll make them eat. Ling Yu's group and I were shocked. Damn, they really are fierce. When most people had arrived, Ling Yu immediately said to me, "Bookworm, let's set off." So, a large team of over 400 players headed in the direction of the Forgotten Valley. After heading out not far, we met a group of ragged-looking Shui Yu production players holding their picks. They came over with aggrieved faces and said to Ling Yu, "Director Ling, we have been killed over 3 times this morning and over 80% of our mind ores were taken by fated players. There are even some people who have dropped their picks." Ling Yu said with a cold face, "Where's Wang Junji? Wasn't he only protecting you?" That production player couldn't help spitting. Protect? He had a red name after killing a fated noob and didn't dare kill anyone else. He brought those so-called combat players to Hero Memorial Park and watched from afar as us production players were slaughtered. That bastard. Ling Yu gritted her teeth and angrily said, "How could Dad place this kind of useless man this kind of job?" I came forward and said, "Ling Yu, we should more quickly. Let's take back the red copper mining area from Fated. Anyway, Forgotten Valley is a dark side area, so we won't gain sin from killing people." Ling Yu happily nodded and said, Let's go." After half an hour, we swept through the monsters on the edge of the Hero Memorial Park. When we entered the Forgotten Valley, we saw several fated players hanging at the entrance. When they saw how many people we had, they immediately retreated and disappeared into the valley. Bing Cha pursed her lips and said, "They're going back to report." I couldn't help smiling. A short message is enough. Is there a need to run back to report? Bing Cha revealed a smile. I forgot. At this time, I turned to Dragon Soul and said, "Send some assassins to investigate. Clearly find their location." Dragon Soul nodded. Very quickly, several high-level assassins of Sword Flame entered the Forgotten Valley, while the others stood by, preparing for a fight. I also activated the hiding skill of the Shadow Cloak and directly went forward. Ling Yu quickly asked, "Bookworm, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to see what fated madman's group of bastards are doing." "Relax, I'll be fine." After saying this, I directly headed into the forest and went to the location of the red copper mine. My stealth was different from that of the Sword Flame assassins. After all, I was now a super high level 45 player, so there weren't many people who could see through my stealth. As long as I didn't take the initiative to show myself, I was absolutely safe. After 10 minutes, in an open space near a mountain, there was a large amount of fated players gathered together. There were around 500 people. Fated Madman arrogantly stood in front of everyone and said while laughing, "I thought that Shui Yu was incredible, but I never thought they were such a motley crew. That whatever favored son of the heavens was such trash, running without leaving a trace as soon as he saw us? Che, this kind of person could actually become a boss in Shui Yu. It truly is strange. I don't know if it's because I'm blind or if Gentle Breeze embracing the moon's heart is blind." To the side, Fated Bloodthirster licked his lips and said, "Big brother, to be honest, that Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Gentle Breeze flying snow are all top quality goods. If we can get them wouldn't be filled with blessing." Fated Madman glared at him and shouted, "Nonsense. There is no need for you to say this. Last time I saw that Gentle Breeze flying snow, I dreamed about her last night. Damn, that girl is just too damn charming. Father might even be blind with lovesickness." Fated Bloodthirster said while laughing, "Big brother, this lovesickness needs to be quickly cured. After we beat Shui Yu today, it's best if we take in Gentle Breeze embracing the moon and Gentle Breeze flying snow. Like this, hey, big brother can do whatever you want to do." Fated Madman also revealed a vicious smile. I took a deep breath. Alright, now is the time to scare the tiger and deter Fated. Voila! With this sound, I pushed aside the tree leaves in front of me. The star-chasing bow released a white glowing arrow into the night. Shua! With a cold glow, the armor-piercing arrow came out of the void. With a pang sound, Fated Madman swayed as white light exploded on his chest. There was a damage figure that appeared above his head, 1761. Without hesitation, I fired a second skill. The fire arrow pierced through the void and accurately landed on Fated Madman again. 874. The fire arrow's damage couldn't compare to the armor-piercing arrow, but it was enough. Fated Madman had a look of terror and he had been instantly killed without even having time to make a sound. Potions dropped to the ground and he scattered into light. Fated Bloodthirster to the side had a look of panic as he roared, "Damn! Someone's ambushing us, charge." After saying this, Fated Bloodthirster charged forward with a new danger, but I was in a dense forest, so there was no need to fear his attack. In comparison to that, my goal was not just to kill Fated Madman, there was no sin generated from killing in the Forgotten Valley, so it was time to properly play with the Fated Guild. Who? With a burst of flames, a flame arrow flew through the void and directly landed on Fated Bloodthirster's shoulder, causing him to sway. He tried to activate his stealth mode, but it was already too late. He was only level 32, he was a full 13 levels under me, so I could easily deal with him when he approached with stealth. When I fired my second armor-piercing arrow, Fated Bloodthirster sensed it. Hong. Sparks flew in all directions and Fated Bloodthirster dropped a leather armor before reviving back in the city. I didn't even look at it, level 30 equipment wasn't even worth looking at. The most important thing is that large amounts of Fated players were drawn in by my sneak attack and they came in waves. Without saying anything, I turned and ran. Once the enemy archers and mages hit me with their ice spells, it would be hard for me to even run. At this time, there was the sound of charging in the distance. It was the Shuiyu combat players and in front of them was favored son of the heavens, Wang Junji. Suddenly, the Fated players didn't know what was going on, as their lineup fell into chaos from Wang Junji's group of over 100. I seized this chance to hide in the forest, waiting for an opportunity to fire a fire arrow at a Fated mage. With the high-level fire arrow and the attack power of the star-chasing bow, it was not something a mage could resist. Each time I attacked, there was a mage that fell to the ground. Wang Junji raised the sword in his hand to cut down a Fated mage as he ruthlessly said, "Damn. You bastards dare think father is easy to bully." But Wang Junji did not act arrogant for long when a large amount of players suddenly appeared on the road. It was the Bloodthirsty Guild's players. Bloodthirsty was a relatively famous team in Sunset City, having several thousand players. It's said that after Battle Soul left Sunset City, Bloodthirsty could be considered the strongest group left. Why did Bloodthirsty come here at this time? My heart was filled with questions as I saw Wang Junji moving forward with his sword and shouting, "Bloodthirsty's boss, come out and talk." After a few seconds, a level 36 swordsman named Bloodthirsty World came out from among the Bloodthirsty players and said while laughing, "Favored son of the heavens? Z, what business do you have?" Wang Junji's face sunk. "This business is between our Shuiyu and Fated, what is the meaning of this?" Bloodthirsty World said with a casual smile, "It's nothing, just coming here to join the fun." Wang Junji said with a frown, "Join the fun? Please state your intentions otherwise, our Shuiyu will not be polite." "Oh, is that so?" Bloodthirsty World had a faint smile as he suddenly flew forward and the sword in his hand stabbed right into Wang Junji's chest. Wang Junji, who was at half health and relaxed, couldn't react at all as he gradually turned into white light. Bloodthirsty World laughed as he watched Wang Junji disappearing. He said word for word, "Shuiyu? Humph, when did you have a say in Sunset City? Fated Madman has taken out 1,000,000 for you to disappear, so you can only disappear from Sunset City." Wang Junji already had a red name, so he dropped all his items when he died, even dropping the leg armor he had equipped. Reaching out to take the leg armor, Bloodthirsty World said while laughing, "Shuiyu's boss isn't all that? Brothers, charge for me? As long as they are people with the Shuiyu tag, we will kill them all. We will make Shuiyu completely disappear from Sunset City, letting them know that the rules of the game are very cruel." Ha, ha, ha. Wang Junji's death didn't draw any reaction from me, but him insulting Shuiyu made me feel very disturbed. After all, I am also a part of the Shuiyu studios. With Bloodthirsty World's orders, close to 1,000 Bloodthirsty players charged out. The over 100 Shuiyu players couldn't resist at all and were completely smashed. They were all killed and turned into a river of blood. While the battle was raging, I secretly approached Bloodthirsty World through the trees. I knocked my bow and with a soft sound, the armor-piercing arrow whistled out and directly stabbed Bloodthirsty World's chest. 2104. A terrifying damage figure floated out, but Bloodthirsty World's reaction was quite fast. He immediately drank a potion while retreating and he shouted out at the same time, "It's easily angered bookworm. Kill him for me." In an instant, there were two shadows that appeared at my sides at the same time. It was two assassins from Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty's fame wasn't empty, they had already prepared quite a few assassins around here. Pa! With a sound, there was a 243 that appeared above my head and the assassin was instantly stunned. He probably didn't expect that my defense would be this high. I revealed a faint smile and charged right in front of the assassin. When he still didn't know what was going on, my glowing dagger flew through the air and stabbed right into his chest. 568 points of damage jumped out and the assassin fell into a panic. He wanted to run, but I quickly changed to the star-chasing bow and killed him with a single flame arrow. At the same time, another two assassins tried to attack me. I flicked my hand to send an ice arrow at them and directly slowed one assassin while the other attacked me with his dagger. I looked over and immediately moved back to the right. After dodging the blade of the dagger, the star-chasing bow fired again and an armor-piercing arrow hit the assassin's chest. It instantly killed the level 32 assassin who had just let out a groan. I laughed as I fought and retreated. In the dense forest, there were many limits to mages, so they weren't dangerous to me at all. Moreover, the agility of warrior jobs couldn't compare to that of an archer at all, so it was very hard for them to catch me. Puchi. Another normal attack instant killed an assassin chasing me. I was very clear that this grudge had already been formed with Bloodthirsty. However, I was surprised since Bloodthirsty was such a large team, but I never thought it would be bought by Fated Madman. This kind of force would become our Shuiyu's enemy eventually. Bloodthirsty World loudly roared out, all of you are trash, take care of him, damn, move, father will do it myself. However, when Bloodthirsty World entered my firing range, his HP was emptied with a single powerful armor-piercing arrow. He quickly retreated in fear and his arrogance was restrained. At this time, Ling Yu's worried voice came from my party voice channel, Bookworm, how is it? We have already entered the mine area. I immediately opened my communication device and said with a smile, it's a bit troublesome this time, Bloodthirsty has also put a foot in this. Our enemies right now, one is fated and the other is Bloodthirsty. In our team, Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher, who was also a core member, immediately said with a laugh, that's great. This is finally a large battle. I already felt dissatisfied looking at that idiot Bloodthirsty World. Where is he now? I will immediately chop him down. While speaking, large amounts of Sword Flame players appeared on the edge of the forest, facing the faraway Bloodthirsty players. Moreover, there were Sword Flame and Bloodthirsty players kept coming. They charged into the entrance of the Forgotten Valley and countless players fell on the way there. I quickly escaped the Bloodthirsty players chasing me and arrived in front of Ling Yu's group. In the end, Bloodthirsty World came forward wielding his sword and said to Sword Flame Dragon Soul, Brother Dragon Soul, this is a fight between our Bloodthirsty and Shui Yu. Why is your Sword Flame joining in? If you immediately leave with your Sword Flame brothers, I, Bloodthirsty World, promise we will not stop you. Dragon Soul said while laughing. Bloodthirsty World, after not seeing each other in a few days, this old brother seems much more aggressive? It can't be. Do you think your Bloodthirsty already rules Sunset City? Bloodthirsty World's face didn't turn red in shame as he said, that's right. Battle Soul Defying Heaven has already taken Battle Soul to a second-rate main city to develop. Right now, there is only our Bloodthirsty that can sweep across the world. Dragon Soul couldn't help laughing, waving the sword in his hand. He loudly said, since it's like this, how about you sweep through our sword flame first before saying anything? Bloodthirsty World angrily said, humph. You don't want the face given to you. Dragon Soul knit his brows, fuck you, what thing are you? When did a bunch of jumping clowns like you become a professional team? Have you even seen yourselves? Brothers, enemies meet on a narrow path, extinguish those bloodthirsty and fated bastards for me. The negotiations collapsed and both sides immediately drew their weapons. A large group of sword flame swordsmen charged forward while mages shot out fireballs from a distance. On first contact, there were several bloodthirsty players who were instantly killed. Ling Yu began chanting and the moment she brandished the roaring flame staff, a flame dragon charged into the bloodthirsty camp, instantly killing several players. After that, it was the blazing scarlet flame sea, burning a few more players to death. Instantly, countless potions and pieces of equipment were dropped. I wasn't idle, directly using a high-grade 1000-blade arrows to kill the enemies in front. Not far behind me was Purple Rhyme focused on healing me, it could be considered focused care. To my side was Bingcha. Bingcha had an ice-cold face right now, as she raised the silver sword in her hand, charging into the enemy lines unimpeded. The 1000-blade arrows were quite overwhelming, taking away a third of people's health each time it was used, and it was quite irritating that it was being used every 5 seconds. The bloodthirsty swordsmen didn't even know what had happened when a large group of them had already been killed. There was no doubt that with the 1000-blade arrows and the star-chasing bow, I had the strongest firepower out of everyone present. Bloodthirsty World quickly noticed this and immediately roared out, all nearby magicians, quickly kill easily angered Bookworm. Quick. I immediately turned and said, all sword flame cleric beauties, heal me. A group of girls smiled as they healed me. At this time, the shadow cloak showed its true value. That 70 points of magic defense was not fake, each of the bloodthirsty magicians could only deal around 200 points of damage to me. Like this, I could heal back all that damage and I could also drink potions. Bloodthirsty World was filled with rage as he roared, have more magicians come over here. So, some more magicians came over, but Bloodthirsty World didn't realize that was my intention. The star-chasing bow light up and bloomed with a rainbow-colored light, sending 1000-blade arrows into the enemy magician's camp. Each magician lost over half their HP almost instantly, and while they were in a daze, my second 1000-blade arrows fell down. Pa, pa, pa. Damage figures of over 500 jumped out together. White lights followed this and in an instant, a large group of bloodthirsty mages had been killed. Sword Flame Heavenly Punisher was slashing at a swordsman while he said with roaring laughter, truly satisfying? Those bloodthirsty idiots, weren't you just acting arrogantly? You should know who are the kings of Sunset City, right? Sword Flame Ghost Fire raised his hand to fire a black wave of light, which instantly turned into a black dragon that directly burrowed into the ground. In less than 2 seconds, the black dragon suddenly came out of the ground and several bloodthirsty players were knocked into the sky by the black dragon, turning into white light and returning to the city. Everyone was stunned. This Dark Mage Ghost Fire's perishing set really wasn't just for show. The fight carried one and countless players from both sides died with each passing moment. They lost a level every time they died, but everyone was still very enthusiastic. There were quite a few players that rushed over from the city, even several idle players came to the Forgotten Valley to watch the fun. Although the Bloodthirsty Guild had many players, they lacked heavy firepower. For Shui Yu's side, there was my 1000-blade arrows, Ling Yu's Scarlet Flame Sea, and Ghost Fire's Black Dragon Wave. With these 3 large AoE skills, Bloodthirsty could only retreat. Their defense line collapsed in an instant, and no matter how Bloodthirsty World roared out in rage, they couldn't resist Shui Yu's wild attacks. In less than 10 minutes, Bloodthirsty had gone from 1,000 people to around 300 people. Shui Yu came with over 500 people and there were still over 400 people left. It was already pretty much over. At this time, Ling Yu said in the team chat, "There are quite a few people coming from outside. Fated's dead people are also coming." I looked at Dragon Soul and he took the initiative to say, "I'll bring people over to stop them." Ling Yu gave a happy nod and Dragon Soul led 200 high-level sword flame players over. The remaining people attacked with the Shui Yu players. Actually, the Blue Star group had only sent around 300 people into the game, with 200 of them belonging to Wang Junji's group. The people Ling Yu could dispatch was only around 100 people and half of them were production players, so once they began fighting, Shui Yu's true support was Sword Flame's power. Bloodthirsty World had a look of rage and directly charged out, aiming for Ling Yu. Several Sword Flame players wanted to stop him, but Ling Yu stopped them with a confident smile. They saw Bloodthirsty World's sword slash down on Ling Yu's Flame Chi shield and was instantly bounced off. What was even worse was that there was already a layer of frost around Bloodthirsty World's body, which was clearly the negative effects of the Ling Yu's ice armor. Bloodthirsty World instantly fell into a panic. He thought that he could instantly kill Ling Yu to turn the tide, but actually he was going to be buried here. Ling Yu raised her staff and instantly released the Flame Dragon spell. Flames bloomed and a giant flame dragon swallowed Bloodthirsty World, who turned into white light and returned to the city without any hesitation. My armor-piercing arrow hit thin air and my plan of killing Bloodthirsty World evaporated. Dong. Bloodthirsty World's helmet fell down. This level 36 swordsman equipment wasn't that bad. In the end, Summer took that helmet and said while giggling, "Spoils of war, this boss dying look really ugly." The courage of the bloodthirsty players collapsed after seeing this, instantly losing all their fighting will. They could offer some symbolic resistance as most of their players had already returned to the city. Beams of white light appeared, as the bloodthirsty players either died or escaped. Soon, the copper mine area had been occupied by Shui Yu and large amounts of production players quickly came in. Sword Flame Dragon Soul led a group of elite Sword Flame players to guard the entrance to the Forgotten Valley, while Ling Shui and I led a group of Shui Yu players to guard the production players mining copper. In the afternoon, when Ling Shui finally logged on, she immediately rushed over as soon as she learned what happened. In less than half an hour, the little beauty's figure appeared not far away. The sparkling strong gale set was very beautiful, the little flame shield on her shoulder appeared from time to time, and the light flow sword kept flowing with light, dazzling all the players on the way from Sunset City. When she arrived in front of us, Ling Shui somewhat regretfully said, "It's a pity. If I knew that there was such fun piking in the morning, I wouldn't have gone to the test." Ling Yu said, "Your studies are important, it's right to go to your test, that's right. How was your Chinese test? Can you pass it?" Ling Shui said with a faint smile, "Hard to say. What is the meaning of the last sentence in Zhuangzi's butterfly dream?" I said, hoping the emperor's heart can move the cuckoo bird. Bookworm was actually this talented. Summer looked very surprised. I immediately revealed a definitely appearance. At that time, another group of people came. It was actually Wang Junji's favored son of the heavens. Wang Junji directly came forward and spoke to Ling Yu in a concerned voice. Are you alright?" Ling Yu nodded and said nothing. Wang Junji then said, "It's good that you're fine. Come to the company in the afternoon, there are several contracts with brands you need to sign. Also we have our own brand promotion plan that we need your ideas on." Ling Yu let out a breath and said, "Alright, I'll come over immediately." Wang Junji quickly logged off. With Sword Flame's people protecting this place, the situation had basically stabilized and Shui Yu had taken the Forgotten Valley. So, Ling Yu also prepared to log off. She said to me, "Bookworm, come with me to the company. You log off as well." I hesitated a bit before nodding. After Ling Shui asked about the situation, she went into the Forgotten Valley to level with Bing Cha and the others. When I logged off to prepare, Ling Yu also changed into a Western-style business suit, looking very graceful and cute. She looked at me with a smile and said, "Let's go." We came downstairs. Ling Yu's car was a water blue Audi that looked like a convertible. Ling Shui and Ling Yu both had their own cars and I didn't know when I'd be able to get a car. I couldn't help planning in my heart. If I sold some of the high-level equipment in the game, I should be able to get some savings for myself. After arriving at the Blue Star Digital Square as fast as lightning, Ling Yu brought me into the office. On the way, countless employees respectfully called her Director Ling and I was completely disregarded. At most, there were some people who were surprised that there was a very well-mannered kid that was following the beautiful female director. We came to a digital brand store with the Blue Star symbol. It was the brand of the company. The manager was a fatty who respectfully came over and said, "Director Ling, as for promoting the brand, you make the decision. We were planning on hiring the female star, Lu XX, to promote the brand, but we haven't decided on the fee yet. The price she's asking for is too high, what do you think?" Ling Yu slightly knit her brows. "How much is she asking for?" 2 million. Oh, Ling Yu suddenly pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Forget it, don't ask whatever star, I'll do it myself." "What? You'll do it?" The manager's mouth opened wide in shock. Ling Yu said with a smile, "That's right, immediately bring the backgrounds and the photographer over, we'll do it right now. Could it be that you don't think I'm as pretty as that Lu XX?" Of course not. How could a second-rate star like her compare to you? All right, I'll prepare it immediately. The manager quickly left, and after half an hour, a group of people brought photography equipment, lights, and backgrounds out of a van. They began preparing their battle array outside the shop. Ling Yu didn't even need to put on makeup, she directly went up. Her appearance was friendly, but it didn't lose its seriousness. Her noble aura was perhaps something that even those female stars couldn't compare to. Actually, everyone knew what kind of things the female stars were, so how could they compare to a girl of noble birth like Ling Yu? The photograph session went very smoothly, and the full-bearded director they invited from overseas was very satisfied with the results. He was filled with praise for Ling Yu, occasionally raising his thumb, even asking Ling Yu out for dinner tonight if she had free time in the end. I was worried that Ling Yu was in trouble, and when I wanted to speak up, Ling Yu skillfully rejected him with fluent English. With my standard of English, I could only understand her saying sorry. After around 2 hours, it was finally over. Ling Yu went to the director's office, and after she finished signing the documents, she sent me to the finance department with a simple list. It was for operational costs, totaling 500,000. But actually it was to increase the level of living for our Shuiyu studio. Ling Yu said, my pocket money keeps being drained if I use it. Anyway, the company's funds are all in Wang Junji's hand, and rather than him spending it, it's better if we took some first. The withdrawal document had Ling Yu's signature, but when I came to the finance department, I learned that it also needed Wang Junji's signature. At this time, Wang Junji was in the main hall reprimanding some managers. When I brought the withdrawal form over, he immediately revealed a strange smile. Oh, is this the funds Ayu wants to use? Wang Junji took the form and didn't even look at it as he threw it into the garbage can. I was a bit angry. What is the meaning of this? What meaning? Wang Junji's voice was a bit dark. What status do you have? Do you have the qualification to come and take 500,000? I took a deep breath before saying, that form had Ling Yu's signature on it. It can't be you don't recognize it, right? Wang Junji raised his voice. What signature? Why didn't I see it? It's clearly a boy of unknown origins trying to scam money from our Blue Star Group. I gritted my teeth and angrily said, Wang Junji, don't be this shameless. The managers looked at each other. Nobody thought that a small staff member would dare use this wild tone towards Wang Junji. Wang Junji flew into a rage and charged forward, sending out a fist. Damn, what kind of thing are you? Daring to talk to father like this? Wang Junji was enraged. He actually only needed a few security guards to bring me out, but now that he had made a move, he definitely made a big mistake. What a joke? When Wang Junji was learning his double masters overseas, I wasn't idle. During that precious time, I had been fighting and collecting protection money in the school. I was already trained in the ways of fighting dirty. Pang. Wang Junji's punch landed on my chest and I was a bit winded, but this didn't count for much. I directly looked at Wang Junji and coldly said, you attacked me first, everything after this is justified self-defense. Pa. Wang Junji's fist contorted as my fist flew onto his face, sending him flying quite far away. The hall's floors were quite smooth and it had little friction, so after he staggered up, he fell again and his gold-rimmed glasses shattered on the ground. With just the first confrontation, it was my complete victory, other than the faint scratch on the corner of my lip. At this time, Ling Yu's cold voice came from behind. Bookworm, what are you doing? I was a bit surprised as I turned to say, your document was thrown into the garbage by him. An angry look flashed on Ling Yu's face, but she was panting with indignation as she said to me, you still can't hit people. The group of managers also nodded and said, which department is this person from? Immediately send him packing. Ling Yu came in front of me and looked very angry. She had her back to everyone else and looked right at me, but there was a smile on her face. She said in a low voice beside my ear, your skills aren't bad. I was instantly satisfied. I thought that Ling Yu was angry, but I never thought that she was also secretly pleased like me. But Ling Yu was very skilled in expressions and she loudly said, security? Why aren't you sending Manager Wang to the hospital? Actually, if she really cared, Ling Yu would take Wang Junji to the hospital herself. At this time, the manager of the marketing department pointed at me and said, what do we do about this person? Should we call 110? TL note, 911 is 110 in China. Ling Yu nodded, but she pulled my sleeve and said, I'll send him to the police myself, you don't need to worry about this. When we returned to the car, Ling Yu revealed a disappointed look and said, that bastard Wang Junji has such strong authority over the finance department that even I can't take out funds. Humph, it seems like we can only depend on ourselves in the future? Bookworm, where are we going? I teased her, aren't we going to the police? Ling Yu immediately started the car and said with a smile, all right, since you want to go, I'll send you there. I wasn't worried and just looked out the window. At this time, Ling Yu said in a small voice, just now, I'm really sorry. I never thought that Wang Junji would act so excessively and wrong you like that. I shook my head, what a joke, when have I been wronged? Ling Yu looked up with a smile. She stopped the car on the side of the road and reached out to touch the wound by my mouth before saying, it's already bleeding and you're saying you haven't been wronged. How about we go to the hospital to get it disinfected? I couldn't help smiling. Forget it, it's just a bit of blood. Your gums bleed when you brush your teeth anyway, why don't you need to disinfect it either? Then, let's go back. After half an hour, they returned to the Shuiyu studios. The other girls also logged off to get some food. After Bingcha saw the bloody mark by my mouth, she called out in surprise. She quickly found a little first aid kit and took out the alcohol to disinfect it for me. Ling Yu and I were stunned. No one would have thought that this fellow Bingcha would have this skill. Summer looked over at my wound and angrily said, "Which bastard punched our bookworm? Tell me, I'll help you flatten him." Ling Yu said, "It was Wang Junji." Summer was stunned before helplessly saying, "Then there's no choice, I have no resistance against handsome guys." I couldn't help being speechless. I looked up and said, "Then don't go. No one needs to help me take this debt back, I already did it myself." Summer immediately said with a smile, "Could it be that bookworm can't bear to give me up?" I said, "Of course not. After you leave, there will be no one to wash dishes at the studio." Rainfall and Ziyu revealed a faint smile on the side. Summer looked angry as she glared at me with large eyes. Ling Yu sat beside me on the sofa and asked, "After Bookworm and I left this afternoon, what happened in the game?" Bingcha said, "Bloodthirsty and Fated have entered an alliance and have tried to force their way in twice, but they were repelled by us. After that, Battle Soul appeared and Battle Soul Defying Heaven led a group of people from Battle Soul out of Echo City, chasing away Fated and Bloodthirsty." "Oh, Battle Soul's people came. It was Battle Soul Defying Heaven who gave Sword Flame Dragon Soul face, otherwise our losses would have been huge. You and Bookworm weren't there, so we lost quite a bit of firepower. If it wasn't for Ling Shui withstanding their firepower, we wouldn't have been able to hold on." Ling Yu revealed a smile. "Understood, it's been hard on everyone. Come, let's eat a good meal to fill our stomachs? We'll keep leveling tonight and we'll try to get the guild establishment token as soon as possible." The guild establishment token, it's said that bosses of level 80 and above only had a small chance of dropping it, which was the reason why there weren't any guilds in Spirit of Grief right now. Level 80 bosses were not things players of this level could match. After all, most players were between level 30 to 40 right now. They couldn't fight level 80 bosses at all. Only if they had 1,000 players at an average level of 50 would they have a chance of beating a level 80 boss. After I finished eating, I went back to my room. I had a cup of iced tea that Bingcha made and went to check the forum first. Currently, the game had entered a power leveling phase where everyone focused purely on leveling, hoping to pull ahead of everyone else. Currently, the various forces in the main cities were being defined. Like in Sunset City, Shuiyu and Sword Flame combining together made it the biggest force. They had thought that Bloodthirsty who were only first-rate in Sunset City could only watch Shuiyu expand, but Fated had killed their way in. The existence of a guild like Fated, its main cohesiveness was money. It could be imagined how much Fated Madman had invested in this game, being able to bring in all kinds of players that only cared about profits. The battle this afternoon had already created waves in Sunset City. The most powerful player alliance in Sunset City was Sword Flame and Shuiyu had quite a few high-level players. There were 3 people in the Chinese top 10 in Shuiyu, which already made people quite shocked. Not to mention that the girls from Shuiyu didn't have low levels, all being high-level players. What really attracted people was that Shuiyu was filled with beauties. When people put screenshots of Ling Shui, Ling Yu, Bingcha, and the others on the forum, it attracted a storm of drool. These girls were all outstanding beauties. Gathering them all into a gaming studio, it made many male players unable to stop themselves from indulging in fantasy. So there were people who left money on the forum to purchase the Shuiyu studio address. There were even rich people who offered 1000 RMB for the QQ number of a beauty from Shuiyu studio, which filled me with an impulse to earn money from this. Of course, Ling Yu and the others didn't use QQ, they all used MSN. Although QQ was faster, it was filled with all kinds of crude and violent characters, so any beauty with a bit of intelligence chose to use MSN. After reading several posts, I came up with a conclusion. Shuiyu Studio's popularity in Sunset City was already at a peak. Although there were 8 second-rate main cities in China like Sunset City, I believed that once the first-rate main cities opened, Shuiyu would have the same glory because there were peak players like Ling Yu and Ghostfire, as well as the powerful backing of Sword Flame. After logging on, Ling Shui immediately sent me a message, "Little fool, are you busy? If you're not, help me level." Naturally I wouldn't reject leveling with a beauty, but I had to drop off some equipment in my inventory in the warehouse, so I immediately replied, "I'll be there in half an hour." Alright. So I quickly took the golden bow out of the warehouse. This bow used to dominate the equipment ranking in first place back in the beginning of the game, but now it was changed out for the star-chasing bow. The only thing that hadn't changed was that both bows belonged to me. There were also 2 silver equipment and a bunch of bronze equipment taken out by me. I put all these things into my inventory before heading to the equipment selling commission place by the eastern gate. There were no auctions in a second-grade main city, there were only simple NPC sellers. Players came here to sell their unused equipment and players also came here to buy equipment that they needed. There was 100 spaces in the cellar and there were less than 10 spaces left when I opened it. Each space cost 10 gold coins to rent and lasted for 24 hours. If it wasn't sold after 24 hours, it would automatically be returned to the owner. I directly bought the rest of the spaces. I put the silver equipments up for prices of 2000 gold coins and the bronze equipment up for prices between 100 to 500 gold coins. This was a very fair price. As for the powerful golden bow, I directly went into the square and shouted out, selling the golden bow that used to be at the top of the equipment ranking, selling it to the highest bidder. Any classmates that need it, please come up now to give a price. Very soon, I was surrounded by a group of archers and summoners who all gave bids. 200 gold coins. 500 gold coins. 1,000. 1,100. 1,200. 2,800. When someone called out 2,800, the sounds finally faded. After all, the golden bow was just a silver weapon, and not to mention it was just a low-level equipment. Equipment for level 30 and lower, when players passed level 30, the value of this bow would be greatly decreased. So, I happily sold this golden bow for the high price of 2,800 gold coins to this level 29 archer. It seemed like his equipment were all quite expensive. It was possible he was a RMB warrior. TL note, RMB warrior is someone who pays to win. After receiving the 2,800 gold coins, my heart was filled with joy. This was worth over 10,000 RMB. I was now a tycoon of over 10,000. At this time, there was a cold sound from the system. Ding. System notification, your bright silver battle boots in the NPC seller has been sold. It was priced at 2,000 gold coins, and taking away the 10% fee, you have received 1,800 gold coins. Hey, the system actually took 200 gold coins? That was close to 1,000 RMB? I would have just shouted about it in the square if I knew about this earlier. When my heart was filled with regret, Ling Shui sent me a message saying, "Are you done yet? I am at the bridge at Sunset City's East Gate waiting for you." I revealed a smile and immediately headed over. At the same time, I opened up the exchange system of the game and put in 4,000 gold coins. With the current exchange rate, my bank account increased by 17,000 RMB. Finally, my wonderful abundant life was beginning. The firm walls of Sunset City were made of giant stones, and underneath the gate was a bridge made of white stones that was placed over the moat. As a breeze blew past, there was a silver-armored little beauty silently standing in the center of the bridge. Her hair swayed and her graceful figure wrapped in the armor could be faintly seen, looking very tempting. Then there was the blue cloak on her back that made her even more enchanting. The male players walking by couldn't help drooling when they saw her. I came forward and Ling Shui saw me before she snappily said, "Making a girl wait this long, little fool, you really are something." I couldn't help smiling as I said, "It's only a few minutes, this little girl doesn't have any patience at all." Ling Shui immediately pouted her lips. "Of course, I am like a panda locked up in the zoo being watched by everyone here. It terrifies me to death. Let's go, quickly." Ling Shui grabbed my wrist and quickly ran out of the city. When we left the city and was faced with the boundless woods, Ling Shui was a bit stunned. She couldn't help asking, "Where are we going to level?" I replied with a teasing smile, "You don't know and you're running this fast." "Then you know." "I don't know either. Let's just wander around." All right. So the two of us walked along a small stream in the river. On the path, we met some low-level mobs, wild elks that wouldn't attack on their own. It's said that their meat was very delicious, and many players who had the cook job treated this elk meat as a treasure. It's said that some expensive meals could temporarily increase a person's stats. Of course, Ling Shui and I weren't production players, so we weren't interested in hunting. After walking not far, an open space appeared in the woods in front of us. There was a large patch of grass and all kinds of shrubs around us, but what attracted our attention were the mobs in the open space. It was a black bear that was as tall as two people. Ling Shui revealed a mesmerizing smile as she said, "How about we cut down these dumb bears?" I looked over and shared the bear's stats in the party channel. Hungry wild bears, normal monsters. Level, 48. Attack, 380 to 450. Defense, 120. HP, 5,500. Attack type, tearing attacks, has a chance of dealing continuous damage. The level of the wild bear wasn't low. Level 48 was 3 levels higher than me and 7 levels higher than Ling Shui, so it could be imagined that Ling Shui's experience would soar if she leveled here. Ling Shui quickly pulled out the flowing light sword and said with a spirited smile, "This dumb bear only has 450 attack, it can't break my defenses at all." After saying this, Ling Shui charged forward. She swept out with the flowing light sword and the bear suffered a heavy hit, taking 2,100 points of damage. I was a bit surprised. Before I even pulled out the star-chasing bow, Ling Shui had already taken care of a bear, letting no one believe that this was a monster that was 7 levels higher than her. Actually, it wasn't that strange. Ling Shui had the silver strong gale set, making her stats very high. Then adding in an abnormal golden weapon like the flowing light sword, it explained why the bear was instantly killed. The wild monsters didn't drop much, only leaving a few silver coins. But the experience was good, so Ling Shui and I decided to level here, since it wasn't easy finding a place to level. All the good places were already filled and we've already cleared Hero Memorial Park many times, so it was getting boring. Moreover, I've killed quite a few corrupted skeletons, so their drops were getting rare, so I should change to another place. So, in this open area in the forest, Ling Shui and I killed the bears here. Our experience kept increasing, and while it wasn't considered fast, it also wasn't considered slow. Just like this, we killed into the night. Ling Yu had brought Bing Cha, Ziyu, and the others to the Hero Memorial Park to level, but there were gradually more players that headed there. So with people stealing their mobs, their leveling speed was not as fast as ours. When it was close to midnight, Ling Shui cut down a bear before coming in front of me. She stretched herself out before saying with a smile, "Little fool, I'm tired and want to log out to sleep. You should rest early too." I nodded. When I was about to log off, I heard a voice in the distance. If I ever beat that bastard easily angered bookworm, I'll definitely torture him to death. Ling Shui and I looked at each other. The people in the woods were currently walking in our direction. I didn't have time to say anything as Ling Shui had already grabbed my hand and hid behind some shrubbery nearby. Ling Shui, what are you doing? There isn't a need to be scared, right? I said in a surprised voice. Ling Shui revealed a smile. Little fool, where did you offend these people? I looked up and found that these three people were all magicians. They were killing intent from the crotch, jumping into a widow's window at night, and how about we go to bed? They were the three high-level magicians who tried to ambush me in the Forgotten Valley when I had a red name. I never expected to run into them here. Humph, so it was these idiots. I said in a low voice. Ling Shui was surprised before asking with a smile, how did these people offend you? I nodded and told her the matter of these three magicians ambushing me in the Forgotten Valley. After she finished listening to me, Ling Shui revealed an excited look and pulled me in to say, let's take care of these three people, alright? Since they are fellows who try to take advantage of a mess, they definitely aren't good people. I think about it before saying with a smile, it is good, but we have to let them attack first so we don't have red names. I don't want to have a red name and become a target for everyone. Ling Shui's lips curled into a faint smile and those beautiful eyes were as mesmerizing as new moons. Then how about we provoke them first? I nodded, alright. When I said this, Ling Shui had already run out and stood in the woods. She raised her light flow sword and provoked the three mages. Hey, those three noobs, stop. Instantly, the three of them were stunned as they looked at this little beauty. After being stunned for a bit, they couldn't help saying in shocked voices, such a beautiful girl ye? Gentle breeze flying snow, isn't this gentle breeze flying snow from the level ranking? Ling Shui had a cold face and raised her weapon as she said, you all, fight alone or a group battle, pick your method of death. Killing intent from the crotch was stunned before he revealed a flattering smile. Beauty, we do not have any enmity between us, why do you want to go all out against us? If you want to PK, give us a reason. Could it be we three brothers are too handsome? Ling Shui laughed, just with you? Humph, I can give you a reason. Elder sister said that we must abuse noobs when meeting them, especially those noobs whose levels aren't low like you. Jumping into a widow's window at night somewhat couldn't take it anymore and raised his voice, gentle breeze flying snow, get it through your head, we three are all level 39 players. Although our equipment aren't as good as yours, you shouldn't act this wild. If we really fight, perhaps you won't even be able to block a single round of attacks. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile and looked down at them with her beautiful eyes as she said, is that so? Suddenly, this little beauty launched a surprise attack and appeared in front of the mages. The light flow sword had already been raised and it chopped down at jumping into a widow's window at night's head with an unstoppable force. Old second, be careful. Killing intent from the crotch quickly raised his staff and sent a wind blade spell at Ling Shui's chest. With a puchy sound, the wind blade shattered and 234 points of damage appeared above Ling Shui's head. Killing intent from the crotch was shocked. He clearly never expected Ling Shui's magic resistance to be this high. And how about we go to bed on the side wasn't idle, as he sent an ice arrow spell at Ling Shui to decrease her speed. But, from the beginning to now, Ling Shui's light flow sword had never fallen. The three magicians revealed looks of fear as they finally realized everything. This little beauty had already decided to eat them up. Puchy. A white glow came out of the forest and directly hit killing intent from the crotch's chest. 762. The HP bar of the level 39 mage emptied and his face paled in fright. There were white ripples around him that shattered. Clearly his magic shield had been destroyed. He was lucky that he had the magic shield, otherwise killing intent from the crotch would have been instantly killed. I held my star-chasing bow as I casually walked out of the shrubs. The three magicians were filled with shock and swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they said with difficulty, it's actually easily angered bookworm. Why are you here? I revealed a faint smile. Why can't I be here? You are the ones who walked into the trap today, don't blame me. How about we go to bed? Hesitated a bit before saying in a low voice, what do we do? Should we run or? Killing intent from the crotch gritted his teeth before angrily saying, let's go all out. At the same time, the three of them wildly attacked with tacit understanding. Instantly wind blades, fireballs, and rocks fell down from the sky and their targets were me because they understood that it was impossible to kill a level 42 swordsman like Ling Shui in an instant, so first they could only kill the archer that had lower HP. I moved quickly while knocking my bow. With a su sound, a fire arrow was sent out creating a burning current. It instantly pierced killing intent from the crotch in the chest and since he was already almost empty, with no time to heal at all, he was instantly killed. I also received the other side's attack at the same time. The attacks of the three weren't empty and it instantly took half of my HP. Ling Shui saw this and immediately raised the light flow sword. An ice blue semicircle bloomed in front of Ling Shui. The water moon slash was incredibly powerful, instantly killing jumping into a widow's window at night who was hit. How about we go to bed? Who was still casting didn't even have time to complain. He immediately stopped casting and began to run away. Ling Shui giggled as she charged over with her sword. The 10% move speed increase of the lunar shadow cloak was displayed and in just a few seconds, how about we go to bed was in despair as he was caught by the little beauty and the golden sword slashed down at him. Puchy. Blood bloomed and a large wound appeared on how about we go to bed's chest. The magician's robe couldn't block the light flow sword at all, so without a doubt, this magician with low HP was instantly killed. In 5 seconds, 3 beams flew up and these 3 level 39 magicians went back to the city to revive, while also falling down to level 38. I immediately picked up the potions on the ground and Ling Shui said in a dissatisfied voice, taken care of just like this, I thought that they could at least last a few minutes. I said with a teasing smile, forget it, you're a swordsman with a full strength build. Your strength has a 10-star growth rate, so 5 of your strength points is around the same as 9 of my strength points. Then adding in your light flow sword, in the Chinese server, other than your elder sister, there is no other mage that can take your attacks. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile, it's like this, no wonder I felt so powerful, that's right, I'll be finishing my last test tomorrow, so starting the day after tomorrow, I'll be on summer vacation. I'll be able to move to the studio soon, is your heart prepared? I couldn't help being surprised, heart prepared? What do you want to do? I haven't thought of it yet, we'll see after I move in. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile before returning to the city to log off. I looked at our knight's achievements. There were only 3 black iron equipments, but I reached level 46. Looking at the level ranking, Ling Yu was first in China at level 48, Ghost Fire was second at level 47, and I was third. It seemed like I had to try to level harder to climb the ranks. I first logged off to take a break. When I came out of my room, I saw Summer and Ziyu massaging each other. Ziyu's slender white legs were placed over on Summer's legs and she was enjoying an issue of Rayleigh. Summer's soft hands were pinching Ziyu, causing her to narrow her eyes in pleasure as she opened her mouth a bit. This scene really wasn't suited for children to see. I didn't say anything and walked into the kitchen. I cooked a bowl of noodles and took it over to a coffee table on the side to eat. Summer quickly shouted out, Bookworm, I want to eat as well. I said with a smile, want to eat? Alright, help me massage my shoulders. Alright. To my surprise, Summer quickly agreed and took half my noodles. She quickly finished it in a few bites and licked her lips as she said, I never thought that instant noodles could be this delicious. I revealed a smile before brewing a cup of coffee to revitalize myself. I want to level later and there were less people stealing mobs at night, so I had to seize that chance. Moreover, Ling Shui had her test tomorrow and couldn't log on in the morning, so it wasn't too late for me to log on in the afternoon. At this time, a soft touch came from my shoulder. When I didn't notice, Summer had appeared behind me and her hands were skillfully pinching my body, as my nerves that were numb from lying down immediately came back to life. Looking back, I saw that Summer was wearing a blue halter skirt. Her snow-white legs were kneeling on the sofa and she stood up on it. She asked with a smile, how about it? My skills are pretty good, right? I didn't hold back my praise as I said in a heartfelt voice, it's not bad. If you can't play the game anymore in the future, you can open a little shop downstairs and watch the money come in. Summer immediately said with an angry smile, damn you think that I'm that kind of person? Just like that. No, I'm very pure. I nodded, that's right, I know. Summer is pure like a diamond is hard and you're very kind. Summer pursed her lips into a soft smile, right. Ziyu on the side fixed her hair and stood up. She said with a smile, if we really can't play the game in the future, what would we do? I didn't bring a lot of living expenses before I came from a faraway city, it seems to be the same with rainfall. Summer, your parents didn't oppose to you coming out alone to make a living. Summer was stunned before saying with a smile, what about it? I've always been a child in their eyes, but I want to prove to them that I'm already grown up. After saying this, Summer raised her rather small chest in front of me. It did become a bit bigger, it swelled to the size of a soup dumpling. Although I couldn't see which part of Summer was grown, I still said with a smile, relax, Shui Yu won't disband, we will become legends in spirit of grief. Ziyu and Summer smiled at each other before simultaneously tilting their heads to ask, Bookworm, if something were to happen in the future, would you abandon us? I was a bit surprised, but then I said with a smile, we are friends, of course I wouldn't give up on you guys. Ziyu and Summer revealed happy smiles. At this time, the door to the side opened and Bing Cha came out while rubbing her eyes. She said with an embarrassed smile, I actually fell asleep while leveling earlier. Forget it, I'll take a shower and get a good night's sleep. I must be too tired from piking today. Bing Cha looked at me and said, what are the 3 of you doing? You're not even turning on the TV. Oh, we're talking about life. Summer dodged the question. Bing Cha naturally didn't believe her, so she said to me, Bookworm, are you logging on later? I nodded, I want to level all night. Bing Cha said with a happy smile, good. Then we're going to bed first? We'll call you tomorrow morning for breakfast. Alright. After saying this, Bing Cha headed to the bathroom. I chugged my coffee and after sending Ziyu and Summer back to their room, I went to my room to log in again. Appearing in the city, I sold several pieces of dark iron equipment, which were very cheap. I only got a few gold coins from each piece, but following the principle of putting evergrain in the granary, I didn't waste them. I went to the weapon shop to repair my equipment and to fill up on iron arrows before heading to the potion shop to fill up on potions. There were mainly blue potions in the ones I bought since after the 1000 blade arrows leveled up, its MP consumption had greatly increased. At this time, Ling Yu sent me a message, all night. I replied, want to come together. Ling Yu sent a smiling emoji, no I need to sleep early to help improve my looks. I couldn't help smiling. This was normal since I was the only person who leveled all night in the Shuiyu studio. The other girls all made sure to get plenty of sleep, that way they could keep their nice bodies and cute faces. Opening my friends list, when Ling Yu logged off, all the girls on my friends list had turned grey. There were only hoodlums like Sword Flame Dragon Soul, Ghost Fire, and Heavenly Punisher that kept fighting on. So I sent them a greeting before heading in the direction of the Hero Memorial Park. The reason I picked the Hero Memorial Park was because the undead monsters there reached level 50 and I could pull in a large group to kill. Opening my skills list, I saw that my dodge skill had reached high level, increasing my evasion by 10%. This was one of the reasons why I could easily kill mobs since a lot of the time, those monsters directly missed me when they attacked. That kind of feeling was very satisfying. On the way there, we saw many Sunset City players bravely fighting the undead. Some played risky and some took much more methodical methods, with berserkers and warriors pulling mobs, mages and archers dealing DPS, and clerics healing them. Under this perfect harmony, there wasn't any danger at all. In order to be safe, I turned off my equipment effects and even hid my name. Like this, I was just a simple archer, looking like any other player, only I was a solo player. There were few people who thought that this person was easily angered bookworm who was third on the Chinese server level rankings. After half an hour, I passed through the front of the Hero Memorial Park and went into the place that we hadn't gone before. Limping around me were skeleton warriors who were level 50. In this place, a normal player couldn't survive here and even a party didn't have the ability to level here. After all, level 50 skeletons had dominating attack power that players under level 40 couldn't handle. Going not much deeper, there was a giant basin that was covered in black corroded ground, with flies dancing in the air. There were large numbers of skeletons scattered across the ground and they were different from the skeletons outside. These skeletons actually had simple armor on and although the black armor seemed a bit worn out, it definitely increased their defense by quite a bit. I immediately looked at the stats of the monster and results surprised me a bit. Corroded armor skeleton, enhanced monster. Level, attack, defense, HP, attack type, armor piercing attacks. A level 46 like me actually couldn't see their stats. It seemed like these corroded armor skeletons were at least level 52 or higher. An armor piercing arrow flew out as light and hit the armor of the skeleton, causing it to shake and a 1204 damage figure to appear above its head. It was considered not bad, it pierced quite a bit of armor. After being attacked, the corroded armor skeleton immediately let out a low roar of rage before charging over with its rusty sword. It was a pity that it moved too slowly, so I could easily kite it. Su, su, su. With several consecutive sounds, fire and ice arrows were shot out. Combining with armor-piercing arrows, in less than half a minute, this skeleton warrior in shabby armor collapsed while crying out. It dropped a gold coin and several silver coins, as well as a rusty sword. Yee, my luck is that good that a piece of equipment fell right away. I sighed with emotion as I went forward to put the gold and silver coins into my inventory before looking at the rusty sword. Corroded rusty sword, trash tier. Additional, quest item. Can't be dropped, can't be traded, can be stacked. I don't know what use it had, so I just threw it into my inventory. The good thing was that this monster gave quite good money and experience, so it was worth grinding on. So, I immediately tried pulling in a group of 5 corroded armor skeletons to kill with the 1000-blade arrows. In the end it took over 10 times before they finally all died. They dropped another rusty sword, which I threw into my inventory since it only took up a single space. It seemed like by pulling in too few monsters, I wasted too many MP potions, so it wasn't worth it. So for my second time, I pulled in 20 corroded armored skeletons. Like this, there wasn't too much pressure if these monsters attacked me and I could pull away from them with my move speed. I led the monsters in a circle, easily turning them into gold and experience with my 1000-blade arrows. This time, they dropped another 5 rusty swords, while also raising my experience bar by a third. It seemed like the monsters here were truly suitable for grinding on. There were more and more gold coins that filled my inventory. Considering the fact that the exchange rate kept decreasing, I would always exchange 1000 gold coins when I got 2000 gold coins, keeping 1000 as emergency in-game money. At this time, the difference between high-level players and normal players appeared. I was killing level 55 monsters by myself here. This was something that was unimaginable to normal players. Each monster killed here gave me around 1 to 2 gold coins, which was around 4 to 8 RMB, but that was only for me. If it was a player that hadn't reached level 40 yet, they would die at the hands of the skeletons. When everyone's levels reached the point where they could farm here, the gold coin wouldn't be worth as much then. Perhaps it would take 10 gold coins for 1 RMB, or even 100 gold coins for 1 RMB. It would mean killing one mob would equal 1 cent, so there wouldn't be many people who would be willing to do this. Just like this, my personal bank account increased by 4000 RMB each hour and I kept killing mobs without feeling tired. The so-called white-collar employee only earned around 4000 RMB a month, but I was actually earning a month's salary just by killing mobs for an hour. All the way until 3 AM, all the corroded armor skeletons in the basin were killed once by me. I reached level 47, while receiving over 200 of those rusty swords, creating 5 stacks. Turning back, I saw that quite a few skeletons had res beyond behind me. Looking forward, there was a small peak and what was surprising was that there was smoke floating out of the peak. My heart couldn't help being moved. Perhaps there was a NPC of the light side here. So without another word, I walked across the black corroded group to the high area. As expected, there really was a simple camp that entered my eyes. There were several soldiers around a campfire that had a black iron pot on it, currently letting off steam. It was clear that these soldiers were NPCs, as they had Memorial Park guards over their heads, but based on their situation, the power of the undead here had already surpassed the level of their control. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to this high ground to survive. When I walked over, a NPC that looked like the leader came over and said, "Young adventurer, you shouldn't have come to this dangerous place. There are damnable dark undead here that will tear all living things apart." I was surprised, not knowing how to answer, but that NPC then said, "If someone could kill those damn undead creatures, that would be great. Young man, are you willing to help us?" I couldn't wait as I immediately chose to help. Ding. System notification, you have received the task cleaning the corroded armor skeleton, can be repeated. Quest difficulty, 180. Quest content, help the Memorial Park guardsmen kill corroded armor skeletons and collect the rusted swords from them. When you have collected 50 rusted swords, you can hand them over to the Memorial Park guardsmen? I was a bit surprised. Could it be that this quest could be used to grind experience? When I opened the text box again, there was a choice to finish the quest, so I pressed down on it. Ding. System notification, you have completed the quest cleaning the corroded armor skeleton. You have received 180,000 experience, 200 gold coins, and 150 prestige. The 180,000 experience made my experience bar surge, and at the same time, there was a thought that appeared in my mind. If I could grind out experience like this, then I've really struck the jackpot today. I can get 200 gold coins every time I finish the quest. Just this is already enough to fill my heart with excitement. When I opened the text box again, it showed that I could hand over the 50 rusted sword quest items. I received a large amount of experience and gold coins once again. I did it 4 times until I used up all the rusted swords that I had collected, before no longer having the choice to turn in the quest again. In just a few short minutes, my experience had reached level 47 and 45%. It seemed like passing Ling Yu in terms of levels tonight wasn't a problem. Currently the number 1 player in the world was only level 49, then I would use this bug-like quest to catch up to him today. Thinking of this, my heart was filled with joy. I immediately went back to the basin and continued killing those corroded armor skeletons. Once a person became excited, they couldn't control their mind. Without knowing it, the sun had already risen, but I was fully focused on killing mobs. Who told this place to have mobs with rich experience and a quest with rewards? I don't know how many times I finished the quest during this time, but only when the MP potions in my inventory run out did I realize that I should log off. Looking at it, I had already reached level 49 and my experience bar was 87%. I would soon break the 50 gate. The square letters of a Chinese player's name had finally reached the entire world. My equipment had lost most of its durability from this long period of fighting, looking like it was about to break, while I was also running out of arrows. If I didn't return to the city, I couldn't do anything even if I stayed here. So I returned to the city. When I looked at the time, I found it was 11 AM and it was about to become noon. I was finally hit with a wave of drowsiness and I couldn't take it anymore, so I quickly logged off. My room was never locked, so I wrote a note to put on my door that read, "I won't be eating lunch, I'll eat dinner when I wake up." After closing the door, I jumped into my blankets and fell asleep. I don't know how long passed, but when I woke up, I found there was a note beside my pillow. There were a few more words under the words I wrote. Understood, do your best. Let's work hard together. I couldn't help revealing a smile. These words were quite childish, but it gave a person a sweet feeling. The words were quite well written. It was most likely Ling Yu or Bing Cha's handwriting. It was most likely only the two of them would say something like this. If it was summer, she would probably say something crazy like, "Work hard, you'll be happy soon." Looking at the cell phone on the side, it was already 5 in the afternoon. I slept for 6 hours, but based on the perspective of a professional player, 6 hours of sleep a day was already considered quite luxurious, so I immediately got out of bed. When I came out, I found the girls were all sitting in the living room. "Yeah, bookworm's awake," Ziyu said with a smile. Ling Yu immediately looked back with a smile and said, "Come and sit." I was a bit confused, as I carefully came to Ling Yu's side, but I was immediately hit with a faint fragrance. Bing Cha was sitting in front, looking at me with a smile as she asked, "Bookworm really is good, you threw away Ling Yu and Ghost Fire in a single night. You're still not confessing where you leveled." After knowing that this flame couldn't be contained with paper, I revealed a confident smile and said, "I'll bring you all there to level today." Ling Yu said with a smile, "Let's not rush, let's eat dinner first. We'll get together with Ling Shui and Purple Rhyme and clear the final boss of the ancient ghost tomb's 7th floor first. Now let's eat." I washed my face and tidied up before heading over to the table. To my sides, the girls were all wearing halter tops, completely ignoring me as the only male. The sight of pure white arms and legs were enough to make people blind from how dazzling they were. Ling Yu changed out of her uniform and was wearing a sky blue t-shirt. It has to be said that the t-shirt really highlights the figure of a beauty, as Ling Yu's proud peaks stood high up, creating a beautiful arch that moved one's soul. Although it was very simple, the blue shirt couldn't hide Ling Yu's beauty. A beauty needed to be appreciated, and if one looked carefully, Ling Yu was like the moon, so bright that people couldn't stare at her. This kind of aloof aura was not something that could be born with. Ling Yu looked at me and snappily said, "What are you looking at? You're not eating yet. When we finish, we're going to kill that general on the 7th floor of the ancient ghost tomb. I've already contacted Purple Rhyme and Ling Shui. We'll be head out at 6. We can only come back after killing that super powerful boss. It's best if we can get a guild formation token out of it." I said in a small voice that guild formation tokens only come from gold bosses that are level 80 and up. The boss of the ancient ghost tomb, it's already good if it can reach level 60. Ling Shui was speechless as she glared at me and said, "I know, but can you give me a bit of hope and pray that the system makes a mistake? If we can form a guild sooner, our Shuiyu can become first-rate players in the game. After greatly expanding our strength, I can prove my ability and escape." Ling Yu suddenly stopped talking, but Ziyu looked over curiously and asked, Escape what? Damn, this dumb girl Ziyu really had a big chest and an empty brain, she couldn't even guess this. Ling Yu clearly didn't want to speak, but she still asked. As expected, Ling Yu raised a brow and casually said, "Ziyu, if you don't change jobs by the end of tonight, I'm deducting your wages this month." Ziyu immediately began complaining, "No, I still need to buy makeup." Actually Ling Yu and Ziyu were quite old, both being 20 years old. But Ling Yu's body was more developed and she had a more terrifying aura. There was no choice, who had her be the daughter of a CEO. Seeing Ziyu's red face, Ling Yu couldn't help smiling. "Dumb Ziyu, you really believed it." Ziyu's intelligence was far less than Ling Yu's, so she was confused. So everyone sat down and peacefully ate their meals. After half an hour, I went back to my room after drinking some plain water. When I entered the game, the first thing I did was open the level rankings and I saw that my name was still in the first place. Chinese rankings. 1 easily angered bookworm. Level 49. Archer. 2 gentle breeze embracing the moon. Level 48. Magician. 3 sword flame ghost fire. Level 48. Dark magician. 4 delicate rice fragrance. Level 47. Soul magician. 5 battle soul defying heaven. Level 47. Berserker. 6 hell flames. Level 46. Gale warrior. 7 battle soul drifting wind. Level 45. Magician. 8 battle soul iron wing. Level 45. Magician. 9 faded madman. Level 44. Berserker. 10 determined storm. Level 44. Magician. The level ranking had changed quite a bit. Ling Shui and Sword Flame Dragon Soul had been pushed out of the top then, but this was quite normal. Ling Shui was still taking her tests and couldn't focus on the game, so it would be strange if she could stay in the top 10. Dragon Soul was focused on managing Sword Flame, so his concentration must be split. What surprised me the most was that there were 3 hidden jobs on the level rankings. There was no need to mention Ghostfire's Dark Magician, but there was this extra soul magician called Delicate Rice Fragrance. As the name stated, it must be a job that specialized in controlling souls, so I had to be careful when I met this person. As for the other hidden job, it was that Gale Warrior Hell Flame. This job's name was quite normal. It should be a job that focused on wind-attributed agility skills or a magic swordsman that controlled wind magic. It had to be something broken, otherwise they wouldn't have broken into the top 10 so quickly. Searching for them, that Gale Warrior Hell Flame was in Echo City, which was Battle Soul's territory, so we couldn't build a relationship with them at all. However, that person called Delicate Rice Fragrance was in Sunset City. I wonder if it was an enemy or a friend, but I hoped that they were an honest player. Otherwise, if they were pulled in by Fated, perhaps they might become a threat. At this time, there was a message that came from Ling Yu, "Gather at the East Gate. Come over in 5 minutes, you're the only one left." I quickly rushed to the equipment shop to fix my broken equipment and then filled up on potions. I looked at my friends list to see that the names of the girls were all lit up, so I headed to the East Gate. When I arrived at the square, there were 4 beauties waiting for me. Ling Yu and Ling Shui, this pair of beautiful twins was naturally the focus of everyone, with all the male players there staring at them with fanatic looks in their eyes. And to the side of Ling Yu and Ling Shui, the gentle purple rhyme and the cold beauty Bing Cha also attracted people's gazes. These 2 girls could be the center of attention anywhere, so naturally they weren't lacking. When the eyes of the girls fell onto me, Ling Shui said with pursed lips, "This fellow, you really have quite a bit of courage. You had us wait this long, how are you going to compensate us?" I laughed, "I'll treat you to a midnight snack after beating the boss." The girls revealed looks of joy. All right, you're the one who said it." I nodded and joked around with them. I was a high-class player with 40,000 RMB in my bank account. It wasn't a problem to treat them to a midnight snack. At this time, Ling Yu revealed a smile and raised her staff as she said, "Let's go, we're setting off. For the boss equipment and for Bookworm's midnight snack." Leaving Sunset City, we came into the forest where there was a faint breeze and there were players leveling all around us. The parties were teaming up against the level 35 wolves and there were pitiful wolf wails that rang out. The girls were clearly in a good mood. Ling Shui was in high spirits as she looked around with a smile. Ling Yu was calmer, with a confident smile on her face. Purple Rhyme had a faint smile that was as gentle as water, as her eyes looked over at me from time to time. Bing Cha just moved alone, as a proud look appeared on her pretty face. On the way, I kept feeling cold stares coming from behind me, as the male players all must have treated me as a public enemy. All these pretty girls were in a party with me. This was simply unbelievable, but when I showed my name, they didn't have anything else to say. As a player at the top of the level rankings, what did it matter if I had some beautiful girls with me? Half an hour later, we left the jungle and appeared in front of the ancient ghost tomb. Unlike before, the ancient ghost tomb had become a true leveling spot, so there were parties of varying strength in it. When we entered the first floor, we saw two parties in the distance currently engaging in PK. A fireball went past my arm and I felt a warm feeling from it. I was a bit surprised. Good fellow, what are they doing? Ling Shui looked over with her beautiful eyes before saying with a smile, it should be for equipment. I couldn't help smiling. What kind of treasures can the blue wolf guards on the first floor drop? These fellows really are short-sighted. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile. You really don't know what you're talking about. Most people are around level 30 right now and they need large amounts of equipment, so equipment around level 30 are being snatched right now. Forget it, let's just go to the second floor and let's not create any conflict with these people. So our team of 5 went along the wall and carefully avoided the battle of these people. But at this time, a level 32 berserker charged forward and chopped down at Purple Rhyme with his battle axe, as he roared out, "Bastard, daring to steal our brother's equipment." I was a bit surprised. This idiot actually recognized the wrong person? Purple Rhyme was in danger. Kuka. The giant axe fell onto Purple Rhyme's robe and Purple Rhyme wasn't instantly killed, not losing even a third of her HP. It seemed the level difference was too clear. Purple Rhyme as a level 42 cleric didn't have to fear the attack of a level 32 barbarian at all. I raised my bow and sent an ice arrow into the barbarian's chest, instantly almost killing him, while also turning his name gray. When I was about to finish him, Purple Rhyme quickly came forward to grab my hand and said with a smile, "Forget it, let's go to the second floor." There was no loss anyway. That berserker was stunned. He looked at us and muttered, "I attacked the wrong people." They were easily angered Bookworm and Gentle Breeze embracing the moon. I'm finished. But Purple Rhyme didn't decide to pursue this and pulled us to the second floor. I was a bit dissatisfied since Purple Rhyme was just too kind. She would be easily cheated outside. Purple Rhyme seemed to understand what I was thinking, so she said with a faint smile, "Causing less trouble and level more, that is my motto." Ling Yu immediately looked at Ling Shui and said, "Look at others." Ling Shui revealed a smile, "I also rarely cause trouble." Ling Yu snappily said, "You rarely cause trouble? Humph, don't think that I don't know. When you go level with Bookworm, you don't lack in piking." Ling Shui giggled and said, "But only that kind of leveling is interesting." Ling Yu had no way dealing with her little sister, so she said with a helpless smile, "Forget it. With Bookworm going with you when you go on a rampage, I feel much better." Ling Shui and Ling Yu looked at me with looks of teasing in those beautiful eyes. I felt awkward, so I looked at Bing Cha and she said, "I'm not the one at fault here, why are you looking at me?" I said, dividing attention. Bing Cha was speechless. "If you keep looking, big sister will need to start charging." It wasn't easy to make money now, so I decided to stop looking. At this time, we had already reached the center of the second floor and we found that there were players leveling all around here. The level 35 spirit warriors weren't that terrifying since high-level players were already between level 35 to level 40. Basically a small party of 5 could easily kill level 35 monsters, but of the teams on the second floor, most of them had over 20 people. Those people became vigilant when they saw us and even several assassins went into their stealth form. Seeing this, I immediately came out to say, "We're not leveling here, so everyone doesn't need to worry. We are just passing through." The leader of the other side immediately replied, "So it's Shui Yu's people. Hello, we are from the Flourish Gang, let's become friends. Please do as you wish, my brothers won't make it hard for you." So we easily reached the third floor. Ling Shui was beside me and she proudly raised her chest as she said with a smile, "I thought that we would need to fight. It scared me to death." I snappily said, "Scared to death? More like you were excited to death, right?" Ling Shui immediately revealed a cute expression and shouted, "Bastard. Why do you need to say it like that?" Everyone laughed and even Ling Yu gave a sweet smile. It was quite rare. This Blue Star Group's director was laughing from the bottom of her heart. The third floor's iron armor guards had been taken care of by the Sunset City player groups. Currently there were people in a corner complaining that the monsters are beyond too slowly. They didn't care about us at all. When we came to the fourth floor, we found that the players here were scarce. The attack of the beast riding corpse knights were rather fierce and it was hard for the party in front of us to keep up. The berserker in front was almost instantly killed by a single slash from the beast riding corpse knight and that level 39 cleric couldn't keep up with his intermediate healing spell, so he was about to die. At this time, with a flash of white light, our beauty cleric Purple Rhyme made her move and healed the berserker to full with a high level healing spell. The two mages quickly finished off the remaining HP of the beast riding corpse knight. At this time, the leader of the other party, the berserker, came over and sincerely said to us, "I really have to thank you guys. The healing output of this beauty cleric is so high, it's actually 3 times that of our cleric. How about we form a party?" Purple Rhyme revealed a faint smile and shook her head as she said, "No need, we're not leveling on the 4th floor. Your team, if I can be frank, it's safer for you to level on the 3rd floor." The berserker laughed as he rubbed his head and said, "I thought the same. He suddenly looked over our names and realized something. You are Shui Yu's people? My god, easily angered bookworm, gentle breeze embracing the moon, gentle breeze flying snow, these famous people are actually here? God, brothers, quickly look, it's the number 1 and number 2 experts of the rankings. Instantly, the other 4 players rushed over and looked at our equipment with eyes filled with admiration. The girls felt a bit awkward. Ling Shui pulled on the hem of my clothes and said in a low voice, why does it feel like we're rare animals in a zoo? Let's leave already. I nodded and said to them with a smile, you should head to the 3rd floor to level, we'll be leaving first. After saying this, I left with the beauties of the study. The other side kept taking screenshots, admiring the fact that there were such beauties in a game. That law that there were no beauties on the internet was bullshit. On the 5th floor of the ancient ghost temple, the monsters here were the demonized swordsmen with powerful attack power. The level 48 monsters had a high 500 attack power, which was not something that normal players can take, so when I entered the 5th floor I was scared because I was actually surrounded by demonized swordsmen. It was clear that there were 2 possibilities for this. One was that there were people that came to the 5th floor and couldn't take the attack power of the demonized swordsmen, so they were chased back to the 4th floor by a group of monsters which gathered all these demonized swordsmen here. The other was that there were people who deliberately attracted this group to stop players from heading down, which meant that before we came, there were players that came to the 5th floor. Thinking of this, I immediately went in an arc around the monsters, bringing most of them back to the center. At the same time, I said on the party channel, you guys can come up. When the girls appeared, I was already cautiously using the 1000-bladed arrows to kill the monsters. The demonized swordsmen here couldn't compare to the tomb skeletons, so a single hit to me took a third of my HP away. Using the 1000-bladed arrows to farm mobs here was simply like dancing on the edge of a blade. Purple Rhyme quickly gave me the prepared resurrection, while Ling Yu helped with her Scarlet Flame Sea and Flame Dragon spells. Ling Shui didn't fear the attack of the demonized swordsman with her strong gale set, so she forced her way into the mobs and used her water moon slash to cut them down. It had to be said, Ling Shui's battle technique was quite good. Every time she swept out with the water moon slash, several monsters around her lost most of their HP. This increased our efficiency by quite a bit. Ling Shui with the help of the water moon slash had quite a bit of damage. Bing Cha's actions were even more simple, she just attacked a single monster at the edges. Her defense couldn't compare to Ling Shui, so it would be dangerous once she was surrounded by monsters. In less than half an hour, we had already cleared out the monsters of the 5th floor, getting several pieces of bronze equipment. Everyone divided it up and I gave the bronze bracers that I got to Bing Cha. This was something that she could use, but seeing her look at me with those large eyes, I awkwardly put the equipment back into my inventory. Since the path to the 6th floor had been opened, I couldn't help taking a deep breath and saying in a heavy voice, there might be people up there and there might be a large group of dark sacrifices at the entrance, so the first person out has to be careful. Ling Shui said with a smile, relax, I'll take a look first. I wasn't a warrior and an archer with low HP wasn't good for charging in, so I could only give her a nod. Walking up the stone stairs with Ling Shui, when we reached the top, she hesitated a bit before looking back at me and saying, little fool, if I drop the light flow sword, you have to help me pick it up. The other equipment doesn't matter, only the light flow sword can't be lost. I was a bit surprised before saying with a faint smile, why? Ling Shui's face couldn't help turning red as she shouted, stop wasting time, just pick it up. After saying this, Ling Shui flew to the 6th floor. There wasn't any movement for a while and when Ling Yu and I were feeling anxious, Ling Shui's voice came from the party channel, it's safe, come in. Everyone immediately entered and they saw Ling Shui standing in the center of the 6th floor. Around her at her feet, there were the corpses of dark sacrifices that were slowly disappearing. Ling Yu, Bing Cha, and Purple Rhyme were stunned. I asked in a shocked voice, Ling Shui, what amazing ability did you get? You're actually able to take out all these dark sacrifices on the 6th floor in this short amount of time. Ling Shui helplessly said, it wasn't me, the monsters of the 6th floor had already been swept away when I arrived. My heart couldn't help turning cold. Who was it that stole all the 6th floor monsters ahead of us? Ling Yu had the same doubts as me, but she said to Ling Shui, forget it, let's go to the 7th floor. So everyone immediately charged to the 7th floor entrance. The magic barrier was released last time, so right now there was a blue glowing entrance in front of us. As long as we jumped in, we could directly reach the final boss of the ancient ghost temple. When Ling Shui was about to enter, I pulled her back. She looked at me with a confused look and I explained, it might be very dangerous inside, so I'll go first. I have the stealth from the shadow cloak, so it's much safer. Ling Shui, you'll lose a level if you die. Ling Shui was stunned before she said with a smile, but if you die, you'll fall from first place on the level rankings? You are Shui Yu's flag, how can you fall? I shook my head with a faint smile, it doesn't matter, levels can be grinded out later, I'm going first. After saying this, I activated the stealth of the shadow cloak and entered into the darkness. I walked forward and reached out both hands to touch the blue light barrier. I was immediately pulled in by some powerful energy. It was like I was flying and after a few seconds, I fell on the ground again. It was dark in front and I had appeared inside an ancient hall. In front of me, there were the sounds of fighting. There were around 20 players surrounding the boss and from time to time, people were dying. I was shocked to find that there was the faded tag above the names of these people. Close to 20 level 40 players, Fated Madman had taken out all his power just to steal the boss of the ancient ghost tomb's 7th floor. This boss had a set of dark black armor and a wild blood red cloak dancing in the wind. The boss only revealed a pair of eyes through his closed helmet that sparkled with blue light. There was a giant dazzling sword in his hand and each swing it gave took the life of a player. Ancient Ghost General, Dark Gold Boss. Level, Attack, Defense, HP. Additional, this ancient hero that has been sleeping for thousands of years has awakened. The hatred and loneliness of the ages has accumulated in him to make him hate everything. This time he is no longer the glory of humans, but rather the descent of a god of death. As expected, I couldn't see any stats of the boss, but I knew that this ancient ghost general was actually a dark gold boss. This definitely was the strongest boss since Spirit of Grief had opened. Hua! A beam of light scattered and 2 berserkers charging forward were instantly killed. The ancient ghost general swung his sword like a death god looking down on everything as he roared, "Lowly humans, your blood will pave a path for darkness to fall on the world." Fated Madman not far away lost his nerve as he roared out, "Go! What are you afraid of? Father will give you 20,000 if you die." But there were less than 20 fated members and most of them were magicians or archers. The swordsmen and berserkers had already been mostly killed. But at this time, there was a purple waning moon that appeared above the head of the ancient ghost general, while some battle information appeared. Ding! Battle notification, player Delicate Rice Fragrance has used the Soul Seal spell. The target ancient ghost general cannot move. This effect will last for 30 seconds. Instantly, I was completely shocked. I looked at who cast this spell and it was a beautiful little girl. Could it be that she was the hidden job player from the Chinese top 10 ranking, Delicate Rice Fragrance? Fated Madman said with a pleasantly surprised smile, "Success. All of you charge, take his life while he's sick." There was an explosion of magic as the ancient ghost general's long HP bar gradually began to fall. But according to this speed, it was impossible to finish without going for half an hour. It was unknown if this fated group could even last half an hour. It was possible that this Delicate Rice Fragrance would be the final factor. I was still steel-fed. There was no player that could see through my stealth and the ancient ghost general was trapped by the fated group, so he didn't have time to care about a human ant who had come in. At this time, Ling Shue's anxious voice came from the party channel, "Little fool, what is going on in there? Say something." I took a deep breath and said in a sunken voice, "There are several dozen fated people here fighting the final boss, but it doesn't seem good for them. Don't come in for now, wait until they're almost done and it won't be too late for us to make a move." Ling Shui gave a soft laugh, "All right, we'll do it like this." But at this time, Ling Yu gave a surprised cry, "Ee? More people are coming and they seem to be from fated? What should we do?" After that, the talk in the party channel was cut off. It was clear that Ling Yu's group had met some kind of trouble. At the same time, Fated Madman's expression turned cold as he angrily said, "Che, the Shuiyu group is already at the 6th floor, enemies really do cross on a narrow path. Delicate Rice Fragrance, you lead these people to beat the boss. I will go out to take care of those beautiful girls from Shuiyu." Delicate Rice Fragrance hesitated a bit as she revealed a look of doubt on her beautiful face before she gave a slight nod. Since Fated Madman wanted to go, I could only go with him. The steel-fed me immediately left the 7th floor and when I went past the light screen to enter the 6th floor, I saw the lights of magic appear in front of me. Ling Shue's beautiful form was dancing among fated, sending out water moon slashes in the air, instantly killing several players with red names. Cha, cha. With 2 red glows, Ling Yu was being chased by 2 assassins. Her HP quickly fell to the bottom and her flame chi shield was almost instantly shattered. Shua. With a sacred glow, Ling Yu's HP was instantly pulled up by Purple Rhyme, but there were several other assassins that approached like poisonous snakes. I didn't have time to think as I ran forward, sending out ice arrows while moving, hitting an assassin in the chest. That assassin's HP had been half burned by the Scarlet Flame Sea, so he was instantly killed and dropped potions on the ground. I didn't even spare a glance as I flew in front of my beautiful boss. The glowing dagger came out and I faced off with the assassin that came forward. Pa, pa. With these 2 sounds, I lost over 500 HP, but the other side had lost 700 HP. With a fireball from Ling Yu, the stunned assassin was instantly killed. Even after taking care of the 2 assassins, the danger wasn't over. On the 6th floor, there were many fated players that came forward and the worst thing was that the people of the Bloodthirsty had joined in. This self-proclaimed number 1 guild in Sunset City had completely folded into fated, so it was inevitable that they would fight with Shuiyu. I raised my hand to use an armor-piercing arrow to kill the 3rd assassin that came forward. I turned to look at Ling Yu and there was a deeply worried look in her eyes. In the distance, Ling Shui was facing the enemy with incredible might. Whenever the light flow sword danced, it took the lives of many players, but there were too many people and we definitely couldn't keep going like this. We only had Purple Rhyme as our healer and although her healing was high enough, she couldn't keep up this kind of consumption. Seeing that we couldn't stay on the 6th floor, I immediately said in the party channel, "Let's go to the 7th floor. I'll hold them off, Purple Rhyme goes first." Shua. With a rainbow glow, the 1,000-bladed arrows was released. The fated and bloodthirsty players were surprised and at the same time, Purple Rhyme and Bing Cha were charging at the light screen, with Ling Yu quickly following them. I turned my head to see Ling Shui brandishing her sword at a berserker. Damn, this little girl still isn't leaving. I secretly complained before quickly moving forward and grabbing Ling Xue's hand. I said in a loud voice, "Come with me." Pu. The enemy mage seized this chance and sent several ice arrows over. It was a good thing that Ling Xue and my magic defense were quite good, so we didn't die. When we charged into the light screen, we heard Fated Madman's panting voice from behind. "All of you charge for me, kill them all." The light in front of me dimmed and I immediately heard the angry roar of the ancient ghost general. Looking up, I saw a waning moon that was above the ancient ghost general's close to 5-meter body and it wasn't moving at all. Delicate rice fragrance had her staff raised and a purple chain of light passed through the boss from her hand. At the same time, the boss giant body trembled and its HP suddenly fell. 12579. 12432. 12328. 3 shocking numbers almost made people dumbfounded as I quickly opened the battle log. Combat notification, player Delicate Rice Fragrance has used the skill Soul Shackles, the target Ancient Ghost General has lost 1% of its current HP. Combat notification, player Delicate Rice Fragrance has used the skill Soul Shackles, the target Ancient Ghost General has lost 1% of its current HP. Combat notification, player Delicate Rice Fragrance has used the skill Soul Shackles, the target Ancient Ghost General has lost 1% of its current HP. I was amazed. It seemed like the Ancient Ghost General had over 1,000,000 HP. It really was worthy of being a dark gold boss. This Delicate Rice Fragrance seemed to have a job specialized for killing bosses. Normal magicians could only deal around 500 damage to a boss at once, but she could take out 30,000, that really was terrifying. When our Shuiyu group charged in, Delicate Rice Fragrance was surprised and even forgot to cast spells. In the end, the Ancient Ghost General that broke free of the Soul Seal spell slashed down with its sword and killed several fated berserkers. At the same time, there were people that appeared behind us as Fated Madman brought the fated and bloodthirsty players in. "Humph, I want to see how you're going to run today." Fated Madman viciously looked over and swept out with his hand. "Let everyone come in, we'll close the doors and kill them all today." More figures came in, but at this time, there was suddenly a delightful sound that rang in my ears. Ding! Combat notification, the number of players on the map has reached the upper limit of 50. The entrance will be temporarily closed and will open again in 600 minutes. Everyone was stunned as the blue screen of light disappeared. It seemed like it really was closing the doors to kill them all. Only we didn't know who would be killed. It might be Shuiyu, it might be Fated, it might be Bloodthirsty, or it might be all of us being killed by the boss. Purple Rhyme quickly healed everyone up. I looked over at Delicate Rice Fragrance. This mysterious player was without a doubt on Fated's side. Only by taking care of her would we have a chance. Ling Yu seemed to have the same thought as me as she immediately raised her roaring flame staff, sending out a bone-chilling fire dragon out. Pu. Sparks flew out as flames bloomed on Delicate Rice Fragrance's chest. She stood there in a daze and trembled a bit, as she lost 1,320 points of HP. But what was shocking was that after taking this much damage, Delicate Rice Fragrance still had 2/3 of her HP bar. It seemed like her HP was close to 4,000. Could it be that she added all her points into HP? Fated Madman saw this and immediately roared out in rage, "Attack for me!" Rice Fragrance, immediately seal that mage and kill Gentle Breeze embracing the moon first. I quickly came in front of Ling Yu and roared, "Get back! Use the Scarlet Flame Sea to open our defensive line." Ling Yu was smart as she quickly retreated, throwing a Scarlet Flame Sea into the crowd. What was good was that this ancient ghost temple's 7th floor had entered the territory of the dark side, so there was no sin value from piking here. Like this, we didn't have any scruples at all. Pa. Without time for pity, I quickly sent out an armor-piercing arrow, taking out another third of Delicate Rice Fragrance's HP. But she had already started chanting her magic and a beautiful waning moon appeared above Ling Xue's head, greatly reducing her move speed. Several fated assassins immediately charged forward. I couldn't help being surprised. We can't keep going like this. Once Ling Yu is killed, we won't even have a chance left. In the distance, the ancient ghost general was being ignored, so it could only kill several fated players to get rid of its hatred. At the same time, Fated Madman loudly ordered, "All clerics heal Delicate Rice Fragrance." Shua, shua, shua. White light shined and Delicate Rice Fragrance's HP was instantly filled. My heart turned cold. No, there was only a chance if we instantly killed her. At this time, a beautiful figure passed by me. A familiar voice sounded in my ear, "Little fool, let's go up together. What are you standing in a daze for?" I couldn't help smiling. That's great, this little girl Ling Xue was smart, of course she understood what was powerful. So I immediately followed with the glowing dagger. That Fated Warriors by Delicate Rice Fragrance didn't even have time to react as Bing Cha swept them away with a single slash. Purple Rhyme sent a high-level cure onto Ling Yu. At this time, Delicate Rice Fragrance felt the approach of danger and she was a bit surprised, but she gritted her teeth and raised her staff to continue sealing Ling Yu. Pa, pa, pa. With these 3 sounds, 3 figures jumped out. 1104, 1239, 1186. Ling Xue's high-level sweeping away 1,000 soldiers hit 3 times and almost instantly emptied Delicate Rice Fragrance's HP. But there were too many fated clerics and they instantly healed half of Delicate Rice Fragrance's HP. Ling Xue gritted her teeth and her beautiful figure created a perfect arc to appear behind Delicate Rice Fragrance. Delicate Rice Fragrance was shocked as she met my attack. Chi la. The glowing dagger dealt 600 damage and I directly sent out an armor-piercing arrow with the star-chasing bow. 1452. Delicate rice fragrances HP dropped once again. At the same time, Ling Shui raised her sword and the blue arc of the water moon slash came out. Pa. 1894. This powerful attack didn't let people down as delicate rice fragrance couldn't take this powerful attack anymore. With a flash of white light, she had been sent back to the city. At this time, Ling Yu's body relaxed and the waning moon disappeared from above her head. She quickly moved in a Z pattern to throw off the 3 assassins behind her, while also sending a fire dragon to swallow one of the assassins. This time our opportunity was finally here. Ling Shui and I both smiled as we quickly ran in Ling Yu's direction. I sent out 1,000-bladed arrows as suppression while running. Facing the Scarlet Flame Sea and the 1,000-bladed arrows, the fated players didn't dare move forward. Fated Madman was enraged. His heart was filled with anxiety because this damn ancient ghost general boss was taking the lives of fated players. With pitiful screams sounding, Ling Shui came in front of Ling Yu. I focused on using my armor-piercing arrow to kill the enemy's magicians. In just a few minutes, there weren't many fated players left in this small space and fated Madman looked quite helpless. A thin person came up to fated Madman and said, "Boss, let's forget it. Our brothers outside can't come in and Bookworm's group's level is just too high, we can't beat them at all." Fated Madman was filled with rage. "Fuck you, we can't beat them. We have 50 people and they only have 5 people, how can't we beat them?" The thin man trembled. "Boss, 50 minus 5 is 45, we only have 45 people." Fated Madman flew into a rage. "Damn you, father knows that your math is good." Pa. With a cold glow, the ancient ghost general charged over and took care of the math genius with one slash. Fated Madman kept retreating, as he said with a look of fear, "Someone, come block him." But the fated players on the 7th floor couldn't even take care of themselves, how could they care about Fated Madman? Ling Yu said in the team channel, "Everyone did well, let's prepare to fight the boss." At the same time, Fated Madman lost his little life to a slash from the ancient ghost general, dropping potions on the ground. At this time, the ancient ghost temple's 7th floor was covered in equipment and potions, but we didn't have time to pick them up. Moreover, the fated and bloodthirsty players only dropped bronze equipment. There wasn't anything that attracted our attention at all. The final fated player was a pitiful assassin. He had been following Purple Rhyme the entire time, considering whether to make a move or not. Now that the fated players had been taken care of, I sent out an armor-piercing arrow to send him home for free. Everyone let out a sigh. Finally there were only our people left in this place. Ling Yu ordered, "Ling Shui will draw the monster while Bookworm and I will be the main damage." Ling Shui immediately went forward, but the ancient ghost general suddenly raised his giant sword and created a cold glow. Kaka. Ling Shui's slender body trembled as she was stunned in place. Ding. Combat notification, player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has lost 5,601 HP from taking the ancient ghost general's attack. Player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has died. Following that, there was another sound. Ding. System notification, prepared resurrection has activated and player Gentle Breeze Flying Snow has revived on the spot without a single loss. Instantly, it was like everyone had been petrified. This boss could instantly kill us. People didn't have a chance to exploit this shameless style of playing at all. Ling Shui stood there in a daze, as her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. I immediately ordered, "Ling Shui, retreat from combat and return to the city. There's nothing to do here." Ling Shui finally woke up from her daze and couldn't help saying in a surprised voice, "This boss is too abnormal." This was something that the entire world knew. The ancient ghost general raised his giant sword high up again. It was unknown who his target was, but there was no doubt that whoever he attacked, they would be instantly killed. The girls saw this scene and they all stood there in a daze. I couldn't help complaining, "It's over, it seems like I can only sacrifice myself." Pa. With a sound, a blue light flashed and the ancient ghost general was covered in a layer of frost. The ice arrow's freezing effect decreased its speed, but when the ancient ghost general charged at me, I knew that it was just too fast. It surpassed me even when it was slowed down, so there was no hope of running. Ling Shui cried out in shock, "Little fool, you don't want to live." I gave a bitter smile, quickly returned to the city. Me dying alone is better than everyone dying. This time I decided to be the big man, since I was the only man in the Shuiyu studio, so I had to act like a man and hold up Shuiyu. One of those things was sacrificing myself, although I very much disliked it. Ling Shui and Purple Rhyme were very hesitant, but Ling Yu said with gritted teeth, "Bookwork, I really have to thank you this time." After saying this, Ling Yu turned and gave the order, "Everyone return to the city, don't worry about anything else." In the end, Ling Shui was very unwilling as she broke the city return scroll. The unwilling look in her eyes made me feel grateful. Shua, Shua. With several flashes of white light, the girls safely returned to Sunset City. As for me, I was left facing a super dark gold boss alone. The ancient ghost general roared in rage, as his eyes filled with despise towards a small existence like me. Who? The wind coming from the giant's sword seemed like it could distort space itself. I gritted my teeth and didn't have time to avoid it, so I used the glowing dagger to block it. Pang. With a crisp sound, the glowing dagger was shattered and I thrown high up as I was ripped apart. Ding. Combat notification, you have been hit by the ancient ghost general and have lost 7,240 HP. You have died. After that, there was another sound. Ding. System notification, prepared resurrection has activated and you have been revived on the spot without a single loss. PU. I slammed down on the ground. Although I had been revived, I wasn't far from my next death. So I closed my eyes to wait for death as the ancient ghost general's roar of rage reverberated in my ears. Time passed bit by bit, but I didn't welcome death. When I opened my eyes, I found something that filled me with wild joy. I didn't fall down on the ground of the main floor, rather I had been knocked into the air by the ancient ghost general and had fallen onto a lamp hanging in the air. The ancient ghost general was far away from me and couldn't hit me at all. It could only angrily walk around while wildly swinging the sword in its hand. Ha, ha, a chance is here. I broke out in laughter as I grabbed the lamp with one hand and shot arrows with the other. With a "sue" sound, an armor-piercing arrow flew out to hit the ancient ghost general. TL note, don't ask me how it's physically possible, it's a game. 1104. This not low damage pleasantly surprised me. Like this, I could just hang off the lamp and finish this boss? The ancient ghost general couldn't hit me and could only anxiously wave its sword. I just landed my attacks one after another on the ancient ghost general. Although the attacks weren't that strong, it could still slowly kill this dark gold boss. I looked in my inventory and saw that I had enough potions and arrows, so it was no problem killing the boss. Even with his quick regen, I believed in my damage output. At this time, with a diss sound, Ling Shui sent a message, "Fool. Are you dead yet?" I replied with a smile, "Not yet, are you disappointed?" Ling Shui immediately asked, "Really? Then where are you right now? Bring me out to level." I couldn't help revealing a faint smile, "No rush, I'm still on the 7th floor. Wait for me to kill this boss. You can go level with Ling Yu, no need to worry about me. You be careful." Less than half a minute after Ling Shui's message, Ling Yu sent me a message, "You really aren't dead? That's great. We'll give you a feast when you come back." I explained the situation here and Ling Yu excitedly said, "That's great, our Shui Yu's #1 expert is finally going to appear. I'm waiting for your good news, it's best if you can get a guild establishment token." I already said that bosses who aren't level 80 won't drop guild establishment token. You really are dumb, you don't know to comfort me. Ling Yu was still very excited and after comforting me a few times, she went to level with Ling Shui. Not long after, Purple Rhyme's message finally came, "Bookworm, I'm really sorry. It was all because I'm no good and couldn't help everyone, otherwise you wouldn't have died." I couldn't help smiling. She still didn't know my situation, so I said with a smile, "Then how is Beauty Rhyme planning to repay me?" Purple Rhyme said with a smile, "We'll talk after you get back. Ghostfire and Heavenly Punisher are calling me to level, so I'm going first." After talking to each of the beauties, I focused myself on killing the ancient ghost general, but the boss regen really was terrifying. In close to an hour, I only took off a small part of his HP bar. I couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. The 7th floor was closed for 10 hours and it would automatically open after 10 hours. If I couldn't take care of the boss during this time, it might all be a waste. Thinking of this, I was much more worried. I used the armor-piercing arrow, fire arrow, and ice arrow as soon as they came off cooldown, increasing my damage output. Just like this, I went from 7 to 12 and half the boss HP was taken off. The girls had already logged off at this time. Ling Shui was moving into the studio tomorrow and Ling Yu and the others logged off one by one. Right now I was the only one who played at night in the studio. The other girls were used to logging off before 12 and logging on early in the morning, maintaining 12 hours of gameplay each day. Ling Yu felt that this was a professional player and worthy of being a part of the studio. In the cold night, I kept firing arrow after arrow at the ancient ghost general. The dark gold boss wielded his giant sword as he slashed out at the sky. All the way until 4 in the morning, I kept sending attacks at the ancient ghost general. The most depressing thing was that a dark gold boss recovery speed really was too fast, but it was a good thing my armor-piercing arrow's attack wasn't weak. If it was any other archer, they might not deal as much damage as the boss could recover. Even when Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher logged off to sleep, when there were the lowest amount of players online, what could be imagined was that Fated Madman definitely had people guarding the 6th floor of the ancient ghost temple. Once the 7th floor opened, he would definitely come in, but Fated Madman never would have imagined that I was still in here. When it was 5 in the morning and the entrance was about to open, there was only a sliver left of the ancient ghost general's HP. I looked in my bag. I didn't have many more potions and I didn't even have that many arrows left. At this time, a system notification rang. Ding. System notification, the strange energy is disappearing and the entrance to the 7th floor is opening? I was a bit surprised and kept complaining. At this time, there were human figures by the entrance in the distance. Fated Madman and Fated Bloodthirster had come together with a large group of fated players. Big brother, perhaps this boss will drop a guild establishment token. Then we would biome rich. The first guild would definitely get most of Sunset City's players. Our Fated will become the #1 guild in the world. Fated Bloodthirster said in a very proud voice. Fated Madman said, not bad, not bad. Father wants to see how easily angered Bookworm and Gentle Breeze embracing the moon will go against Fated in the end. When the other side were about to appear, I was complaining in my heart. I tightly held the star-chasing bow in my hand and a cold glow flew out, hitting the nape of the ancient ghost general's neck. 2408. A critical hit? What made me happier was that the ancient ghost general's small mountain-sized body fell down and a pile of gold coins and sparkling equipment fell to the ground. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have killed the Dark Gold boss Ancient Ghost General. You have received 250,000 experience and 5,000 prestige. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on leveling up. Who? I didn't hesitate to jump off the lamp and fell face first without thinking, getting all bruised up, but that didn't matter. I quickly drank an HP potion before charging towards the boss corpse. Gold coins? Gold coins? To its gold coins? There was no time to pick it up, the equipment came first. There was a white cleric robe, a golden sparkling spear, and a purple glowing ring that looked quite good. But what surprised me the most was that other than these 3 pieces of equipment, the ancient ghost general had also left a silver token. Could it be that it was the legendary guild establishment token? I didn't have time to look at it at all. Fated Madman and Fated Bloodthirster had already arrived. It was very clear when they saw me over the boss corpse, taking away all the loot. Everything was clear to them. Fated Bloodthirster angrily roared out, "Damn! Easily angered bookworm didn't die and he killed the ancient ghost general." Fated Madman was stunned. How is this possible? A single person killed a dark gold boss. I had already stood up and was already using the city return scroll. I said with a big smile, "Lin Ao, you never would have imagined it, right? You were waiting outside for so long, so I should leave something for you. I'll leave the gold coins from the ancient ghost general to feed your subordinates." Ha, ha. Fated Madman's face twitched a few times before he cursed. "Fuck you, all of you charge and keep him here." Fated Bloodthirster led the fated assassins to use their long-range skills, charging at me with cold glowing daggers. As long as they hit me, the 5-second channel for the city return scroll would be interrupted and I would be kept here. However, when Fated Bloodthirster's dagger was about to hit my chest, I was pulled by the magic power of the city return scroll back to Sunset City. There was Fated Bloodthirster's cursing that entered my ears, but I was filled with satisfaction. Not only did I get 3 pieces of equipment, my level had reached 50 and I had received a possible guild establishment token. I appeared at Sunset City's east gate. Although it was early in the morning, there were still players with stalls around here, but they all looked tired and some were lying down asleep. There were some players who wanted to buy things that angrily shouted at them, "How are you selling these boots? Yee, how much is this? God damn, don't sleep." I laughed as I opened my inventory, first looking to see what that token was. In my hand, the token appeared with a faint glow and a cool sensation touched my hand. There were lifelike giant dragons carved onto the token with overbearing auras that had a powerful feeling to them. However, when I opened the stats of the token, I couldn't help being scared. Dragon's Proof. Effect. After using it, a hidden job quest will be activated. The hidden job is Dragon Whisperer, unique. Dragon Whisperer. Legends say that in this world, there is a dragon domain where the sacred dragons live. In order to cooperate with the humans to fight against the forces of darkness, the dragon god chose outstanding warriors among humans to become dragon warriors. The outstanding ones among dragon warriors, once they obtain the blessing of the dragon god, they can become dragon whisperers. Skills this job can use: normal combat skills, dragon combat skills, dragon magic. Weapons this job specializes in: spears. Equipment this job can use: armor. This job's growth rate: strength, 12 stars. Vitality, 10 stars. Agility, 9 stars. Intelligence, 8 stars. At that moment, it was like I was heavily hit and couldn't move at all, unable to believe if the thing in front of my eyes was real. Rubbing my eyes and confirming it really was real. I had gotten a proof token for a hidden job. Moreover, it was clearly a broken hidden job and it was a unique job. The stat growth rate of this job was at a terrifying level. Forgetting the vitality being a full 10 stars, the growth rate for strength was actually 12 stars. This already surpassed warriors and berserkers and was twice that of an archer. If I could get this dragon whisperer job, then swordsmen and berserkers were nothing in front of me. Before, my archer attack power couldn't break Ling Shue's defense. When Ling Shue wanted to PK with me a few days ago, "Little fool, come behind the weapon shop for a duel." I said, "No, I can't beat you." She said, "I just wanted to tease you, there's no need to beat me." Thinking of this, I couldn't help laughing. I finally didn't need to be bullied by this little girl. While I was excited, I already opened the Dragon's Proof and I heard the system's notification. Ding. System notification, do you want to accept the quest? I couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat as I pressed the deny button. I wasn't some noob that was playing for the first day. I knew that a broken jobs quest would definitely be abnormal. I had to have some helpers to finish it. So, I excitedly ran to the warehouse and carefully put the Dragon's Proof in. Then I looked at the other 3 pieces of equipment and decided to go appraise them. The sun had just come up, so there wasn't a person in the appraiser shop. The appraiser was lying asleep on the table and he only opened his eyes when I came over. "Young man, what do you need?" I immediately took out the 3 pieces of equipment and had him appraise them. First was the white cleric robes. The appraiser was a bit surprised when he looked at it before he casually said, "Appraisal fee, 300 gold coins." As expected, it was a gold item. I took out 300 gold coins without any hesitation. The appraiser waved his hand and golden light immediately appeared from the robes. Mercy plume, gold equipment, cloth armor, defense, 80, vitality, +18, Intelligence, plus 25. Additional, increases users' healing by 25%. Required level, 45. Required gender, female. It actually increased healing by 25%. This was definitely the best item for healing and its stats were also quite enticing. But this cleric robe had quite the strange use condition. Not only did one have to be level 45, they had to be a female character. It seemed like as the equipment became higher level, there would be more requirements. But I wasn't worried, there was still a market for this cleric robe. After all, many girls who played the game chose to be clerics and after some time, the value of this cleric robe definitely wouldn't drop. I took it back, I'll deal with it later. Perhaps I'll sell it, perhaps I'll give it to Purple Rhyme, it'll depend on how I feel. The second piece of equipment was the ring covered in purple light. When that lazy appraiser saw the ring, it was like he was hit by lightning and he excitedly said, this precious ring, I never thought that I would be blessed to see this kind of treasure. Appraisal fee, 1,000 gold coins. The appraiser's mouth wasn't soft at all. I revealed a faint smile. What I had now was gold coins, give. With a flash of light, the ring bloomed with dazzling light. The amethyst on the stone kept releasing dazzling light and there was a beautiful phoenix pattern that was carved on it. There was an honest feeling that spread through my palm. Purple wind ring, dark gold equipment. Vitality, plus 25. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 18. Additional, increases swordsman's skill attack power by 25%. Required level, 45. I was stunned for a while. After looking for a few times, I finally confirmed that it was a dark gold ring. I immediately opened the equipment ranking and as expected, the star-chasing bow in first place had disappeared and now this dark gold purple wind ring was now in first place. Suddenly, I was a bit hesitant. Should I give this ring to Ling Xue? Properly speaking, equipment of this level could be sold for a high price, but if I give it to Ling Xue, I wouldn't owe her anything. Moreover, I remember her saying to me with her cute face before, could it be that you want this young miss body with just a gold weapon? Absolutely impossible, it has to be at least dark gold. If I gave this purple wind ring to her now, would Ling Xue really give me her body? I couldn't help secretly laughing. With her flighty personality, there was only one possibility, she definitely wouldn't admit it. Forget it, I'll still give it to her. Anyway, I live alone, so what do I need all that money for? Back in Moon Monochrome, I already had enough money to spend for several lifetimes, but wasn't it all used in the end? Money couldn't be taken with you when you died, so just having enough to spend was enough. Moreover, if I gave this ring to Ling Xue, I might be able to get free meals for a month and at least we would be even. So I immediately carefully put away the purple wind ring and then took out the last piece of equipment. I put that golden glowing spear on the table in front of the appraiser. Instantly, the appraiser was shocked. He touched the spear in a daze and muttered, I never thought that I would see such a divine item in my years. I was shocked. Could it be a divine item? The appraiser glared at me and said, in your dreams. Appraisal fee, 1,200 gold coins. I quickly handed over the money and the appraiser just casually touched the spear. After half a minute, the spear finally lit up and revealed its true appearance. Roaring flame spear, dark gold equipment. Attack, 525 to 650. Strength, plus 35. Vitality, plus 25. Agility, plus 22. Additional, increases the user's attack by 25%. Special skill, increased EXP gain. Slots, 3. Required level, 55. I was overjoyed, it really was a dark gold weapon. This spear had incredibly strong stats. It had a powerful attack that reached 650 and it could increase attacks by 25%. Moreover, it also had a special skill for increasing experience gain, which meant that after I changed to the Dragon Whisperer job, I could use this insane weapon even if I was at level 45. 3 slots, it meant that 3 gems could be inserted into it. I believed that the attack power would increase again after the gems were inserted. However, I don't even know what gems could be inserted right now. I was filled with wild joy and I quickly put the roaring flame spear into the warehouse. I logged off and took a deep breath before calling Ling Xue. Do. After several ringtones, Ling Xue finally picked up and said in a lazy voice, little fool, you don't call me in the morning, so why are you calling me this late? I said with a smile, little girl, I have a decent piece of swordsman equipment, do you want it? Ling Xue immediately became excited as she said with a faint smile, it has to be at least a piece of silver equipment, or you'd be too embarrassed to take it out. I nodded, that's right, so quickly log on. Alright, I'll go talk to big sister. I don't know why she wanted to tell Ling Xue, but I was too lazy to ask. It was fine if they wanted to see it together, it was a good thing that the first dark gold ring came from our Shui Yu studio. After drinking a bottle of Coke, I logged on. I received Ling Xue's message, she was waiting at the east gate with Ling Yu. I immediately took the purple wind ring from the warehouse and ran over. In the distance, 2 twin beauties were standing there, looking around. The players that were half asleep suddenly woke up and began calling out from their stalls. Ling Yu rubbed her eyes before she said with a smile, I was deep asleep, what could stir our Xue this much? Ling Xue said, little fool said he had a piece of equipment for me. Che, it's most likely a silver item. When I was in front of Ling Xue, she immediately stretched out her snow-white hand and said with a smile, give it. I immediately opened the trade window and carefully put the purple wind ring in. Ling Yu could see from the side that from the glow of the ring, it wasn't silver or gold, it was actually dark gold. Ling Shui was also stunned. Her enticing mouth was wide open and she couldn't say a thing. Seeing Ling Shui's cute appearance, I couldn't help saying with a teasing smile, "This is a piece of dark gold equipment. Do you remember what you said to me back then?" Ling Shui was stunned before her eyes suddenly turned red. There was a layer of mist over her eyes as she said while weeping, I don't want. After saying this, Ling Shui's beautiful form gradually faded as she logged off. I stood there stunned with the purple wind ring in my hand. Ling Yu gave a bitter laugh as she muttered, "Bookworm, do you understand Shuer? Perhaps you don't know what she is thinking and you don't know why she was drunk downstairs of your house that night." Taking off the helmet, I weakly sat up in bed. I thought that I had something, but that dream had disappeared. In the end, I still had nothing. Why did Ling Shui suddenly log off? Why did she cry? What did Ling Yu's words mean? Instantly, my mind was in chaos and my body was filled with pain, as I sat there holding my head. But after around 10 minutes, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was actually Ling Shui's number. I immediately picked up and Ling Shui's voice came from the other end. "Little fool, I want to see you. Right now," I carefully asked. Ling Shui said, right now, it can't wait at all. My car is at the gate of the school. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you're dead." I was a bit surprised. I immediately hung up and charged out after changing clothes. It was 5:30 right now, the streets were quite cold. I quickly found a taxi and said after getting in, "Master, go to Suzhou University's East Gate, quickly. I need to get there in 10 minutes. The driver rolled his eyes, "Che, I can't get there even if I run all the red lights." "Pa, I took out 100 yuan, can you do it?" "Alright, sit tight." Feeling like I was in a wild car race, the car flew off like a horse off its reins running through the city. I really never thought that this normal-looking taxi would drive as fast as a F1 sports car. It really made my heart jump to my throat. When I came to the school, I saw Ling Shui's BMW slowly driving off. The time had passed and she decided not to wait for me. I immediately called her, but she had turned off her phone. Seeing her BMW drive off, I immediately said to the driver, "Master, quickly, follow that white BMW in front." The driver's eyes popped out, "Kid, what are you trying to do?" I could only quickly explain that that is my girlfriend's car. "Quickly chase it. Your girlfriend drives a BMW." The driver looked me over before saying, "And my wife drives a Rolls-Royce." Seeing that Ling Shui's care had already disappeared, I became anxious. If you don't drive, I'll complain about you to the company." The driver finally relented. "Alright, sit tight. If the driver of the BMW looks for trouble, I'm not helping you at all." The taxi quickly sped out, but Ling Shui's BMW wasn't slow. We went past the North Ring and then after entering the East Ring, Ling Shui slowed down until she stopped by the Golden Chicken Lake. After a grating brake sound, the taxi stopped by the BMW. The driver looked over and said, "It's 200 yuan. I said in a surprised voice, 200? It's this early, aren't you ripping people off too much? The driver rolled his eyes, "Then it's 100. Who would want to do this kind of awful business?" It was right, Ling Shui had gone over 120 on the highway just now. It wasn't a kind speed. The driver had followed her quite well, so his skills were quite good. So I was prepared to pay him. At this time, the BMW's door opened and Ling Shui came out in pink clothes. She patted the glass of the taxi and angrily said, "What is with you? Why did you follow me for so long?" The taxi driver was shocked. It was all this kid who wanted me to chase your car. The driver's expression was normal. Ling Shui was a beauty who drove a BMW 7. She definitely had plenty of money. If she wanted to complain, this driver wouldn't think of having a job in the future. At this time, Ling Shui's beautiful eyes swept over the back seat and she said without any emotion, "Little fool, come out." I immediately got out and the driver quickly fled, not even wanting the fare. Ling Shui had a serious look, so I didn't say anything as I followed her around the lake. There was a cool breeze coming across the lake that really woke a person up. "Little fool, do you know what day it is today?" Ling Shui suddenly turned and asked me this. I was a bit surprised as I shook my head. "I don't know. Fool, it's my birthday." Ling Shui bit her lip as she said this. I was stunned. "Birthday? Didn't you tell me last time that your birthday was last month?" "That was my Gregorian calendar birthday. This is my Chinese calendar birthday." I was shocked. "Twice your family celebrates birthdays twice each year." Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile. "I'm willing. Why do you care? Then, what do you want?" Ling Shui looked at me, but it was like she had forgotten that she had cried in the game as she said with a faint smile, "I've heard that there was an event at this Golden Chicken Lake today. Do you want to drive a motorboat together?" I almost fainted. I stayed up all night to kill the ancient ghost general. My mind was completely exhausted right now and she wanted me to take out a motorboat now. She really wanted my life. So I shook my head and said, "How about in the afternoon? I'm really tired right now." Ling Shui glared at me and said, "I want you to stay with me and you're refusing this much. Could it be that your soul has been hooked by that last year's summer?" I couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. "If that was the case, I wouldn't need to give you the purple wind ring. I really am just tired." Ling Shui said, "Men shouldn't say they can't. A good man can do it even if they can't." I secretly complained. What is this? She really could think of things. This line really would fit for a Viagra commercial. Ling Shui looked at the rows of stores on the side and said, "Come. Let's go eat breakfast. How about a bowl of wonton noodles?" Alright. After sitting at the stall and eating the wonton noodles, I asked, Ling Shui, why didn't you want the purple wind ring in the morning? Could it be that you don't like it? Or you don't like me? Ling Shui revealed a faint smile, give me the ring in the afternoon. Then, why were you drunk that day? Ling Shui was stunned before saying with a smile, that, I'll tell you in the future. Isn't there time now? I'm very busy, I have to eat breakfast. Ling Shui said while holding her chopsticks. So I went on to talk about my hidden job Dragon Whisperer quest and Ling Shui's eyes lit up. Her spirits soared as she said, little fool, is that true? If you become a Dragon Whisperer, you won't need to be so bad that you can't even stop 2 assassins. When we meet those trash from Fated and Bloodthirsty, we won't be in that much of a bad situation anymore. I shyly said, so, after dinner tonight, you, Ling Shui, as well as Bing Cha and the Sword Flame people will come and help me finish my quest. I think that this quest should be a very difficult one. Ling Shui said with a smile, alright. I'll go back and prepare at noon and I'll move to the studio in the afternoon. I nodded, that's good, I can see you every day then. Yi. Ling Shui looked over and said with a teasing smile, little fool, is your heart empty after not seeing me for several days? Seeing the bad smile on Ling Shui's face, my heart skipped several beats. I quickly said, this wonton noodle soup isn't bad, it's just missing some sliced green onions. Ling Shui didn't keep asking as she giggled without saying a word. After playing with Ling Shui at the lake in the afternoon, she also looked down on me because I fell asleep in the boat. Being able to fall asleep in those strong winds and strong waves, I really was too tired. It was already 11 in the morning when I got back to the study. After casually eating something, I immediately went to my room to sleep. After being in a daze, I fell asleep in just a minute. I don't know how long passed, but there was a ringing sound that made me open my eyes. I found that my phone by the bed was ringing and it was Ling Shui calling me. A sweet voice came from the phone, are you still sleeping? I said, I just woke up. Open the door then. I was stunned, but I got out of bed to open the door. I found Ling Shui holding her phone and standing in front of me. Behind her there was a large pile of large and small bags. Help me organize everything, alright? Big sister and the others still haven't gotten offline, they're saying that they're fighting a tomb boss that's not at a low level. I nodded as I reached out to carry Ling Shui's luggage. We came to Ling Yu's room and found that Ling Yu was in the game, not noticing anything that was happening outside. Ling Shui opened her suitcase and said, help me fold the clothes and put them in the wardrobe. Alright then. I sat down by the bed and pulled out a piece from the pile of clothes, but I regretfully found that it was a piece of Ling Shui's underwear. My hand suddenly turned stiff as the underwear swayed in my hand, looking quite happy. What are you doing? Ling Shui glared at me. I'm not doing anything, I think that there were only clothes in the suitcase. I was a bit awkward. If Ling Shui thought that I had a thing for underwear, my image would be destroyed. I'm asking you what are you holding it for? Ling Shui said through gritted teeth. That. I quickly put down the pink bra and took out another piece of clothing, but I was depressed to find that it was a white bra. I was scared, how could there be such a coincidence? I looked at Ling Shui and didn't know what else to say, this feels quite soft. Ling Shui's beautiful face was already red. She quickly snatched the underwear from my hand and angrily said, idiot, fold the others. I was very awkward. Looking at Ling Shui's beautiful face and her chest, I couldn't help saying, that piece just now, it seemed a bit small. Ling Shui was a little beauty who reacted fast. She attacked as fast as lightning as I was hit by a piece of clothing. I reached out to grab it and it was very soft. It was another piece of underwear. So I was kicked out of the room by Ling Shui because she felt that if we kept going, she might throw me off the building. When it was time for dinner, Ling Yu and the others came offline. Ling Yu excitedly said, the level 50 gold boss Corpse King gave us a gold dagger. I asked, what are you planning to do with it? Ling Shui gave Ziyu a look before saying with a smile, for things that we don't need, it's better to sell it. I said, when we get on later, don't care about other things and come help me finish my job transfer quest. Ling Yu already knew about this and said with a happy smile, alright. Our Shuiyu has harvested quite a bit in the past few days, we should celebrate a bit. After Bookworm finishes his quest tonight, how about we go have a midnight snack? I said, alright. If I really pass the quest, I'll pay. Bing Cha said with a smile, it'll be considered Ling Shui's welcoming party. Ling Shui looked at me and her face turned red. My heart couldn't help skipping a beat. She wouldn't be thinking about the matter of the underwear still, right? After we finished dinner, everyone logged in. I was actually quite excited. Finally I could start the quest for the hidden job Dragon Whisperer. Appearing in Sunset City, I contacted the Sword Flame group and gave Ling Shui the purple wind ring. This time she took it and put it into the warehouse like a treasure, only being able to wear it once she was level 45. Very soon, Dragon Soul, Heavenly Punisher, Ghost Fire, and Purple Rhyme appeared, bringing close to 100 Sword Flame players. They were all coming out to support us. The Shuiyu Studio girls were here and Ling Yu nodded. Let's begin. My heart was filled with excitement as I took out the Dragon's Proof from my inventory and used it. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest Dragon Whisperer pledge. Current quest difficulty, 870. Quest details. Give the Dragon's Proof to the Sunset City King and exchange for the Hero's Proof. At the same time, kill the evil Earth Dragon that has appeared in the Cool Breeze Forest. Please note that the quest holder must personally kill the Earth Dragon and receive the Earth Dragon essence, fusing it with the hero's proof within 60 minutes to change jobs. Current remaining time, 59 minutes and 38 seconds. As expected, it really wasn't an easy quest. The difficulty reached a terrifying 870, which meant that if I had done this alone, it definitely wouldn't have been possible. There wasn't even a single chance. Time passed and I shared my quest details in the team chat with everyone, causing everyone to be stunned. Ling Yu doubtfully asked, "Does this quest require a person to have clones to finish?" I quickly analyzed it and shook my head. No. I have to go to the Cool Breeze Forest to kill the Earth Dragon and someone else needs to take the Dragon's proof to the Sunset City King for the hero's proof. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time. I looked at Ling Yu and Ling Shui and the meaning was clear. Ling Shui immediately came forward and said with a smile, "If you believe in me, big sister, and I lead the Shui Yu Studios people to get the proof for you, you can go kill the Earth Dragon with the Sword Flame people." I gave a nod and quickly traded over the Dragon's proof. After Ling Shui received the Dragon's proof, she immediately headed off to the palace with Ling Yu's group. That place was quite far, it would take at least 10 minutes to get there. At the same time, Ling Shui sent me a message, "Quickly kill the Earth Dragon. After we get the hero's proof, we'll meet outside the city." I gave a happy nod. At this time, Sword Flame Dragon Soul said, "Our brothers leveling in the Cool Breeze Forest has already found the Earth Dragon, but they can't see the level. Let's go there now. Quickly." So their group quickly headed out of the city. The Cool Breeze Forest, it was a place where level 30 players farmed. Now like a raging flame, the fierce evil Earth Dragon had appeared there. After we passed through the trees, we saw a large creature that was around 10 meters tall appear. It was actually an Earth Dragon without a pair of wings. It had a giant head and 4 powerful limbs, as well as sharp teeth in front of it. Every time it attacked, the sharp teeth seemed like they could instant kill a player. Very soon, with the summons of the Dragon Soul, Sword Flame's hundreds of high-level players cleared the surrounding forest. As for this boss, we had to kill it. A group of swordsmen, berserkers, and knights were in the front, with magicians and archers behind them. Everything was done very methodically, but the Earth Dragon's strength surprised all of us. A level 41 swordsman couldn't take a single hit from the Earth Dragon. That high 5,402 damage made everyone take a cold breath. But the good thing was that Sword Flame's gathering power made people stagey. The close-range players kept charging forward, giving the long-range players more chances to attack. I quickly looked at the stats of the Earth Dragon. Evil Earth Dragon, Gold Boss. Level, 55. Attack, 550 to 770. Defense, 300. HP, 500,000. Skills, Rock Spike. It had a very high attack, but its HP was considered normal. It quickly decreased under the bombardment of magic from the magicians. I quickly came forward and sent an armor-piercing arrow into the Earth Dragon's head. It gave an angry roar as a damage figure appeared above its head, 1,402. Like this, it wasn't that much to take out 500,000 HP. After all, Sword Flame had many high-level players and their attack wasn't just normal. Not to mention that there was a high damage output magician like Ghostfire. Ghostfire was very skillful, sending Dark Dragon waves one after another down. Almost each Dark Dragon wave took close to 3,000 HP from the boss, so like this, the Earth Dragon's HP bar quickly disappeared. Sword Flame Dragon Soul laughed as he said, "Brothers, when the boss is close to dead, we all stop and let Bookworm kill the boss? That way he can receive the quest item." Everyone nodded. But when we were focused, something unexpected happened. There was a large group of bloodthirsty players that appeared, who was being led by their boss, Bloodthirsty World. My heart skipped a beat. Damn, people with bad intentions came? It really is bad things come after good things? As expected, Bloodthirsty World arrived not far away and said with a smile, "Brother Dragon Soul, don't be rude. I never thought that we would meet you so soon." Dragon Soul's eyes turned cold. I immediately said, "Can you stall them for 10 minutes with half the people?" Dragon Soul gave a nod, "No problem." So Dragon Soul immediately brought a bunch of berserkers and archers away. Berserkers would be instantly killed by the Earth Dragon, so there was no need to stay here and archers couldn't penetrate the Earth Dragon's defense, but they could PK against the bloodthirsty players. Ghostfire continued attacking the Earth Dragon. He was the main damage dealer. Heavenly Punisher wildly raised his axe to go participate in the PK while Purple Rhyme raised her staff and her beautiful eyes looked at me, as she asked with a smile, "What do we do?" I said, "How about you heal Heavenly Punisher while he PKs?" Purple Rhyme revealed a faint smile, "No need, I'll follow you. Dragon Soul said that you are our Sword Flame's boss, so I need to properly protect you." I was speechless. I held the star-chasing bow as I headed over to Bloodthirsty World. There was still a few minutes, I might as well suppress them with the 1,000-blade arrows. A look of resentment appeared in Bloodthirsty World's eyes as he said, "I already said it, Shuiyu and Sword Flame are only guests in Sunset City. Our Bloodthirsty is the strongest guild in Sunset City. You don't need to keep being such a miserable existence, you can just buy a lesson here today." Dragon Soul gave a cold snort, "Dancing clown." Heavenly Punisher had already charged forward, as his axe came down filled with battle power. Pang! Flames spread all over, as Bloodthirsty World quickly retreated. A single slash from Heavenly Punisher had almost instantly killed a level 43 swordsman like him. Bloodthirsty World's face was pale, He clearly didn't think that Heavenly Punisher's attack power was this terrifying. Charge for me. Kill them all, don't leave a single person. Bloodthirsty World immediately gave the order, so the bloodthirsty players behind him charged forward like a tide. Without another world, I raised my star-chasing bow and 1,000-blade arrows appeared in the air. The swordsmen and berserkers took the brunt of the damage, and when my second 1,000-blade arrows came, they lose most of their HP. I quickly stopped since my goal was achieved. I couldn't get a red name, but the bloodthirsty players that had their HP dropped faced the attacks of the sword flame players. Large fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, boulders, and all kinds of magic came together. In just a bit, there was a patch of bloodthirsty players that had been emptied. I immediately changed my battleground, helping a group of sword flame players empty another area with 2,000 blade arrows. I only had a grey name still, I didn't have a red name yet. After several rounds of attacks, Bloodthirsty had been routed. Behind us, the Earth Dragon was close to death under the attacks of many magicians. Ghostfire raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone stop! Keep defending and let Bookworm attack." I immediately rushed over. There were sparkles of light that came from my star-chasing bow as armor-piercing arrows and ice arrows came together, greatly decreasing the move speed of the Earth Dragon. So the Earth Dragon vented its anger on the players around it. With each sweep, a sword flame player fell dead. I was anxious seeing this, but I could only keep using the armor-piercing arrow. Finally, with a pitiful cry from the Earth Dragon, it slowly fell down. I charged forward and grabbed a black sphere by the Earth Dragon's corpse. Earth Dragon Essence, quest item. It was done. I didn't care about the pieces of equipment the Earth Dragon dropped as I said to Ghostfire, "Pick up the look, I'm heading back to Sunset City." Ghostfire nodded. But when I wanted to use a city return scroll, I found that I couldn't use it because I was carrying the Earth Dragon Essence quest item. It seemed like I could only walk back, but we were being blocked by bloodthirsty players. It was too late to take a detour because there was less than 20 minutes left in my quest, which was just enough time to rush to Sunset City. Dragon Soul seemed to see this situation and immediately said through gritted teeth, "Heavenly Punisher, bring our brothers and open the path for Bookworm with me." Heavenly Punisher immediately led several berserkers that charged into the bloodthirsty line. Without caring for the price, under the baptism of magic and arrows, Sword Flame's berserkers kept falling, but they also gradually broke through with me and Purple Rhyme. Using an arrow to kill an assassin that was chasing Purple Rhyme, I received a red name. There was no choice, I couldn't care anymore. However, of the Sword Flame players from earlier, there was only Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher left. The two of them were already at half health, currently chugging health potions. Purple Rhyme quickly healed, but Dragon Soul said, "Don't waste time. Purple Rhyme, go with Bookworm to finish this quest, Heavenly Punisher, and I should be able to stop them." After saying this, Dragon Soul and Heavenly Punisher wielded their weapons and with a roar, they charged into the formation. Seeing the righteous backs of these two, I gave a silent nod. This should be the feeling of being brothers. Ling Shue's anxious voice sounded, "Little fool, this is bad, we've been targeted by those fated bastards. We're by the south gate right now, quickly come over and I'll give the hero's proof to you." I immediately replied, "I'll be there immediately." After saying this, I turned to Purple Rhyme, "We're going to the south gate." Purple Rhyme gave a slight nod, Looking at the quest timer, there were only 12 minutes left. If this quest failed, I might lose this golden chance to get a hidden job. This was something that I definitely couldn't accept. However, when I rushed to the south gate with Purple Rhyme, we found that it was already in chaos. The girls from Shuiyu were tightly surrounded, but they had good control and didn't have red names. I immediately killed a red name fated assassin and I attracted the attention of the surrounding fated players. "Boss, easily angered Bookworm is here," a thin person shouted. Very soon, a berserker came out of the crowd. It was Fated Madman. Fated Madman raised his hand and shouted in a proud voice, "Kill Shua." A rain of arrows fell and Ziyu, who bore the brunt of the charge, was instantly killed. Her eyes were wide open as she couldn't understand what had just happened. Ling Yu gritted her teeth and immediately brandished the roaring flame staff. But at this moment, 4 different assassins raised their daggers from the void and Ling Yu's flame chi shield was shattered with 2 hits. With the next 2 assassin hits, Ling Yu, the number 1 beautiful magician, was instantly killed. It was like Fated Madman had been waiting a long time as he wildly laughed. "Do you see this? Shuiyu's number 1 expert is only at this level." I was filled with rage as I pulled back the star-chasing bow, sending out 1,000-bladed arrows. I killed the fated magicians blocking my way and Ling Shui with Bing Cha charged out of the encirclement. Quiet Rainfall in the back silently killed another fated magician with an ice arrow, but she was cut down and sent back to the city by 3 fated berserkers. Summer's giant wolf was killed not long by an archer not long after it was summoned and Summer shouted, "You bunch of shameless bastards." As soon as her voice fell, Fated Madman brought his sword down to kill Summer. Bing Cha cut down several assassins in front of her and her name turned red. Her eyes were confident as she faced the magicians in front of her. She knew that she couldn't escape, so she said with a faith smile, "Ling Shui, Bookworm, fight on." Pa. With fireballs raining down, Bing Cha was killed. Ling Shui gritted her teeth. She was still several yards away from me, but there were more than 10 fated players in front of us. Although I used the star-chasing bow to clear the way, an archer couldn't beat berserkers with clerics pocketing them. With a white light, I regained my HP. purple rhyme behind me had just attached a prepared resurrection on me before giving a gasp. When I turned around, she was already killed by 2 assassins. Ling Shui cut down 2 berserkers before following with a water moon cut, breaking free of her encirclement. I quickly ran over since as long as the hero's proof and the earth dragon essence came together, everyone's sacrifices would be worth it. But at this time, Ling Shui wasn't able to take another step as a purple crescent moon appeared above her head. Soul seal? It was that hidden job, the soul magician delicate rice fragrance? I couldn't even see where delicate rice fragrance was. Ling Shui was trapped by that soul seal and a beautiful pair of large eyes looked at me filled with guilt as she said, "Little fool, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this." Hong. With several fireballs, Ling Shui's beautiful form turned into white light. My heart trembled with pain and finally I was alone. Dong. A golden token fell where Ling Shui was, it was the hero's proof? But there was a form that picked it up, it was Fated Madman. I gritted my teeth as Fated Madman threw the hero's proof into his inventory while proudly saying, "The thing you want is here, come and take it if you have the skills." I immediately charged forward. With 2,000 bladed arrows, more than 10 fated assassins fell to the ground and my name turned dark red. God knows how much my sin value had increased by. The fated players were stunned, almost forgetting to attack. When a magician attacked, I didn't resist at all. Ding. Combat notification, you have been attacked by Fated Brutal Sword, you have lost 240 HP. You have died. But right after that. Ding. System notification, prepared resurrection has activated and you have been revived on the spot without a single loss. Faced with these stunned fated players, I used Shadow Sneak to enter a stealth condition and charged forward with my star-chasing bow. Fated Madman had a red name from killing 2 players. He was a bit surprised before quickly moving back and loudly ordering, "Where is he? Block him." Pucci. With a cold glow, the star-chasing bow shot across Fated Madman's neck, creating a hole with a white light. Everyone was stunned and couldn't react at all, as I changed to my bronze dagger, quickly creating a bloody mark across Fated Madman's neck. Ding. Combat notification, Fated Madman has been attacked and lost 768 HP. He has died. Beata. The hero's proof fell to the ground. I immediately picked it up and pressed the Earth Dragon Essence and the hero's proof together. There was a flash of light as the two began fusing in front of me. At this time, I was shocked as I found that I couldn't move. Ding. Combat notification, player Delicate Rice Fragrance has used the Soul Seal spell on you. You cannot move. This effect will last 30 seconds. There was a crescent moon over my head and light appeared around me. I knew that it was the light of skills from magic and fighting skills. The moment before death was actually this tranquil. Hong. With a large sound, my body was covered in pain while I heard the system's voice in my ears. Ding. System notification, you have been killed by player Fated Wild Wind. Since your sin value is over 100, your level has dropped to 49. Your remaining sin value is 5,600. Ding. System notification, you have been killed by player Fated Wild Wind. Since your sin value is over 100, your level has dropped to 48. Your remaining sin value is 5,500. Ding. System notification, you have been killed by player Fated Wild Wind. Since your sin value is over 100, your level has dropped to 47. Your remaining sin value is 5,400. Ding. System notification, you have been killed by player Fated Wild Wind. Since your sin value is over 100, your level has dropped to 2. Your remaining sin value is 900. Ding. System notification, you have been killed by player Fated Wild Wind. Since your sin value is over 100, your level has dropped to 1. Your remaining sin value is 800. Ding. System notification, you have been killed by player Fated Wild Wind. Since your sin value is over 100, your level has dropped to 0. Your remaining sin value is 700. Not only that. Ding. System notification, because you died, you have dropped your equipment Star Chasing Bow. Ding. System notification, because you died, you have dropped your equipment Scarlet Flame Leather Armor. Ding. System notification, because you died, you have dropped your equipment Scarlet Flame Bracers. Ding. System notification, because you died, you have dropped your equipment Lost Necklace. Ding. System notification, because you died, you have dropped your equipment Shadow Cloak. Finally it was over, I had lost all my levels and dropped all my equipment. My heart died, but there was finally a long-awaited sound that came. Ding. System notification, you have completed the quest Dragon Whisperer Pledge and obtained the Dragon Whisperer hidden job. Because you have died, you cannot receive experience points. Ding. System notification, your stat growth has changed. Strength, 12 star. Vitality, 10 star. Agility, 10 star. Intelligence, 8 star. Who? With a flash of light, I appeared in the beginner village. Not far away, a beautiful NPC girl looked at me and shyly said, "Grandfather lost his axe when he was chopping firewood. I heard that a hateful little goblin stole it. Big brother, can you help me take back grandfather's axe?" Damn, it was actually the goblin's axe quest again. I was speechless. When I was considering whether to accept this quest or not, Ling Shui called me. "Little fool, sorry, I'm really sorry, I was useless." Ling Shui's voice was very sad. I let out a breath and said with a laugh, "Little beauty, come to the beginner village with me." "What for?" Ling Shui was a bit surprised. I casually said, "It's nothing." starting from the beginning, continuing to level. Completely empty without a single piece of equipment. As expected, God gave me this broken hidden job, but he took away all my previous hard work? It was a good thing that when I changed to Dragon Whisperer, I had a bunch of equipment in my warehouse. The most important thing was that the dark gold roaring flame spear wasn't lost. As long as I quickly reached level 45, I could move unfettered. Very soon, a beautiful swordswoman appeared in the beginner village. She looked around and saw many noobs before finally finding a level 0 easily angered bookworm among the noobs. Little fool, so you're here. Ling Shui immediately ran over and took my arm, as she affectionately said, I thought that you would have deleted your account in sadness. I said with a smile, what, the servers have been open for less than a month, I still have a chance to get to the top. Then again, I have a powerful hidden job now, so how could I not treasure it? Not far away, several noobs holding bats leveling couldn't help saying in surprise, damn. He just entered the game and he has a beautiful swordswoman to carry him, he really must be blessed to have a beautiful expert girlfriend. I was a bit awkward and Ling Shui's face was a bit red as she said to me, let's not rush to level and log off. Big sister and everyone is worried about you, they want to see how you are before they feel assured. I revealed a faint smile as a faint warmth filled my heart. Actually it was just going to level 0. I could still accept this hit? Not to mention that there were good compensations, this Dragon Whisperer hidden job made up for everything. After logging off, I fixed my clothes before heading out, finding that the girls were all in the living room. Everyone's eyes fell onto me and they all had looks of worry. I slowly sat down on the sofa beside Ling Shui and said in an apologetic voice, I'm sorry, because of me, everyone lost their levels. Bing Cha probably lost 2 or 3 levels from your red name, right? Bing Cha's eyes were red as she said with pursed lips, what is my 2 levels, but bookworm, you. Ling Yu said in a worried voice, the number 1 player in China fell to level 0, the entire world's gaming forums must have exploded. Quiet Rainfall said in a worried voice, bookworm, don't feel bad. I shook my head with a faint smile, I don't feel bad, why would I? Summer said, several days of hard work have gone in vain. You aren't sad, but I feel sad for you. I laughed, why would I be sad? I've already obtained the Dragon Whisperer hidden job with a strength growth rate of 12, could it be that this isn't enough of a compensation? What? You received the Dragon Whisperer job. Ling Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. I nodded, at the last second, I finished the quest. So, I have to thank everyone for their sacrifice. I'll treat everyone when I have time. Bing Cha was also strangely excited, no wonder this fellow is so calm, so he finished the quest. Our efforts weren't wasted. I laughed before quickly apologizing, because of my abnormal mission, everyone lost a few levels, I really am sorry. Ling Yu pursed her lips into a smile and said, what does that count for? A sword is hidden for 10 years before opening our way, don't disappoint me. I nodded and said, relax, with a growth rate of 12 strength, 10 vitality, and 10 agility, this is enough to max out my character. Not long after, I will definitely enter the level rankings again, humph. When that time comes, fated madman and bloodthirsty world will pay the price for their actions. The girls all cheered. Ling Shui asked in a surprised voice, such an abnormal job growth rate? 12 strength and 10 vitality are fine, but even your agility is 10. I was silent for a bit before casually saying, I got it, it should be because it fused with the archer job and took the maximum value, so the agility is also maxed. Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile as she excitedly said, great. I'll level with you later. I nodded with a smile, sure, I'll reach level 25 tonight. Ling Yu nodded before saying with a faint smile, after you reach level 20, come to Sunset City, I'll personally lead you to kill monsters. Right, did you lose your skills? I shook my head and said with a smile, no, I still have the 1000-bladed arrows and the armor-piercing arrow. The girls were shocked. It was clear with a growth rate of 12 for my strength, I would choose to invest all my stat points into strength, that way my attack power would be unmatched. If I used the 1000-bladed arrows with this attack, how fast would I level? Players with normal jobs couldn't even imagine it. Ling Yu revealed a faint smile and put down the cup in her hand. She said with a smile, it's still 8, it's not that late. Everyone should get on and level. Ling Shui, go level with Bookworm, everyone else come and kill the burning skeletons with me. The girls all nodded before returning to their rooms. I took a cup of iced tea and also returned to my room. After gulping it down, I logged in. I appeared on the edge of the beginner village and opened my stats, being filled with joy. Easily angered Bookworm, beginner Dragon Whisperer. Level, 0. HP, 250. Attack, 4 to 8. Defense, 4. Prestige, 14,541. Luck, 0. Skills. Basic Archery, High Grade Experience 150000/0, does not cost MP. Fire Arrow, High Grade Experience 150000/0, costs 10 MP. Ice Arrow, High Grade Experience 150000/0, costs 5 MP. Armor Piercing Arrow, High Grade Experience 150000/0, costs 20 MP. 1000-bladed Arrows, High Grade Experience 150000/0, costs 80 MP. Dodge, High Grade Experience 150000/0, costs 0 MP. A level 0 player had over 10,000 prestige. This really was like a fairy tale. What made me very excited was that my skills were all high grade. It would greatly increase my leveling speed. Although I went back to level 0, I still had the strength of an expert. I immediately pulled Ling Shui into a team and found that she was in Sunset City. Ling Shui, aren't you leveling with me? Why did you go there? I asked in the team channel. Ling Shui said with a laugh, give me 10 minutes. Very soon, Ling Shui, this high-level swordswoman appeared in the beginner village. She quickly took out a silver bow from her inventory, which was very familiar. It was the Golden King bow. Yi, this bow, didn't I sell it? I said in a surprised voice. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile. I spent 30,000 to buy it back. I knew it would help you. Woo, 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 woo. This was 2 months of my living expenses. I took the Golden King bow and said in a guilty voice, I'm sorry. This money, after I level up, I'll return it. Who wants you to return it? Ling Shui angrily said, do you only feel good if you draw the line clearly with me? I quickly shook my head, but Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile. Fool, you gave me a purple wind rain which far surpasses this Golden King bow. So not mentioning just buying one, even if it was 10 or 100, I wouldn't feel like you owed me anything. Now we don't owe each other anything. We don't owe each other anything. I couldn't help being surprised. Then you're not leveling with me. Woo, 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 woo. Your words really aren't likable. Ling Shui said in an aggrieved voice, don't forget that I am a member of the Shui Yu studio. It is justified for me to level with you? Relax, with big sister here, you will have a good life. The little beauty patted her chest to guarantee this, but her peaks trembled slightly that made my heart skip a beat, as I nearly began drooling. Then, let's start leveling. I said this, but I was still confused. How do we level? The rules of Spirit of Grief say that the player that does more damage gains more experience. If you hit the monsters, I won't receive any experience. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile. Fool, did you forget that the rules only apply for 30 seconds? If no one attacks a monster after 30 seconds, the one who kills it gets the experience. I couldn't help laughing. Ling Shui really is smart. Come with me. Ling Shui turned and the blue cape fluttered, looking beautiful. I immediately followed and what surprised me was that Ling Shui was heading towards Wicked Wolf Peak. The monsters there were over level 25, so it would be a lot of experience killing them, but with my current attack power. A sword wolf in front was staring at me while drooling, so I couldn't help trembling. That beauty Shui, you wouldn't be letting a level 0 noob attack a level 25 sword wolf, right? Ling Shui raised a brow. What are you afraid of? There's me here. Not to mention that you are already level 0, so you can't lose levels. There's nothing to worry about. Aren't you satisfied? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was right, I either died or I killed high-level monsters if I wanted to level. Ling Shui had already charged forward and swept out with the light flow sword. 4201. With a roar, the sword wolf was actually instantly killed. Ling Shui was a bit surprised as she stuck out her tongue. She said with a cute smile, I never thought that my attack was this high. It's a good thing I tested it first, now I can change weapons. After saying this, a bronze weapon appeared in Ling Shui's hand. This time she took 1500 HP with a single slash and another 1500 was taken with another slash, leaving the sword wolf with a sliver of HP. Ling Shui revealed a faint smile and put down her sword, as she wielded her snow-white little fist to hit the sword wolf's head. 524. The unarmed little beauty left the smallest sliver of HP for the sword wolf. Hey, it's your turn. Ling Shui said with a sweet smile. I waited 30 seconds before moving forward. With my 4-8 attack, I landed a fist on the sword wolf's head and was depressed to find that it only dealt 1 damage. Ling Shui giggled, yeah? Your fist is so soft. I was very depressed, but it was a good thing that my attack power couldn't draw the sword wolf's aggro at all. It continued to attack Ling Shui, but it couldn't break her defenses and only dealt 1 damage each time. Finally, after my nth time fist, the sword wolf finally fell down. Shua, shua, shua. There were 7 sounds. The experience of skipping 25 levels had raised me to level 7. Ling Shui had already left the party, so the experience was given to me alone. 35 stat points were all put into strength and instantly my attack went from 4-8 to 46 to 50. This abnormal 12 stars growth rate really deserved its fame. Ling Shui revealed a sweet smile and quickly pulled out a black spear from her inventory that she tossed to me. Here, equip this later. This is a treasure I spent quite a bit of effort to get. I was surprised as I looked at the stats of the spear. Dark Lance, Black Iron Equipment. Attack, 20 to 45. Strength, +5. Required level, 10. Damn, such a weak weapon. I couldn't help saying. Ling Shui snappily said to me, use it first. A noob like you has this kind of weapon, what can you complain about? Back then, I had to use a white sword to cut my way to level 15, how hard that was. I don't know where you happily went off to play, you never thought of my pain. I laughed, how could I know where you went back then? Otherwise, I would have carried you. Ling Shui pursed her lips into a smile, forget it, this miss isn't a petter person, I won't argue with you. Let's keep leveling, you're still level 7. If you don't reach level 10, you won't be able to use your weapon. So, Ling Shui pulled another sword wolf over and punched it until it was almost dead, then handed it over to me. I sent out a fist and dealt 35 damage. It was a good thing that this wasn't anything compared to Ling Xue's damage, otherwise the sword wolf wouldn't have ignored me. This time it was much simpler. When I landed my 5th punch, the sword wolf fell and the rich experience leveled me 3 times, letting me reach level 10. So with 15 extra strength, my attack reached 54 to 68. After I equipped the Dark Lance, my attack reached 74 to 113. When I told Ling Xue my stats, she couldn't help opening her mouth and saying in surprise, "Good fellow, this attack is too abnormal, you're still level 10. I couldn't help sighing too, thinking of how my attack was only 180 after reaching level 15 and equipping the Golden King Bow. If I were to reach that same level and equip it again, my attack power wouldn't be that low. This time, Ling Xue pulled another sword wolf over and punched it until it had a sliver of health. This was my first time using a spear, so I wasn't used to it. I swept out and the sword wolf was dealt 102 damage. Roar, roar. The sword wolf gave up on Ling Xue and clawed out at me. 1087. My body was filled with pain. Damn. I actually was sent back to level 9 and even dropped the Dark Lance. Shua. I returned to the beginner village resurrection point. Ling Xue also came back holding the Dark Lance. Quickly take it, we're heading back. I really wanted to die.